Hey, you guys look like foodies. Would you like to try our trashy back ribs?
Yeah, we're gonna just do a lap and we'll come back.
Okay, well, we'll be here.
Back here on race day, so Denny Hamlin celebrated his Daytona 500 title with a Champions Media Day tour in New York City this week, making stops at the New York Stock Exchange and live with Kelly and Ryan. But just because you were a three-time champion of the Daytona 500 does not mean everybody knows your name. Take a look at this.
Hey, wait. Denny Hamlin. Who the hell is Denny Hamlin?
That's a really good question. So Richard Petty has 7 wins, Cale Yarborough 4, and now the list of 3-time winners has a 4th name. That, of course, is Denny, not Danny Hamlin. And let's head out to the racetrack and welcome last week's winner to the show. Danny Hamlin, did you get the name thing worked out in New York City?
I think we got to figure it out. Yeah, I had no idea there were so many ways to spell it, but you never know.
You just change those vowels around. All right, we know that the celebrations were delayed because of the events with Ryan Newman on the last lap. Now that we know things are moving in the right direction with him, how did Denny celebrate this 3rd 500 win?
He hasn't really yet. I got to spend about 36 hours maybe at home before I had to head out to Las Vegas. So kind of a long week, but also a short week of preparation, kind of going into Las Vegas. So, finally getting all caught up, and we're ready to go racing here today. And so the great thing about having being a Daytona 500 champions is it's all great, but then you got to go to work next week. It's not like other championships at the end of the year where then you go on break until the season starts. So it's very, very different. You're only as good as your last race, and hopefully we're going to make this one good.
Denny, I don't know that Vegas is the best place for any of us to go and try to get caught up on rest. Look, Michael Waltrip did an interview with you last week, and after the interview, he made the comment that he thought the last lap of the 2016 Daytona 500 was maybe the best piece of driving he had ever seen. And I tend to agree with him until I saw the race on Monday night. I want you to take us through the fact that you decided not to block Ryan and Ryan going into turn 3, and then how you were able to get back beside them. Because, look, from my perspective, when those guys passed you into turn 3, I thought your race was over.
Yeah, I mean, I just knew that they were going to have a run. I knew with all the Fords that were lined up there that Ryan was going to back up to Blaney. And I don't think that I was going to back up enough to keep him from getting that run. So I just made sure I ran that last lap really mostly wide open. And once I saw that he backed up and got the run, I just knew that I wanted them to be on the left side of me and not the right, so I could get to whoever's back bumper as quick as I could. And so I was able to break them up, so I didn't want to move. All I wanted to do was kind of run a straight line down the back straightaway to show them that, because next thing you know, if you start even have one little motion to the side, the guys, if they're in tandem, which they were, the leader Ryan would start moving around. Next thing you know, they come disconnected and they end up crashing into me anyway. So I made sure I wanted to hold a steady line, put them on the left. And when I was able to break those two up and side draft Blaney, I was able to slow him down enough to where our speeds matched. And so that let me tuck in right behind him instead of trying to race beside him. And that was key by my spotter to say there was an open spot behind the 12. Once I got on his back bumper, I knew I was going to give him a run back to Newman. And I knew that, there was going to be blocking. There was going to be, most likely going to be contact heading to the start-finish line. I just wanted to make sure I got myself back into the game when that happened, and it just worked out well.
Well, I don't know about Denny or Danny. I like the sound of 03 time myself, but that was Daytona, Denny. This is Las Vegas, and you guys are confusing me just a little bit. I go back to the 2 practices on Friday. I didn't see a lot out of any of the Toyotas. You were going to start this race in 4th. Speaking of putting your work clothes on, you have to go to the rear of the field because of an inspection issue. Where's the 11 car at for today?
I do not know. I mean, this was definitely our worst track last year. I think we finished 10th in the spring and 15th in the fall. So this has just not been a very good track for us. It really doesn't matter what part of the year it was in. It was definitely an anomaly compared to all the other mile and a halves. I thought we were better this time around. I think our handling was better. Our speed was slower. So it's tough to say. I mean, I'll be honest with you, we can't even look at times in practices, because if someone just gets a car on the same straightaway as them, they will pick up a tenth to 2 tenths. So it's so hard to look at the times and really put it all together. But I thought our single car speed was maybe a tenth and a half off, which that's fine. We've been there before. But I thought that in the draft and traffic is where we really needed to work on our cars. So I'm confident we're going to be able to come through the pack. I just don't know how far.
All right, Denny, before we let you go, we have to have a little more fun with this Danny thing, right? We put a list of our favorite Dannys together, and we want you to pick your favorite. Danny DeVito, Danny Tanner, Danny Amendola, Danny Glover, or Danny Zuko. So which one's your favorite Danny?
Danny DeVito, no doubt about it.
There you go. That was easy. Probably the easiest thing you have to do all day. Thank you so much, Denny. Appreciate your time. Good luck today.
All right. Thank y'all.
Who's your favorite, Larry Mack? Which Danny?
Danny Zuko.
Me too,
Yeah,
of
definitely
course.
Danny Zuko, yeah.
I'm back in and rolling. Anyways, okay, so one Daytona 500, it sets a driver up. It makes their career. What does 3 Daytona 500 victories do for a driver?
Yeah, in my opinion, no matter what else Denny Hamlin accomplishes or does not accomplish, whether he wins another Daytona 500, whether he wins a championship or not, to me, what he has accomplished in winning, three of the last 5 Daytona 500s is unprecedented. First driver since Sterling Marlin in 1994 and 1995 to win back-to-back 500s. To me, it's an amazing accomplishment.
Were you imitating Danny Zuko?
I did a little bit, yes. It's okay.
Hey,
Yeah.
Denny Zuko.
I do. Denny Zuko. Anyways, we're way off.
So, look, when I listened to his interview there, I think it's, you asked me heading into Daytona, we thought Denny was the favorite going into the race, and you asked me what made him so good. He's calculated. You listen to that answer. Think about everything he described that happened in like 2 seconds on the racetrack. It's just incredible what's all the thoughts going through his mind.
Yeah, so welcome in everybody who's just joining us after college basketball. We are here on race day getting you ready for racing at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. We just caught up with Denny Hamlin. We've got much more coming up on race day. Coming up next, Corey LaJoie is going to join us live to find out how he put Daytona in the rear view to focus on today's race. And later, we've got hit the gas, pump the brakes. I've got 3 topics for these guys to debate. Stick around.
The following is a list of snow day closings due to inclement weather. All 2-wheel drive crossovers should close for the day. Wannabe SUVs should close for the day. Regular 4-door sedans should close for the foreseeable future. All cheap 4x4 vehicles will remain open, despite the harsh weather conditions.
Rocket Mortgage understands that home is where I can be myself. And that feels pretty darn good.
With Rocket Mortgage, you'll be as comfortable financing a home as you are living in one. Rocket Mortgage. Push button, get mortgage.
Hollywood. The glamour, the beauty. It's what every couple deserves when they get engaged.
Our love is epic begins with K. Shop the Neil Lane Bridal Collection only at K.
What a smooth merge. Smurge? Smurge.
Where's the truck? What? Parked it right there.
What did I tell you, boys? Tonight we eat like kings. Brake, hit the brake. Stop, stop, stop! What? There's a half a cheesesteak back there.
Geico Sequels. The savings keep on going.
Daddy, is that where we're from?
Well, actually, we're from a lot of places. You see, we're from here and there.
Your family's story is waiting to be shared at Ancestry.com.
All Tyson Anytizers chicken is raised with no antibiotics ever. They're a great decision for snack time. Allowing the band to practice at your house? Not a great decision. Keep it real. Keep it Tyson Anytizers.
here lies the rusted remnants of Las Vegas. By day, a heap of twisted metal and tangled text. But when the sun goes down, the neon boneyard comes back to life.
Welcome back to Race Day, presented by Coca-Cola Energy. So it certainly takes a lot of energy to move the entire NASCAR traveling circus well over 2,000 miles from Charlotte, North Carolina to Las Vegas, Nevada. So while all of us were sleeping on Tuesday and Wednesday night, the hardworking NASCAR hauler drivers made the West Coast trip, making it possible for teams and drivers to do their jobs when they arrived.
We roughly had 10 to 12 hours to get the trucks turned around so we could head out west to get the West Coast swing started.
I left the racetrack about 10:15 at night. I pulled in the shop about 5:30 a.m. Tuesday morning.
It was all hands on deck. You know, every crew member, every truck driver we had.
It was easier for me because I flew home after the race. Went home, threw a load of laundry in.
Got laundry done.
Went home, put my clothes in the washer.
The more you're organized, the better it is.
The West Coast swing, yes, it's terrible, but we all know it's coming.
It wasn't really too bad. I had to fly my co-driver home so he could be ready for when the truck got there. I drove back to the shop by myself. Actually, I don't mind driving. I don't mind the countryside. That's about the best part.
The very best part is when we pull back into the shop and see that Stewart Haas sign.
Coming through Michigan last year, I saw this smart car. It was actually towing a trailer.
We also get to see the country, which is something that not a lot of people get the opportunity to do.
It's one of the things you don't see on TV, but it's one of the behind-the-scenes things that's pretty cool.
How far do you think that we would make it down the road if it was the three of us driving a hauler cross country?
Jamie and I would make it all the way. You would make it to the Alabama state line.
I would make it that far.
That's a stretch. That's a stretch.
It's only because you love me. Sometimes. But it was a busy week for these hauler drivers.
Well, even if it had went off as scheduled on Sunday, it's still going to be a tough hold. And then to spend that additional day there. But I think about the hauler drivers for the 6-car Roush Fenway Racing with all the additional work that had to be done to get Ross Chastain's seat put in that 6-car. They were about 12 to 14 hours behind everyone else, but they made it.
They made it. Kudos to those guys, of course, all the hauler drivers. And there were a lot more people, as Larry just mentioned, affected by Ryan Newman's wreck. Certainly the team. But what about Ryan Blaney and Corey LaJoie, the two other drivers that were involved? Well, we are happy to go back out to Las Vegas Motor Speedway and have Corey LaJoie join us live from the racetrack. Corey, I know that this has probably been a very busy and emotional week for you, so we're very thankful to have you join us here today. And listen, we know wrecks are going to happen. You know wrecks are going to happen. It's just part of the sport. But how did you personally process the events once you realized how severe things looked to be on Monday night?
Just talking to it with my wife, really. It's hard to grasp it. You're not used to being involved in a situation like that. That was my first ever big speedway crash, and to have Ryan in that bad of shape of what we thought at that moment obviously was scary for everybody involved, but I think everybody knows getting back to the racetrack and kind of getting back in the swing of things, especially knowing the condition of Ryan. The racetrack has a way of making your anxiety go up, but it also has a great calming effect as well, knowing that you can get strapped back in the car and you are able to do what we're able to do each and every week.
Corey, you've been racing almost your entire life, and you and I had a conversation earlier in the week on a Sirius radio show, and you told me this is the hardest hit you have ever taken. I guess moving forward, do you think that there's anything that needs to be looked at or anything that needs to be changed as we do move forward?
I think John Padillac and the guys at the R&D Center are doing a great job, even with my dad's seat company, the Joy of Seating. There's only 3 or 4 of us in the Cup Series that run those seats, but my dad's passion is to keep short track guys safe all across the world, and it really just trickles down from the technology that NASCAR is improvising or making with these Cup cars that go down to keeping short trackers safe. And I think that obviously NASCAR has taken these 2 cars back and they've diagnosed them and figured out what areas they can do to make them better and stronger. With this next-gen car coming in, I think those cars are even 30-40% safer than what we have now. So that just goes to show, man, NASCAR is investing a lot of money to keep us drivers safe as well as the fans.
Hey, Corey, a month or so ago, you introduced Watto Wilson at the NASCAR Hall of Fame. And while you were there, you gave Rick Hendrick a handwritten letter on why you thought you'd be the right guy to replace Jimmie Johnson when he retires at the end of this year. Is that story true? And just explain to us why you took that approach.
I mean, it's hard to stand out in this garage just because you're handicapped by the horse you're sitting on every week. And I wanted to do something out of the ordinary a little bit to maybe get Rick's attention just so he can give me a look every now and then because I've learned a lot of the intangibles in the sport just from having to grind and doing it the hard way that I feel like in the right position, around the right people, in the right cars could pay dividends. But for the most part, man, I'm really just concentrated on getting this 32 car with Schluter Systems up the board as high as I can this year. But yeah, it is true. And that Motor Trend show they're doing on that app actually did a good job of kind of showing how that unfolded. So if anybody wants to see it, go on the Motor Trend app and watch that NASCAR All In. They got a little spot on there, kind of runs through that story. But yeah, it is true, and who knows where it can go.
Hey, Corey, we've asked several drivers this week what it's like for them to get back into the race car after what happened Monday night. What is this day going to be like for you?
I mean, I think once you put the helmet on and you kind of get back in the zone and you get the feel for it, I think you just concentrate on making your car go as fast as possible. But when you get outside the car and you're talking to the fans and engage with everybody in this NASCAR community, because we are one family that travels together for 38 weekends out of the year, that's when you can kind of get sentimental and emotional. And Ryan, if you're watching, everybody here is thinking about you, everybody's talking about you, everybody hopes you're doing well, and we hope to see you back soon. But when the fact just sitting in the car, putting the helmet on and pulling the belts tight allows me to kind of get back locked in and do my job.
Hey, Corey, thank you. We're thinking about you today as you get out on that racetrack as well. Thanks again for taking some time.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. It's a pleasure to be on.
Coming up on race day, it's Kurt versus Kyle with Michael in the middle. You don't want to miss Between Two Bushes. That's coming up next. And what does it take to win in Las Vegas? Well, let's ask a guy who's been to victory lane here. Jeff Gordon joins us next.
Where's the truck?
What? Parked it right there. What did I tell you, boys? Tonight we eat like kings. Brake, hit the brake. Stop, stop, stop! What? There's a half a cheesesteak back there.
Geico Sequels. The savings keep on going.
Hollywood. The glamour, the beauty. It's what every couple deserves when they get engaged.
Every Our Love is Epic begins with K. Shop the Neil Lane Bridal Collection only at K.
What a smooth merge. Smurge? Smurge.
All Tyson Anytizers chicken is raised with no antibiotics ever. They're a great decision for snack time. Allowing the band to practice at your house? Not a great decision. Keep it real. Keep it Tyson Anytizers.
The McDonald's golden moment on race day is Tyler Reddick's win in last fall's Las Vegas Xfinity race. Reddick had 6 wins last season as he went on to win the Xfinity Series championship for the 2nd year in a row. We're going to see if that success helps him win his first ever Cup race today. Time now for a little hit the gas or pump the brakes, powered by Ram. Let's start there. Let's start with the rookies. Guys, the statement is this: a rookie will finish in the top 10 today. Jamie, you're first.
I got to make sure I read this so I don't screw it up, Shannon.
Yeah.
I am going to pump the brakes.
It went bad in rehearsal.
Yeah, it was terrible in rehearsal. Look, I just think it's super early in the season. We don't really know where these guys are going to stack up. I think about Reddick being with RCR. That team hasn't really been up to par. Maybe Cole Custer would be the best shot, but I just think it's too early.
When all else fails, just trail brake. Foot on the gas and the brake. But I'm going to say pump the brakes. Nobody's more excited about this rookie class than I am, but it's early, to Jamie's point. If you look at the last 15 races at Vegas, only one time Ryan Blaney in 2016 finished in the top 10.
That's interesting. I'm on the rookie side today. I'm siding with the rookies.
Are you?
How about it? Next statement: a manufacturer other than Toyota wins today. Larry, you're first.
Well, I'm going to hit the gas. I know Martin Truex Jr. won the September race there, but you heard Denny Hamlin. I'm in the same boat. I just don't know where they're at right now because they just didn't show a whole lot in that practice, those 2 practices Friday.
I am going to agree with Larry McCrimmel as I'm going to hit the gas.
Great.
Look, it's been a great track for Penske. Kevin Harvick was really good in practice, and it just seems like all the Chevy guys are really happy with that new Camaro this weekend, so yeah, hit the gas.
2 agreeing.
Yeah.
That's it. You guys are driving in that
the same
hauler together.
page.
21, obviously a big number in Las Vegas, so let's go with the 21 of Matt DiBenedetto. He has a top 10 today. Jamie, what do you say?
Yeah, hit the gas. I think, I mean, look, I think he's going to have a great season. And to my point with the last Penske, this has been a good track for them. He's clearly in a Penske car. I feel good about Matt D today.
This is kind of scaring me, but I'm going to hit the gas, too. I like what I saw out of that 21 car in both practices. I know he's going to start 19th. He's going to move to the front. Greg Irwin in this team, top 10s both races with Paul Menard in 2018.
You guys are playing nice today. Everyone's agreeing on everything. Okay, how about this? Between Two Ferns with Zach Galifianakis was an offbeat interview show with celebrities being asked unusual questions. Galifianakis is the guy from The Hangover.
Remember? We can imitate him. Do it.
No.
It.
Is this the real Caesar's Palace? It's bad. Here's a version that we're calling Michael Waltrip and Between Two Bushes.
Y'all play nice.
I can feel the hostility. It's coming brewing.
There's no hostility. This is all for fun. Hello and welcome to Between Two Bushes. I'm Michael Waltrip. Kyle and Kurt Busch are here with me today. I've got some great interviewing that I'd like to do. Is it true that at Christmas time that y'all had a Christmas bush, not a Christmas tree?
It was a tall bush. One can look at it that way.
Yeah, a big bush. Bush wood. That almost sounds inappropriate. What is your favorite strip? The Vegas strip, a chicken strip, or a comic strip?
I'd have to go with a comic strip. Really always enjoyed reading the comics every Sunday. It was really fun. And then, of course, our dad, as quirky as he is, that was his wrapping paper, and then we'd have to read it.
There was a message.
There was a message, and you had to figure out what the message was to what the present was.
That matched the present.
Yeah.
One of you won a race last night, and one of you rang the siren at a hockey game. Which one of you did which?
I won the race, because I'm a winner.
That's harsh. This bush keeps attacking me. What was your question? I'm sorry.
Kyle, for you. You've won over 200 NASCAR races, but that means you've lost over 500. What's it like losing like that?
It sucks. Yeah, it pretty much sucks. Just shows you how good you aren't.
Can you take our picture so I can share it on my social media channels?
Oh, Michael Waltrip. I mean, okay, listen, Mikey, I adore you. You've hit an all-time high or maybe an all-time low. Was this as comical in the room as it was for us to watch?
The boys, they just played along wonderfully. It was a lot of fun hanging out with Kurt and Kyle and being in their hometown. They got a lot of energy. I don't know who this Zach man and your ferns you speak of are. This is original programming, content that I came up with, and I'm very proud of that piece. Thank you, Shannon. Guys, we're in Vegas, and later tonight, we're going to join the Blue Men group.
Oh, Michael.
I can't even take you serious right now.
How often have you said that, Adam? We go down this road every day.
I want to read your book, Journalism 101, with Michael Waltrip. You were asking the questions to the Busch brothers. I have a question for the two of you. What kind of race are we going to see today? Because I think the drinking word is unpredictable.
It really is. I mean, I don't think any of us know what's going to happen in this race. You couldn't learn anything from practice. We know there's some heavy bumps, and we know that it's going to be wild on these restarts, 3 and 4 wide. That's about all I know, Michael.
You know, and I'm wondering, Adam, and I think I'm going to see that restart wildness carry on. I didn't see anyone getting away from each other during practice on Friday. I think we're going to see an intense race, 2, 3 wide. And remember the bumps. The bumps cause wrecks when you're racing side by side.
I like your energy in this segment. When you were interviewing the Busch brothers, you sounded a little bit like a golf commentator, you know?
I just wanted to bring a calm setting to those boys. I know it's intense when you get ready to go racing, so I want them to be calm.
It's getting ready to get intense here. We are in the Neon Garage, and the fans, they are hyped and ready to go because it's race day in Vegas. We got so much more to come. The odds when we return, we're happy to have you with us on a gorgeous Sunday in the desert. Hang around.
We all use our phones very differently. We need a great network all the time.
Everyone in your family is different.
These two are always gaming, and this one's always on FaceTime.
So Verizon has plans to mix and match starting at $35 and up to $650 off the latest iPhone. The network more people rely on gives you more.
My body is truly powerful.
I have the power to lower my blood sugar and A1C.
Because I can still make my own insulin. And Trulicity activates my body to release it, like it's supposed to.
Trulicity is for people with type 2 diabetes. It's not insulin. I take it once a week. It starts acting in my body from the first dose.
Trulicity isn't for people with type 1 diabetes or diabetic ketoacidosis. Don't take Trulicity if you're allergic to it, you or your family have medullary thyroid cancer, or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop Trulicity and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, or severe stomach pain. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Taking Trulicity with a sulfonylurea or insulin increases low blood sugar risk. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, vomiting, belly pain, and decreased appetite, which lead to dehydration and may worsen kidney problems.
I have it within me to lower my A1C.
Ask your doctor about Trulicity.
Hollywood, the glamour, the beauty. It's what every couple deserves when they get engaged.
Every Our Love is Epic begins with K. Shop the Neil Lane Bridal Collection only at K.
I wrote this a long time ago. I don't know how old I was. I hope someday I will be on a real football team. I'm Katie Sowers, offensive assistant coach for the San Francisco 49ers.
Whoa, hold it.
I'm not just here to be the token female. I'm here to help us win. The Surface Pro helps me get what's in my head and get it out onto the field.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
I would want to tell this little girl to keep pushing yourself. Your dream's coming.
Let's go. Let's run it again. Run it again. Let's go.
What a smooth merge. Smurge? Smurge.
is the Strip, and if you go 16 miles north, you will find Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Stop number 2 for NASCAR in 2020. You're watching NASCAR Race Day on FS1, presented by Coke Energy. And if we're in Vegas, I mean, we got to go to the betting board, and I want to make some money. So let's start off with our odds and go to long shots. Tell me who to put my coin on so I can leave here a winner.
Great question. I'd like C. Bell. That's 100 to 1. That's a new team. I know they're going to start in the back, but I think he's got some power.
Well, it's going to take aggressiveness on these restarts, so I'm going Ricky Stenhouse Jr., 200 to 1.
Two really good selections. Stenhouse, unbelievable last weekend in the Daytona 500. Let's go to our favorites, and all these numbers provided by Fox Bet. Who do you like on the favorites board?
The fastest guy in the final practice, Jimmie Johnson at 25 to 1. He's going to get back to victory lane in 2020, and I think it happens today.
Well, and I'm going to go to the guy that was fastest in first practice, Aric Almirola looked very strong also.
I think the Jimmie Johnson storyline is much better next week if he wins, returning home for the final time, but I'm sure if he gets the trophy today, that would be just fine for the California native. All right, let's go to some head-to-head here, some prop bets. We start with the Busch brothers, and I think on this one you should go first, Michael, because you guys are such good buddies.
Well, I think that Kurt Busch is going to be strong today. He liked his car after I talked to him after practice. He feels good about where he's at. I'm going to take Kurt over Kyle.
And when you first said that, I said, what do you mean? It's Kyle Busch, our defending champion, but he's only won once here. I think Kurt might get that first victory here. He looked very strong yesterday. I go with Kurt.
Kyle's only win here, 2009, when he had to start in the back. Next up, two guys starting up front. Martin Truex Jr., who won here in the fall, or Kevin Harvick. Who do you like, Jeff?
I mean, these guys went head-to-head in the fall. They put on a heck of a race, but Truex did come out on top. I still think Truex is the guy to beat today.
I like Harvick. I believe he's going to get that car in victory lane. And you know what I love about it? There's so much uncertainty in the garage area. It's everybody's guess. I guess that's why it's gambling, because nobody really knows what today's going to bring.
We've done Ford versus Toyota. Let's do Ford versus Chevrolet. Tell me who's better, Larson or Logano?
Logano runs so good here. This is a great track for him. We've seen Larson run fast. We don't know exactly what this new Camaro is going to bring yet, so I kind of got to go with Logano on this one.
I'm going to go with Larson because we don't know what that Chevrolet is going to do, but I know one thing, it's better. I can see it in practice. I think that maybe that'll be what Larson needs to have a big year this year.
You both have won multiple Daytona 500s. After getting the victory in the Great American Race, did you ever feel disrespected at all? Because Denny Hamlin went to New York to celebrate his third win in the last 5 years, and they misspoke. They said it's Danny Hamlin instead of Denny Hamlin. How does this happen? Who do you like here head to head?
Well, I was just happy that Danny has won back-to-back and Denny's only won one, because that would mean he's not in the three-time category with me.
Well, the mustache, the way he was manscaped there, I thought that was pretty cool.
Maybe you should go with that.
Like
what do you think?
I don't know. Let me think about that for a minute.
With that hair and that mustache, you would be Miguel instead of Michael.
I like who you
are. Let's hear from our pit reporters. We start things off with Vince Welch.
With Ross Chastain, who's subbing for Ryan Newman today. Ross, from the time the Daytona 500 ended to you found out you were going to be in the 6 car this week to today, what's the week been like for you?
Fast. It flew by, which is probably the best case scenario with everything going on. I didn't have a lot of time to think about a lot. I just do my job, get ready to come race, and now it's finally race day.
Did you get a message from Ryan about the day today?
I did. Yeah, he just said drive the car, drive it hard, just do what I do. So same thing Jack and everybody at RFR said. They've been great. Everybody on all sides has been incredibly, it's been really humbling to see the sport come together when somebody needs help. You know, we put down all party lines and we help. And I think that says a lot about our sport.
Indeed. Ryan Newman being subbed for today by Ross Chastain.
Well, in recent times, Team Penske has seemed to own Las Vegas. A 1-2 finish last year led by you to victory lane, and you had the most dominant car last fall. Green racetrack. Can you prognosticate what we're going to see here coming up?
Who knows? There's a lot of different things that can happen. It seems like tire wear is a little bit more of a concern than what we've had. So on a green racetrack, good thing we got a competition caution to make sure we can check that out, check the wears out. But overall, I feel like we got a good car again. I don't think there's one car that's a huge standout, at least that you see in practice. So hard to tell in practice these days. Everyone's in a group, but I feel like we have a solid top 5 car, probably a little better than that. you know, we just got to go through the race, do our deal, work our strategy, work our restarts, and put ourselves in position.
Now that final practice, it was like a mini Talladega Daytona, 2, 3, 4 wide at times. Will we see that today?
Oh yeah. You'll see it in the turn one most likely. It's going to happen immediately. Restarts here are insane, and it stays like that for 5-6 laps at least, and then even at that, it still moves around a lot. You see cars up by the wall, you see cars on the bottom, and everyone being very aggressive. It seems like the aggressor gets a big reward here. The problem is everybody knows that, and that's where the crashes come from. So it'll be entertaining for sure. It's a lot of fun. It's a great racetrack, and I'd love to see that Pennzoil car in victory lane for the Pennzoil 400.
Now, he hasn't won since June at Michigan, but this is his best racetrack. What a better place to pick to break out of the slump.
Well, not that a 7-time champion ever needs a little bit of extra motivation, but you had an extremely fast race car, Jimmy, on Friday afternoon. How pumped up are you for today's race?
Yeah, excited for sure. I mean, I still think we're trying to learn this new Camaro body and kind of the mechanical grip balance to go with the aero changes that we have, but certainly put up a fast lap time. Car was driving good. We'll know a lot more probably about the halfway point of this race, if not at the end of the race, where we stack up and what kind of speed and pace we have. But off to a great start. This team's been working so hard. Daytona was looking really good for us, unfortunately caught up in a crash. Now we're here close to home for me, in an area where I spent a lot of time racing as a kid growing up, so it's great to be back and look forward to a good run.
All right, good luck getting that 5th Las Vegas win this afternoon.
Well, last time we raced here in Las Vegas, this guy did the unthinkable. He got the pole. Unfortunately, you didn't race so well, but you guys brought a different approach to this race, and a lot of people are talking about the 14 for today. How were things different?
Yeah, 14 car is really fast. We were really fast last time, though. Set on the pole, like you said, and instantly went backwards about as fast as you could possibly go. So definitely a different approach. Looking forward to, working with Johnny, still learning each other, getting that communication, the language down, knowing when I'm complaining and whining that race car about being loose, being tight, you got to understand how tight so he can make the correct adjustments. Beautiful day out here. The energy with these fans. Are you guys ready to go? See, I mean, how can you not be ready to go with this? The drivers' meeting and being able to have all these fans in here with us, Neon Garage. This is a pretty special place. It'd be even more special to win.
So you have to go out there and focus on winning. But first, you're going to put your analyst hat on. Yeah. You're going to go over there and join Adam and Jeff here for race day.
I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be fun.
All right, he's one of our broadcasters, so stay tuned for the Fox Race Day show. Guys?
I mean, he kind of tried to hijack your interview. We will see Bowyer top of the hour on Fox. Meanwhile, we put Jeff to work with the fans. The festivities, always great here in Vegas. And the backdrop, it's not bad either.
Amazing.
Toyota, let's go places.
I'm your mother-in-law, and I like to question your every move, like this left turn.
It's the next one.
You always drive this slow.
How did you make someone I love?
That must be why you're always so late.
I do not speed, and that's saving me cash with DriveWise.
You always drive like an old lady?
You're an old lady.
The Impossible Whopper is now in a 2-for-$6 deal.
This is the kind of burger that I expect when I walk into a burger joint. Impossible Whopper tastes just like the regular Whopper.
Good value.
Absolutely.
The 2-for-6 mixer match deal. Now at the Impossible Whopper. Your way better.
Oh, it's your thing. Do what you want to do. I can tell you.
Does your obstructive sleep apnea have you seeing Z's all day long? Can't seem to shake them even with endless cups of coffee or energy drinks? You may have excessive daytime sleepiness due to obstructive sleep apnea. Many Americans are coping with it just like you. If you have excessive daytime sleepiness due to obstructive sleep apnea and are ready to can the cans, dump the cups, shake the Z's, and find a real solution to be more awake during the day, go to shakethez's.com.
This week, we have a full house on the hub. Brad Keselowski, David Reagan, Drew Blickensderfer, and Jamie McMurray join us. Plus, don't flush with this flush. It's radioactive, and you can bet Vegas won't disappoint.
Oh, yeah, we're getting loose quick. Wow. Keep hitting in front of you, too. Clear high when you get here. I need to know that, bud.
That's all in this week on NASCAR Race Hub. Weeknights, 6 p.m. Eastern, only on FS1.
Larry will be here tomorrow on Race Hub as well. XFL action continues tonight on FS1 as Cardale Jones leads the undefeated DC Defenders against the Los Angeles Wildcats. It all starts at 6 Eastern on FS1 and, as always, on the Fox Sports app. So, folks at home, there's still plenty of time before the race starts to download the Fox Sports Super 6 app and play NASCAR Super 6 for a free chance at a cash prize. If you pick the correct finishing position of the 6 drivers, you win. And this week's jackpot is up to $20,000. All right, we're going to play a little game here. We don't get to win $20,000, but I'll give you a pat on the back or a
that sounds
attaboy.
Great. 20 grand or a pat on the back from Shannon.
Or an attaboy. So here are the 6 drivers that we're going to pick, and we're not going to pick them in order. We're just going to pick who we think is going to finish the highest of these drivers. Joey Logano, Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin, Kevin Harvick, Kyle Larson, and Martin Truex Jr. All right, you got to go first, Jamie. Who do you got?
Well, I'm going to go with Kevin Harvick. He's won 2 of the last 7 races at this track. He was top 5 both races last year, and he had the best 10-lap average. So I think that's the guy that I think he could possibly win the race today.
Yeah, I think this is a tough one. You know, I look at half these drivers. You look at Harvick, Truex, and Logano. All of them, they've won there at Las Vegas. Of course, Truex won the fall race. But I'm going to go with a guy that dominated last spring. He actually dominated in the fall, led 105 laps until he got caught up in a late race wreck. And he's got 8 consecutive top 10 finishes there. I'm going to go with Joey Logano. I think he finally gets that 22 car, not only in front of all those other 5, but I think he gets it back to victory lane.
All right, my guy is one that you just mentioned as the most recent winner at Las Vegas. I think Martin Truex Jr. I think I picked him last week to win the Daytona 500. That didn't pan out, but I do believe that he'll be the top finisher. And it's interesting. Hamlin is on this list right now. He's got to go to the back of the field. Is this going to how is this going to affect these guys going to the back of the field at this racetrack?
Well, to me, if we were looking at them like we normally look at the Toyota camp, I'd say not a big deal. But
you would say it just like that?
Is that
in
like
French?
That?
What was that?
That's
Was
Mr. Chow from The Hangover.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Chow, not a big deal. But I think because of what I saw in Friday's practice, I am concerned. It's what Denny Hamlin shared with us. Is they seem like their cars are driving good, but I just didn't see what I wanted to see on that stopwatch. So it's probably one of the biggest questions I have going into this green flag later on.
What do you think?
Look, no impersonations for me. I don't know. You did Danny Zuko earlier. I'm definitely not doing so.
What do you think? As a driver, what's your mindset when you do have to start at the back of the field on a 1.5 miles?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that it's a huge deal if you have a good car. My concern for Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch is that they didn't feel like their cars were very good in practice. So to have to be in all the dirty air and not feel like your car is good in traffic, that's a concerning issue for sure.
So Kevin Harvick, Joey Logano, are those your picks to win the race as well?
I mean, I think it has to be your pick to win the race because I think one of those 6 guys is going to win the race today. So, absolutely.
Have you not learned this about me? That's what I do. I pick winners. I pick winners. I don't pick who's going to get a participation trophy.
I think the other outlier here that we haven't talked about is the new Chevy Camaro. Yes. And we don't really know how those cars are going to be. HMS, Chip Ganassi Racing, those guys ended the year kind of on an upswing. They've got this new car, and out of that camp, all we have heard are really positive things from the wind tunnel numbers. So they could kind of step up and steal one of these.
So we went full circle. Unknown.
That's
exactly right.
That was the word of the year in 2019. It's picking up right where it left off. But I think it gets real, right? It gets real today. Daytona is its own sort of entity, and now today it's getting real for these guys.
And, I mean, this is where all of these new driver-crew chief combinations, including those over at Team Penske, this is where you find out where these relationships are. How maybe is this chemistry going to work moving on into 2020?
So we're closing in on the green flag as we take a look at our Pizza Hut countdown clock. We're getting you ready. We have more race day coming up next right here on FS1.
2 for $6 at Burger King. It's a great value.
I think it's so cool that you can mix and match with the Impossible Whopper, the Classic Whopper, the Crispy Chicken, and even the Spicy Crispy Chicken. It's a good value.
Absolutely.
The Impossible Whopper, now part of the 2 for $6 deal. Your way, way better.
What a smooth merge. Smurge? Smurge.
No matter how much life pushes us around,
I love you. I don't want to talk about it.
she keeps us centered with those 3 little words.
Look around you.
Introducing the Center of Me collection. Because every "Your love keeps me centered" begins with K.
Oh, hey, Pat.
Toyota, let's go places. I'm your mother-in-law, and I like to question your every move, like this left turn.
It's the next one.
You always drive this slow.
How did you make someone I love?
That must be why you're always so late.
I do not speed, and that's saving me cash with DriveWise.
You always
have a little more motivation to get a win at their hometown track. But it is Denny Hamlin who has the momentum after making history last Sunday with his 3rd Daytona 500 victory. Hello, everyone. I'm Shannon Spake, along with Jamie McMurray and America's crew chief, Larry McReynolds. We are getting you ready for racing out at Las Vegas. We've got tons of stories to cover, but first, let's get back out to the racetrack and say hello to Adam Alexander, Clint Bowyer, and Jeff Gordon. Hi, guys.
Hey, Shannon, you know, every family has a crazy uncle, and we now have one in the Fox family. Clint Bowyer is with us all season long. He's going to join us for a little pre-race fun.
We better strap on tight, get ready for this ride. This guy's going to take us on our pre-race.
I mean, this is your first day on the job on a pre-race, and you already have your own deal.
I like it.
Bowyer's Breakdown. So what are we going to see here today, 400 miles at this joint?
You know, when you think about a track like this, these mile-and-a-half tracks, Jeff, you think about restarts. Now, not being in the car yesterday, it was a washout. Track is green. Grip is going to be a premium. You're going to be wide open on this thing. You know that, but a balance. You've got to have a good balance on your race car. This green surface, no rubber on the racetrack. It's going to be, we have a competition caution coming in 25. Everybody's going to be looking forward to that because of tire wear. I think tire wear is going to be the key to the day.
Clint, we've seen in practice, we saw a lot of 3 and 4 wide in practice, but we've seen this race kind of string out in the past and run long green flag runs.
Yeah.
I mean, what about today? Are these restarts just going to be wild and just stay that way?
Yes. Yes, they are. And you hope it's in your rearview mirror, but you know it sooner or later it's not going to be. You're going to have to navigate traffic. I think your lane, what lane you're in, is going to play a big role in how your outcome is of those restarts. But restarts, that's the number one thing you got to overcome today. You can't get in trouble. You know, you got to be aggressive. Got to get them elbows up in that car. car and have that eye of the tiger mentality going into that turn one, because you know it's going to fan out. They're going to be the bottom. And that's the thing, what I say about the lane choice. You can't go onto the bottom. You know it's going to stack up. That first guy's going to check up a little bit, and it just accordions on the bottom, kind of like we saw at Daytona. So you got to inch over there, get in the middle, maybe 3, 4 wide. 4 wide, he says, you know. That's what you don't want to be. You don't want to be the guy 4 wide, but probably sooner or later you're going to be.
Don't cut one another's tires by body slam.
Mike Joy's in the booth. Bowyer said 4 wide. He just perked up. He can't wait to call 4 wide. Good luck today, starting in the top 10.
Join us.
We look forward to this every week. Our crazy uncle, Clint Bowyer, Shannon.
He is the crazy uncle, Adam. Thanks so much, guys. You know, when our Fox Sports broadcast went off the air Monday night, we did so with images of Ryan Newman being tended to by the medical team at Daytona. A lot has happened in the last 6 days, and thankfully it's been positive news. Let's get you caught up.
Ryan Newman off turn 4 for the final time. Wow. Crash into the wall, into the air. Goes Newman in a shower of sparks on his roof.
Talk to me when you can, buddy. Move clip right there. They all right? Have they heard from Newman yet? No. They're at you. They're at you. Talk to us when you can.
Ryan Newman has been helped from his car. He's been loaded into an ambulance, taken to a local hospital.
Number one, we're praying for Ryan.
We're all holding a good thought and hoping that he's able to come through this.
Ryan Newman is being treated at Halifax Medical Center. He's in serious condition, but doctors have indicated his injuries are non-life-threatening.
A collective sigh of...
Major number 12, his reaction. The issues on television, we've forgotten about them already. 2 wins today, including in the title match over your 1 seed. Kimberly standing by with your winner.
That is not the spare that I was thinking I wanted to shoot to win.
Climb out, and they're going to wave to the crowd, and we're going to start celebrating the winner. But I've got to say, when I left the studio last Monday night, as I went back and watched replays of that 32 car of Coil of Joy hitting Ryan Newman right in the driver's door as he was still upside down, I left here very concerned, very afraid for the well-being of Ryan Newman.
Yeah, and of course, we are also thrilled to see some of those images that came out during the week of Ryan Newman. Our thoughts and prayers continue to go out to the Newman family, and we can't wait to see you back at the racetrack, Ryan. We're going to head over to Fox, about 40 minutes away from Green Flag. Thanks for joining us here on FS1 today. We'll see you over on Fox. Join us.
Start the car.
Alexa, what's the fastest way home?
Get 1.9% APR for 48 months on a new 2020 Toyota RAV4. Toyota, let's go places.
In fast food, there's value. Then there's fresh value from Subway. Fresh value is just $2.99 for the 6-inch oven-roasted chicken. Seasoned, all-white meat chicken raised without antibiotics. Fresh value is the $2.99 6-inch Veggie Delight with hand-cut veggies and freshly baked bread. Fresh value is freshly prepared for you, like the new Subway sliders starting at just $1.89. There's something for everyone. That's fresh value only from Subway.
Does your obstructive sleep apnea have you seeing Z's all day long? Can't seem to shake them even with endless cups of coffee or energy drinks? You may have excessive daytime sleepiness due to obstructive sleep apnea. Many Americans are coping with it just like you. If you have excessive daytime sleepiness due to obstructive sleep apnea and are ready to can the cans, dump the cups, shake the Z's, and find a real solution to be more awake during the day, go to shakethez's.com.
Drag racing, a test of skill and courage.
A panorama of color and excitement.
Oh my, the incredible fire and power of NHRA drag racing. An indecisive Mother Nature has kept NHRA Mellow Yellow Series drag racers in suspenseful wait on this Saturday just outside of Phoenix, Arizona. Rain and blowing wind have delayed the start of the final rounds of qualifying at the 2020 NHRA Arizona Nationals here at Wild Horse Pass Motorsports Park. The good news is that the racing spirit and the hard work of the NHRA
With Daytona behind us, it is on to Las Vegas, and it's on to week 2 of the 2020 NASCAR season. And while the NASCAR world slowed down this past week after the wreck on the last lap of the Daytona 500, today it is back to full speed, 400 miles around the 1.5-mile track. It's NASCAR, baby, and we are in Vegas. Hi there, everyone. Welcome to Race Day, presented by Coca-Cola Energy, and welcome into our Race Day studios. My name is Shannon Spake, Larry McReynolds, America's crew chief, and of course, Jamie McMurray. And Jamie, let's start there. Obviously, the last images we left with were those of the Daytona 500 and Ryan Newman. Good news has come out that Ryan Newman did go home. He was released from the hospital, saying just today that he's going to get back into the race car. All week long, we have had drivers talk about having to go back to work, having to go back to what pays the bills. How do you guys weigh that, those options, right? How do you deal with what you saw on Sunday?
Well, first off, the fact that we saw Ryan Newman and that great picture of him leaving the hospital with his 2 little girls, that's a different feeling for the drivers heading into this weekend. But listen, it's a dangerous sport. We're going 200 miles an hour, and everyone knows the risk factor that goes into that. And look, we talked about it earlier this week. It's scarier probably for the families and the kids and the drivers, because the drivers feel safe in their cars. A few weeks ago at the Clash, we saw all those wrecks, and all the drivers talked about, you know, how safe they feel in the cars. So a little different feeling, the fact that we saw Ryan leave. And look, this is their job. This is what they do, Shannon.
And we've said it many times over the last couple days. Ryan, we cannot wait to see you back at the racetrack. Absolutely. We're going to continue to pray for you and your family. So get back to us very soon, buddy. All right, time now for our Xfinity fastest lap. Jimmie Johnson was fastest in the final practice session, followed by Clint Bowyer. Johnson went just over 179 miles per hour, and with 4 wins on the Las Vegas track, this could be the perfect place for Jimmie to end his 96-race winless streak. So we all know the heart of this sport will always be grassroots racing. And Thursday night, Kyle Busch went back to the place where it all started for he and brother Kurt, the Las Vegas Bull Ring. Kyle raced a 100-lap super late model race, and there were plenty of rowdy fans on hand.
I'm totally Rowdy Nation.
He's a local, and I've supported him since I started watching NASCAR. I was very excited tonight, and I got his autograph. That's why we're here.
First race we ever went to, he won, so we've been loyal since.
He seems to be controversial in that people either really like him or really hate him.
I love it. I've always been a fan, and it has been great to see him race, and I've always liked how he's been out there and been aggressive.
I enjoy watching him.
Yeah, I've always known that he raced here, and it's really cool being on the ground where he actually grew up.
It was great to see him come back for a story championship when he had broken his leg at Daytona. It made me really happy to be a part of Rowdy Nation.
He wears his emotions on his sleeve, and he goes for it. I love to watch him race. It's a Kyle Busch show in our house.
He's a phenomenal driver. He's matured over the years, two-time champion now, and
It's just been amazing to see him reach 200-plus wins in his career.
He is a winner, that's for sure.
I'm proud to be a Kyle Busch fan.
Well, I would say he is on a roll because, as you saw right there, he won the super late model race to Boring Thursday night, followed it up the next night with his 7th consecutive Truck Series win. He's not in the Xfinity Series race. Now, he was actually pretty happy when qualifying got rained out because he would be on the pole as the champion from last year. That smile went to a frown because he's going to have to go to the rear of the field because of body modifications at NASCAR.
Yeah, the key was would be on the pole,
Would-be.
right? Yeah, so back of the field for Kyle Busch. All right, many of you have heard or even seen the TV show Between Two Ferns with Zach Galifianakis. You guys know him, right?
I do.
Galifianakis, the hangover guy. I mean, we're in Vegas, right? So here on Fox, we have our own version. We like to call it Michael Waltrip Between Two Bushes.
You ready?
Check, check, 1, 2.
Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2. So if you could just follow along, I'd appreciate it. Hello and welcome to Between Two Bushes. I'm Michael Waltrip. Kyle and Kurt Busch are here with me today. I've got some great interviewing that I'd like to do, starting with you, Kyle. When did you first realize that your last name was spelled wrong?
I don't know. I just always assumed that the spelling was right. For me, I always just signed it kind of sloppily, so you really couldn't tell, I guess, what I was really putting out there for people and how the spelling was, so.
Yeah, there's no C in Busch. Kurt, philosophically, maybe just look at this question. You were born in Vegas, and everybody knows what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. How did you get to North Carolina?
I had to get out of here. It's pretty wild. This town can really wear you down.
That was easy. If gambling were legal in Vegas, who would you bet on to win Sunday?
Neither one of us, not a Busch. No, Bushes don't tend to win in their hometown.
This track has kicked our butt.
Yeah, we suck here.
I don't want to be weird, but I love you too. I think there's a lot of energy here, positive energy.
Is Daryl stopping by to help tame this interview?
Never a dull moment, especially when Michael Waltrip's involved. That guy would love to win at this racetrack. Watch his brother do it before.
Yeah, Michael not wanting to be weird is too late. That happened a long time ago. Look, Kurt Busch finished 5th here last year. It's his best qualifying track, but it's actually his worst track on the circuit, average finish-wise.
Yeah, starting 13th today, but like I mentioned, he is still looking for that victory at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Hometown track, would love to get it done. You know what, let's head back out to Las Vegas. Regan Smith, who is with our Coca-Cola Racing family driver, Bubba Wallace.
Well, thank you, Shannon. Standing by here with Bubba Wallace. Bubba, you've got a good-looking new driver's suit, a good-looking race car out there. Is it going to be as fast as it looks?
I hope so. That's the only thing you can hope for. We had a good practice. Once we got in the pack, we got some good learning points from how our car reacted and handled in the pack. So we'll go out there and give it our all. But man, that car looks great. Thanks to Coke and Coke Energy for promoting their new energy drink. It's awesome. Tastes great. It's got a lot of different variety of flavors. So I'm original. I stick to the OG. So we'll have some fun today.
Shannon, Bubba's going to be high-strung today, drinking all that Coke Energy.
Thank you so much, Regan. You know, those guys out in Las Vegas, they're not the only ones that can have a good time at the casino. We've got our own little roulette wheel here in our race day studios. We like to call it race day roulette. And what we've done is we've loaded 8 drivers into our roulette wheel. We're going to spin the wheel, and these guys are going to have to tell us how they think they're going to do in the race in Las Vegas today. So let's do it. Let's spin the wheel. Number 1, you guys ready to go?
I feel like the Vegas wheel pays better than what our wheel is going to pay today, Shannon.
Yeah, your odds are better on this one, though. Larry, you're Brad Keselowski.
Well, he's won 3 of the last 8 races there. I feel good about Brad. He looked good in practice. His first 4 starts there was just short of a disaster, and he also has 9 consecutive top 10s there, so I think he's a good one.
He set the bar pretty high with all the McNuggets.
He did.
In that
was
one,
a lot of facts in Larry's head. We know that's the case, though, every week.
Yeah. All right, let's spin it, see who Jamie's got. Who's up next on our race day roulette wheel, Vegas style, right? All right, who's it going to land on?
All right. Ooh, Kevin Harvick. So I'm going to try really hard to be Larry McReynolds right here. He's won 2 of the last 7 races, Larry McReynolds, at Las Vegas. He also finished in the top 5 both races last year, and he had the best 10-lap average in final practice. So pretty good track for Kevin Harvick.
Where did he come from?
That's right.
They keep it all right up here. Let's spin the wheel again, see who Larry's got for the second try. We don't win any money on this one, but these guys could, right? If they
I like the wheel.
Well.
The wheel looks incredible.
Cool, right?
Yeah, it looks really good.
It makes you feel like you're in Vegas.
I don't know about those faces.
Jimmie Johnson.
7-time, 4 wins there, more than any other driver. In fact, in 2005, 6, and 7, 3 consecutive wins, but the last 9 races, only 1 top 5. But 07-time looked really racy in Friday's practice.
I think Jimmie is going to get mad that we put the gray beard on our roulette wheel right there. I don't know about that guy.
I think that's a badge of honor.
Adds character, you think?
Certainly adds character. Good job, guys. No money won, but maybe the guys out in Vegas will have some good luck based on your picks. We've got much more coming up on race day. When we come back, Adam and Jeff are going to visit with Denny Hamlin, Daytona 500 winner, so we'll head back out to Las Vegas Motor Speedway. And, of course, everyone's favorite grid walker, Michael Waltrip. He's going to ask the important questions. You don't want to miss this one.
In 1979, Jiffy Lube changed everything. And we're continuing to change. With Jiffy Lube Multi-Care, you can get services on oil changes, brakes, batteries, spark plugs, and more. You can do more in a jiffy.
Little Caesars delivery is the best thing since sliced bread. Sorry, sliced bread. Save $5 or more over other national chains on delivered pizza.
Pizza.
Somebody make sure medical's standing by.
For the bull? For us.
911 Lone Star, all new tomorrow on Fox.
Come to the summer.
For those who go the extra mile,
even when the finish line feels like a lifetime away,
we support you for proving we all have the power to rise to any challenge.
We were somewhere around Las Vegas, on the edge of the speedway, when the track bar began to give. I remember saying something like,
I'm starting to get a bad vibration. Maybe you ought to drive.
We had shirts for the 11, 43, and of course the 18. Hats for 48, 42, and 41. Not that we needed all that for the race. But once you get locked into a serious NASCAR merch collection, you tend to push it.
The Fox team, they always, whatever happens here in Vegas doesn't always stay here.
No, it doesn't.
But we just, the creative juices get flowing. Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
I got a straw if you want to reenact.
You saw how I chewed that straw.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. Hey, we're right here by the FedEx Toyota. Denny Hamlin's right back there posing for pictures. We need to bring him up here because he has now won back-to-back Daytona 500s and 3 of the last 5. How do you put that in perspective?
3 of the last 5 is what you said. That blows my mind. I mean, you know, these guys are always talking about the percentage of getting caught up in a wreck, how difficult it is just to finish these races. Denny Hamlin has found a way. Denny, we were just talking about the amazing driving. 3 out of the last 5 years win the Daytona 500. We talk to these guys all the time. They can't even figure out how to finish these races, and yet you're winning 3 out of the 5. I mean, talk us through your preparation, the things you do. I know you even work on in practice some of these moves that you make in the race.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always trying to learn. I mean, I'm the one that's in the JGR competition meeting saying, let me run in the draft in practice, and Joe's saying, no, absolutely not. What do you need? You know, why do you need? What you're doing successful. But I think I just feel like the more reps that I have, the better off I'm going to be. Learning about, you know, every car has been different. I mean, we had only been back with that super speedway package a couple races, so I was constantly have been learning on where I need to be in certain spots, and really things just have worked out really well for me. I've missed some of the crucial wrecks that I needed to, and strategies worked out at the end.
I'd love to go down, break down some of those moves that you made. I mean, I've gone through it in my mind. I've seen it on video. We're going to go to this video and show it. When you locked on the rear bumper of Ryan Newman here and pulled away from the field, I mean, what was your process, your thought process here?
I wanted to stay attached until the white. I was good with pushing him there, but my temperatures had gotten up to 290, and I knew that with 2 laps left, I just didn't trust that it was going to make it to the end. So I wanted to pull out and pass him there. And then on the backstretch here, you know, I knew I wanted them on the left side of me simply because it allowed me to then side draft the 12 as he went by and unattach those 2. So I wanted to hold a steady line, and then right there, it got them broke up, and I'm able to side draft this 12 just enough to slow him down to make our speeds equal, to where I can attach to his rear bumper.
I'm not sure which move I thought was the most impressive. The fact you didn't block that big run or get him attached to Blaney's rear bumper to give him a shot to go up there and race with Ryan Newman. And it looked like that was maybe going to be decided between the 2 of them.
So I saw once that Ryan kind of got sideways and we came unattached off of turn 4. I saw him shoot to the bottom, and I saw the 6 go to the bottom. And I knew at that point I wanted to be as far away from them as possible, because most likely there was going to be a big block, and I wanted to have time to react in case they came back up the racetrack. And when I saw the 6 turning right towards us, I went down, I saw the 12, I grabbed hold of, literally just grabbed hold of his quarter panel and brought him back there right at the line.
You started at the back last week and won. You start at the back today. Good luck making it 2-0 in 2020. Okay, thanks for being here, Denny.
Thanks.
Hey, great start.
Appreciate it, guys.
Denny's got to get in the car. Jeff's got to go to the booth. I think it's time for the grid walk. Michael Waltrip, what's happening?
Well, there's 12 minutes left on the Pizza Hut countdown clock, so that means I got to get with it. And I'm going to get with it with Jimmie Johnson, the fastest car in final practice Friday. And Jimmy, that's impressive. But what I liked is how nimble your car looked. Looked like it drove great.
Yeah, drivability's been really good, and I think we're trying to find that balance of the ability to suck up and run down the straightaway and then still maintain some comfort in the turns. And I think our new body this year on the Camaros is really going to help us with that.
Did you watch the fight last night?
I was fortunate enough to be there in person. It was quite a night, to feel the energy in the room. It was a lot of fun.
Were you Team Fury or Wilder?
I didn't know enough going into it, but I thought that Wilder was going to be the one on top, and then to see Fury literally bring it from round one on was really impressive. To see the determination in his eyes, and what big dudes. I mean, that heavyweight class, and those guys are like 6'9" and all that was pretty awesome.
You're pretty awesome too. 7 championships, going for another one. Let's see if I can get one more guy. Ross Chastain's driving for Ryan Newman. Ross, it's good to see you. Are you ready for double duty today, buddy?
I think so. I got a cold Coke here for Ryan, and both teams have done a good job this weekend.
Well, it's going to be fun to watch. You have fun both races, and I hope you win one of them.
I do too.
All right, we're going to take it to break. The Pizza Hut clock is really running, so we got to make sure we stay on time. Come back to Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Me and Ross are going to go racing, baby.
This just in. Is Jonah Hill going to flake out on Martin Scorsese? The world wants to know.
Come on, Jonah, come on.
With over 75 years of savings and service, Geico is the easy choice. We can even help you with homeowners. Oh, not again. Oh, thanks.
You know, automated lights are just the beginning. Pretty soon they're gonna have eyes everywhere. Well, good night.
Geico, over 75 years of savings and service.
How would I describe overpaying on a used car? It was humiliating. It's expensive. I just trusted the wrong used car sites.
Carfax has a better way. Only Carfax.com can give you the most accurate price based on the Carfax report. So you never have to overpay on a used car again.
But I guess life goes on. So, all right, come on, boy. Here we go. Let's go, buddy.
Stop the shame of overpaying and start your used car search today at the all-new Carfax.com.
Only Pizza Hut gives you 16 mozzarella bites on a large pizza. See, kids, dreams do come true. The ultimate 2-for-1. The Mozzarella Poppers Pizza. Hurry and try it before it's gone. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
If these walls could talk, they'd tell one hell of a story. From Mandalay Bay up to the Strat, this town's iconic charm is defined by the architecture and aesthetic of Las Vegas Boulevard. This year officially welcomes a new kid on the block, a sleek, state-of-the-art 65,000-seat NFL stadium, home to the Las Vegas Raiders. Still getting used to that, are we? But the city's hidden charm lies outside of the Strip. Head north on the 15 to find a gym. Las Vegas Motor Speedway.
Oh, there's a fight down here, guys.
So sure, neon lights and shiny new stadiums may catch a wandering eye, but today, I invite you to grab a seat and listen in. These walls have one hell of a story to tell.
Oh, my goodness. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, celebrating the endless pursuit of forward momentum. Goodyear, more driven. We are ready to get week 2 of the NASCAR season underway. So let's go trackside for opening ceremonies.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise and remove your hats as the Nellis Air Force Base Honor Guard presents our nation's colors. And please remain standing as Billy Malden with Motor Racing Outreach offers our invocation.
Gracious God and Heavenly Father, as we rise up today on this beautiful day, Lord, there's so much that we're thankful for. Men and women of our armed forces, first responders, both here at home and abroad, that are defending and protecting the freedoms we enjoy today. But Lord, today, above all else, we're thankful that this past week we saw our friend Ryan Newman walk out of that hospital. Continue to be with him, Father. Let your peace and your presence surround us all. It's in your holy name we pray. Amen.
And here to sing our national anthem, please welcome the man known as Golden Pipes, Jimmie Johnson.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Can one of the hometown boys, Kurt or Kyle, make it to victory lane? What about 7-time? Can he break the winless streak? We're going to go racing at Vegas. Coming up next on Fox.
Little Caesars delivery is the best thing since sliced bread. Sorry, sliced bread. Save $5 or more over other national chains on delivered pizza.
Pizza, pizza. In 1979, Jiffy Lube changed everything by providing the first convenient oil change service. Millions of satisfied customers later, we're still who you trust. Jiffy Lube. You can do more in a jiffy.
There's someone in my house. Please help me.
Clear the house. Watch your six.
Deputy, all new, Thursday at 9 on Fox. X35 is the...
After months away, I return. I am the humble beginning for some, and the triumphant return for others. I am where seasons are made, and history is written. I am a year-long, furious journey. And in the end, the one name forever etched in history is anyone's guess.
He is joining elite company. Proud of you, buddy.
I am the 2020 NASCAR Cup Series. I am NASCAR.
When it comes to speed, I'm an adrenaline junkie.
This is where you're told physics
take a back seat.
You live on the edge, but never hold back.
For the ultimate in-home NASCAR experience, Xfinity X5 delivers the speed you need. And don't miss all the NASCAR action on Fox and FS1.
John Cena returns home to Boston. A special Friday Night SmackDown, sponsored by Progressive, Friday at 8 Eastern on Fox.
I'm here with the 1980 men's U.S. national hockey team. Miracle on Ice, gold medal, gentlemen. I got to ask you guys, you have a very important job later this afternoon. You're going to get these cars fired off. So what was the bigger challenge, winning that gold medal in 1980 or telling these guys to start their engines later today? We're out there. We want to hear it when we got to get out there. Guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being such a great representation of our country. We're also proud of you guys, and enjoy the race. Thank you. We're excited to be here.
Oh boy, that's going to be a good one. And you know what? There's still time, fans, to download the Fox Sports Super 6 app and play NASCAR Super 6 for a free chance at some cash prizes. If you pick the correct finishing position of 6 drivers, you can win. And this week's jackpot is up to $20,000. You set your lineup yet, Jamie?
Yeah, Shannon.
Yeah, you did? All over it? These guys are all over it. You see Ross Chastain right in there, filling in for Ryan Newman.
Maybe just a little nervous. First racer with Roush Fenway, but he'll do a great job for those guys.
Yeah, excited. Obviously, some big shoes to fill, and all the racers will be thinking about Ryan Newman out there in the cars today. There's Kyle Busch right there. He wants to win at this racetrack really bad.
Yeah, and he'll be going to the back. They got in trouble on inspection on Friday, so he'll be going to the back. Brad Keselowski, this has been a great track for Penske. Larry really felt good about Brad's chances heading into today.
Jimmie Johnson was fastest in practice. Can the 7-time champ break that winless streak? And, of course, the other Busch brother who would love to get it done at Las Vegas as well. All right, it's time to go trackside for commands to start engines. Let's get it down there.
And now, for the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome your grand marshals, the 1980 U.S. Men's Olympic Miracle Hockey Team.
Drivers, start your engines!
Same thing every week, whatever you need, buddy.
To win the race in Las Vegas, you need
is the same thing that it takes to win in this town.
You need to be deliberate. Take your time.
Confidence and a tall stack of chips.
And whatever you do,
and when the moment calls for it,
don't just go all in. This takes time. It takes patience.
You just got to go all in.
And yes.
Yes! Woohoo!
What'd we win? 10 quarters.
Come on, guys. Whether you're all in at the poker table or you pace yourself at the slots, you're always a winner here. So, race fans, sit back and enjoy the show.
Whether it's Glitter Gulch or the Strip, one constant in Vegas has always been Wayne Newton.
Wayne Newton and a lot of fun. That was a good time, Mike. Great job, by the way.
What? You know that was $4 million in chips you had there?
I was told that. I was pretty nervous when I heard that.
Do you have any left?
I think 1 or 2 may have fell off the table.
Yeah, maybe. All right. How do you take all of the emotion of Monday night, the greatest Daytona 500, the concern for Ryan Newman, take all that, put it in a box, shove it in the corner, and get ready to do what these drivers have to do this weekend?
Yeah, Mike, as we see these drivers put on the helmet, strap into this car, and try to get back to business, you can't help but think about what they've gone through mentally through this crazy ride that's been this week. All the drama, worrying about, your friend, your competitor, and his condition, hearing the amazing news that he's, doing well and walking out of the hospital. But as you get here, you say, and people ask me this all the time, why? Why do these guys get back in there? You know why? Because this is what they were born to do. This is normalcy. This is their comfort zone when they get back in that race car and get back to business.
Wow, you guys truly are a special breed. Let's talk about restarts, because they're going to be insane here. It's a big, wide racetrack. They like to fan out. It's a great time to pass, but oh my gosh.
Mike, these restarts are going to be nuts today, because we've seen where these cars fan out and get 3 and 4 wide. They're going to use every inch of real estate of this racetrack on that front straightaway through 1 and 2, turns 3 and 4. And we saw yesterday in practice, they never stopped. They were 3 wide for lap after lap after lap. Sun's out now. I'm going to be very curious to see how long these guys can run 3 wide.
Well, hopefully somebody's going to need to go all in on the final lap to win here in Las Vegas.
Hello. I saw you move in, and I wanted to welcome you to the neighborhood with some homemade biscuits.
Oh, that's so nice.
And a little tip, Geico could help you save on homeowners insurance.
Oh.
Cookies?
Biscuits.
Is there a little nutmeg in there?
Oh, it's my mum's secret recipe.
You can tell me.
It's a secret.
Is it cinnamon?
It's my mum's secret recipe.
Call Geico and see how easy saving on homeowners and condo insurance can be.
I'll come back for the plate.
In 1979, Jiffy Lube changed everything by providing the first convenient oil change service. Millions of satisfied customers later, we're still who you trust. Jiffy Lube. You can do more in a jiffy.
Guys, if you wake up feeling fat, bad back, heartburn, tired, then it's time to get healthy and lose weight with Nutrisystem for Men.
I'm healthier, I'm stronger.
Lose up to 13 pounds and 7 inches overall in your first month. Money back guaranteed. Order now and we'll rush you Nutrisystem for Men.
Not only did I lose 60 pounds, I don't snore.
Act now. Buy 1 month, get 1 free.
Go online or call 877-485-FIT9 right now. Buy 1 month, get 1 free.
In 1979, Jiffy Lube changed everything by providing the first convenient oil change service. Millions of satisfied customers later, they're changing everything again. Jiffy Lube Multicare. Brakes, batteries, spark plugs, and more. You can do more in a jiffy.
I am back. After months away, I return. I am the humble beginning for some and the triumphant return for others. I am where seasons are made and history is written. I am a year-long, furious journey. And in the end, the one name forever etched in history is anyone's guess.
He is joining elite company.
Proud of you, buddy.
I am the 2020 NASCAR Cup Series. I am NASCAR.
Cardell Jones leads the undefeated DC Defenders against the LA Wildcats. The XFL, tonight at 6 Eastern on FS1.
Las Vegas. Man, it's beautiful. 400 miles, 267 laps. Conditions are completely different here in Vegas. So a little gambling out here. Yo, let's have a good day, huh?
These Jordans, you can say you hate me, you can call me crazy, but don't touch my truck.
All right, gang, sit back, relax, and enjoy the race.
Here we go from Las Vegas Motor Speedway.
Welcome to the NASCAR Cup Series from Las Vegas on Fox, presented by Jiffy Lube. Cars on track, beginning their second pace lap. The Jiffy Lube starting grid was set by car owner points from last year. Qualifying was rained out, so Kyle Busch on the pole, but he goes to the rear under penalty, as does Denny Hamlin. So that will move up the drivers behind them. Good chance your winner today is going to come from these first 4 rows. A lot of past Vegas winners and challengers in that group. We'll look at the rest of the starting grid as we talk to one of those contenders.
Yeah, let's talk to Las Vegas native Kurt Busch. Hey, Kurt, this is Jeff. I'm in the Fox Sports booth. You got me?
10-4, I got you, Jeff.
Well, Kurt, it's got to feel good. Come to your hometown, interact with family, friends, fans. It's been a fun week, it looks like, for you. How does that motivate you and get you ready to go win this race today?
Well, it's always great to see everybody. I was over at a friend's house last night. It was about 20 people just having a nice family friend dinner. But just got to thank everybody for their support over the 20 years of racing here. And got a great team with Chip Ganassi, Matt McCall, crew chief, calling the shots. We just got to execute as a team right now and give ourselves a shot at getting it at the end.
All right, well, thanks for talking to us. Love that steering wheel. Thanks for supporting our veterans. Have a great day.
10-4, thank you. Got to give a shout out to Star Nursery. They bought my tires for the weekend.
That's a little look back to his short track days right there. Let's get late breaking stories from pit road, beginning with Vince Welch.
Mike, when Kyle Busch won here in 2009, he had qualified on pole but had to start at the rear. Similar situation today. He was supposed to start first. He'll go to the back. Can he come from the back to the front and win again? If so, they'll have to be better than they were in practice. They've changed things and leaned toward Martin Truex Jr.'s setup. We'll see if it pays off. Matt?
Vince, now not to be a Denny Downer, as if the odds couldn't be any more stacked against Denny Hamlin at his worst racetrack where he's never won. Now, as you mentioned, he too will be going to the back. But I like to look at the glass half full. He's won back-to-back races twice. Today would be a third. Denny told me if the cautions fall just right, it'll play into their strategy, and they could have a solid day, Regan.
Well, Matt, the benefactor to Kyle Busch going to the back is actually Kevin Harvick, who will start from the inside of the front row in just a moment here. That is music to that team's ears. They spent all of practice trying to work on that car being out front. Look for them to take control of this race early and try to hold it all day. Jamie?
Reagan, last year, Tyler Reddick put on his show and drove his car to victory lane in the Xfinity Series. Today, though, he's driving a Cup car for the first time at Las Vegas. Hey, you at home, if you want a driver who's brave, who's not afraid to be the first to go where the other cars aren't, and will stand on the gas all day long, your man is Tyler Reddick in the 8. Mike Joy.
Thank you, Jamie. Ready to race in Las Vegas. Let's check in with our crew chief, Larry McReynolds, to set the table for us. Hi, Larry.
Hey, Mike, I love the gamble, but not with so many unknowns. When you think about how different the weather is, the track has no rubber on it, and we've not been on the track in almost 48 hours. But my ace in the hole, it's my race analysis. Let's take a look at that. 267 laps, 400 miles of stages, 80 and 80 in the final stage, 107. Pit road speed, 45 miles per hour. The fuel window, 58 to 62 laps. A competition caution at lap 25. I don't know about all in, Mike. It might be all about when to hold and when to fold.
Well, Jeff's got a few
I kind of like to go all in.
You got a few chips to loan him.
You just got to have a tall stack.
As we get set here in Las Vegas, the 2020 Toyota Camry TRD leads the field out of turn number 4. Truex and Harvick finished 1-2 here last September. So with the reordered lineup, there they are on the front row, picking up where they left off. Truex did not get lane choice as both lanes moved up, but he is the control car for the start. Green flag in Las Vegas.
Already 4 wide, further back in the field there, Mike. You know, even though Truex didn't get lane choice, I think he would have chosen the outside, so it worked out in his favor.
He's got company way up high, 3 abreast, and Daniel Suarez has crept to the start line and may not be able to get off the racetrack.
By Ryan Blaney. Here's an issue with Suarez on the front straightaway.
And we're under caution right away. And Jeff, they are. Starts, restarts here, 3 and 4 wide. Look at them come across. Under caution.
I think that's just the beginning of what we're going to see there. Boy, a tough start to the season for Daniel Suarez, missing the Daytona 500. Now issues before we even take the green flag here in Las Vegas.
Now, Denny Hamlin was behind Suarez at the tail end of the field. Hamlin under penalty for unapproved body modification.
Smoke already coming out the right side. Now already the car is not even under power as he rolled to the green. If that had happened, Mike, another 50 feet further, that could have been catastrophic for the 11 also. It might have damaged his radiator and punched a hole in the nose.
There will be a competition caution lap 25. You can pit before then, but you cannot take fuel.
Oh, hey, Pat.
Toyota, let's go places.
Hey. You fell asleep with your sign again.
Fell asleep with his sign again. No, I didn't.
Okay.
Switch to Progressive and you can save hundreds. You know, like the sign says.
I'm going to open up 2 beers. Okay. You tell me which sounds more refreshing.
Gotcha.
This one? Or this one?
Busch. Definitely the one that went Busch. What beer is that?
Are you being serious?
Yes.
It's Busch.
Right.
We're off to a good start from left bead, but right bead is cutting him off now. Left bead is making a bit of contact. Oh, we've got a double bead going for the inside line. The left bead into first place.
Beautiful.
NASCAR Cup Series racing on Fox is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. And by Toyota. Let's go places. Martin Truex started from the front row, but he is going to be 5th on this restart. Kevin Harvick is the leader from Joey Logano and Ryan Blaney. Here's your Ford Performance track facts for today. Ford has won 4 of the last 5 here at Las Vegas. He led about 75% of the laps.
Pretty interesting here. You saw Truex lose the lead from that top lane, but now Kevin Harvick has chosen the outside lane, even though he took the lead from the inside lane. So should be something to watch these two. He must feel really good about his speed on those short runs.
Now the Toyotas that started at the back under penalty for body modifications, Hamlin, Bell, and Kyle Busch, are all together 29th, 30th, and 31st.
And those Toyotas, even Truex, did not show a lot of short run speed. Their car really comes on after about 10, 15, 20 laps.
Pace car dives to pit road. Kevin Harvick brings them toward the start-finish line, and green flag.
When I watch some of these cars that are 3 wide, see Joey Logano. Oh, contact between the 42 and the 19. That almost turned Kyle Larson right around, but see Logano taking the lead. Truex coming back to 2nd. But when I looked at those cars that were 3 wide, saw Jimmie Johnson, Matt DiBenedetto almost made contact. Got to be really careful of that, because that's what causes these tires to go flat early in a run when those sidewalls are low from air pressure.
Larson outside as William Byron gives Brad Keselowski a push into turn 3. Watch the 42 and 19 on the replay.
Great run by the 19 of Truex. Truex just gets into that little bubble and gets a run. I think Larson put a small block on Truex, and maybe Truex didn't expect that, and they made contact.
Denny Hamlin up 5 to 25th now, and Keselowski drifting back a bit. Here's 2nd place.
Well, here's a battle we saw last fall here at Las Vegas. These two went at it all day long. Harvick was the faster car on the short runs. Truex the faster car on the long runs, but Truex pretty feisty here in the early laps. Harvick taking a look on the outside. We didn't see that outside group come in yesterday or 2 days ago in practice. I do think with the sun coming out, it will be a preferred lane later in some of these runs.
Smooth exit off turn 4, single file. But this track has a lot of, let's say, character when you get down to turn 1 here.
Oh, watch as we ride on board in this visor cam with Jimmie Johnson. Look at the bumps through turns 1 and 2. See his head bounce around. You hear those skirts of the car slamming into the racetrack over those bumps. And they just continue, Mike, all the way around that corner.
That is one of 2 side-by-side battles as we're back with the leaders, Logano and Harvick. Back at 24th, Kyle Busch has passed Hamlin. Here's the race for 5th place.
Saw William Byron in that 24 car. Showed a lot of strength in practice. You see him trying to side draft the left rear quarter panel of Larson to try to pull that car ahead, using the aerodynamics to pull him ahead, not going to clear Kyle Larson off of 2.
Jamie?
I talked to William Byron right before he got in the car, and he was pretty optimistic about today. He said with the new body style of these Chevrolets, he said the car feels like it's less affected around other cars, more stable. So he was hopeful he could be a little racier today and felt the speed was good as well.
Thanks, Jamie. 10 laps in, 1 caution flag early for Daniel Suarez. And here, this battle is enjoined for 5th.
I would think this is the perfect position for William Byron to clear Kyle Larson as he gets down into turns 3 and 4, and he certainly does. See how far back that nose was to the rear bumper of the 42? That's when you get the most effect of that side drafted, dumping air in the left rear on that rear spoiler.
Denny Hamlin back with John Hunter Nemechek. Back at 26th place. Kyle Busch about 3 spaces ahead of them, and Christopher Bell. Busch, one of the USAA biggest movers. 8 spots since the restart.
Whoa. A little contact between Harvick and Logano. No love lost between these two either. We don't talk a lot about the rivalry. Look at the 19 trucks on the outside making it 3 wide.
These 3 drivers have combined to win 5 of the last 7 races here.
Yeah, trust me, Harvick, he'll lean on Joey Logano a little bit harder than he does some of the other competitors if you look through their past.
Help on the way. Here comes Blaney up with that threesome, and Byron.
Well, what that is, when you get side by side, especially if you get 3 wide, these cars from behind, the momentum shifts, and all of a sudden they close up because of the disturbance in the air, that big hole being punched, and all the drag pulling those 2 cars side by side.
Already a big close call among the leaders in Las Vegas.
In my shoes, my toes are busted. My kitchen says my bread is busted. I got a good job.
I've got new Mountain Dew Zero Sugar with the same refreshing taste as the original, but without any of the sugar. Here's Mountain Dew Zero.
I am thirsty.
Only Pizza Hut gives you 16 mozzarella bites on a large pizza. See, kids, dreams do come true. The ultimate 2-for-1. The Mozzarella Poppers Pizza. Hurry and try it before it's gone. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
See why Fox Wednesday is television's biggest night. First, who stays?
That was amazing!
Who goes?
This is a hard one.
And who's delicious?
What I want to know is who's going to come between me and that taco.
The Masked Singer, all new, then.
Lights, camera, land shark.
It's a feature film challenge with a second act twist. Wednesday, an all-new Masked Singer, followed by an all-new Lego Masters on Fox.
I'm Jamie King.
When it comes to choosing the right firm for you, knowledge matters. At Bogan Munz & Munz, we have created a team of attorneys with knowledge in all types of personal injury cases. We litigate against big insurance companies and understand their decision-making process. With that knowledge, we can advise our clients in very important ways to make a real difference in their cases. We founded Bogan Munz & Munz 40 years ago. We've been doing this a long time, and that matters. When it comes to your legal matters, you have a choice. Bogan Munz & Munz.
At Toyota of Orlando and Toyota of Claremont, our payment reduction event continues. Get out of your old car loan or lease and lower your monthly payment. Drive a new 2020 Tacoma Double Cab, only $169 a month. Toyota of Orlando on I-4 near Millennium Mall and Toyota of Claremont Highway 50 west of the Turnpike. At Toyota of Orlando and Toyota of Claremont, our payment reduction event continues. Get out of your old car loan or lease and lower your monthly payment. You can drive this 2020 Highlander L for only $289 a month. Toyota of Orlando on I-4 near Millennium Mall and Toyota of Claremont Highway 50 west of the Turnpike.
The Silverado and new Silverado HD are the strongest, most advanced Silverados ever. Learn more at Chevy.com.
19 laps complete here in Las Vegas. Kevin Harvick, Joey Logano, as this battle keeps going for 5th place.
And Mike, I gotta believe that the tires are starting to become a factor right now. This is a green racetrack, and we've seen a big shift in some lap time and some balance of some race cars. You see the 12 of Ryan Blaney sliding around right there. And now here comes Brad Keselowski to the inside of William Byron.
That blue car of Kyle Larson had a big moment getting into turn 3.
Listen, he's a dirt tracker. He can slide, but this is pavement. He was looking for the cushion, never found it.
Remember, it rained all day here in Vegas yesterday. No rubber on the track to start this race, so 5 laps from now we'll get a competition caution.
Here's a driver that's been really making progress. The 9 of Chase Elliott, just picking them off one by one as he's working on Truex Jr. right now for 3rd place.
Back at 10th place, Clint Bowyer and Kyle Larson. Vince?
Well, for Kyle Larson, he says it's just tight in traffic and then really loose everywhere else, especially through the tri-oval. You've seen him up toward the front, and you've also seen him of late falling back, now just to the 10th spot.
And the air really disturbs these cars. It changes the balance so much. When you're behind that hole being punched in the air, you don't get the air to the nose of the car, and that creates a push. It makes the front tires slide, but as soon as you get that clean air, all that air is pushing down on the nose. Now all of a sudden the back wants to swing around and get loose.
So put Larson among those most in need of this caution flag. He started 4th. He's back to 12th. And lapping of slower cars has begun. Working lap 23, Ricky Stenhouse there. Up behind Denny Hamlin, who is 24th. 1 spot behind Christopher Bell and Kyle Busch. 2 laps ago.
That was a big, I'm telling you, Mike, the tires are falling off. The grip level is going away very fast here. The balance is changing. Obviously, even for our leader, Kevin Harvick, as he slid that car off at turn 2, did everything he could just to keep it out of the wall.
And is this what you would expect of a green racetrack that had all that rain yesterday?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's going to change again when they put the next set of tires on. Change here for 2nd place, Truex Jr. We expected him to be strong on the long runs. He's up to 2nd, goes by Logano, trying to run down Harvick.
You know, guys, one thing these crew chiefs have to be careful, listening to feedback from the drivers, is not over-adjust the race car, not adjust to what the car was doing when the green flag waved, because to your point, Jeff and Mike, there was no rubber on the racetrack. And Jamie, that's easy to do, is start over-adjusting.
Oh, I mean, it really is. And we saw Kyle Larson and Kevin Harvick, these guys start sliding around. They're screaming right now on the radio, wanting the crew chiefs to make the right adjustments for this next set of tires.
So here's the competition caution. This is something NASCAR usually does when there's a lot of rain the day before a race. They tell the teams there'll be a competition caution lap 25 to allow them to come in and check tire wear and setups on a green racetrack.
And because it's a green racetrack, Mike, I would not be surprised at all if we look at some of these left side tires that are a little bit softer compound, if we don't see them almost all the way down to the cords. Once that rubber starts to lay down on the racetrack, that tire wear will get better and better throughout the day.
I believe Reed Sorensen in the 77 will be the free pass. NASCAR Cup Series racing on Fox is brought to you by NASCAR's premier partners. Pit road is open now. Of the cars that were under penalty at the start of the race, Kyle Busch has raced up to 22nd, Christopher Bell 23rd, Denny Hamlin 25th.
We saw Denny Hamlin pass Ricky Stenhouse Jr., but Stenhouse actually was able to get back by him. So I think some adjustments coming for Denny Hamlin coming from the rear also.
Officially, second caution of the day. The first was for Daniel Suarez, whose car would not get going on the start. He's still in the race, but 2 laps down. Here comes most everyone to pit road. Jamie Little.
The number 9 at Chase Elliott moved up 6 positions already. Said car's pretty good, not as stable in the wake of other cars. They're just going to make an air pressure adjustment in 4 tires. The 22 at Joey Logano, a little bit loose, especially in 3 and 4. Overall, pretty good at 4-tire stop, Regan.
Harvick's been out front the majority of this race, but he is not happy with that race car right now. It is way too loose for him. The back swings out is what that means, Vince.
Truex Jr. pitted from second, really liked the car, but said it got a little bit too loose toward the end of the run, especially up top. Just 4 tires and an air pressure adjustment. A little slow on the tire exchange, and Truex is down.
Here's the Ram race off pit road. Harvick, Truex hold station. Chase Elliott gains a spot. So do Bowyer, Almirola, and Dillon. The only cars that stayed on track were those 1 lap down. They'll be in the pits next time around. Kevin Harvick, your leader in Las Vegas.
This just in. Is Jonah Hill going to flake out on Martin Scorsese? The world wants to know.
Come on, Jonah, come on. Jonah! You gotta answer that. Everyone's waiting.
They're smart, and then there's street smart. Like a hybrid with best-in-class EPA estimated range of more than 582 miles. And Ford Copilot 360 technology to help you outsmart some of the things you'll encounter on the road. With more available second-row legroom than a Chevy Suburban. This is the completely reimagined Street Smart 2020 Ford Escape.
Dear Jimmy, my name is Ethan. I've been a fan of yours my whole life. You've won so many races. 7 championships. 5 in a row. Who does that? Forget about last year. I have. You're not done yet, are you? You're the fastest racer. The GOAT. The greatest of all time. Turn it up, Jimmy! 1 more lap. 1 final time.
Little Caesars delivery is the best thing since sliced bread. Sorry, sliced bread. Save $5 or more over other national chains on delivered pizza.
Pizza, pizza.
WeatherTech is known for providing the ultimate protection for your vehicle with laser-measured floor liners and cargo trunk liner, along with seat protectors and seat back protectors. And now the WeatherTech Cup Phone. With removable cups, fits virtually any size cup holder and adjusts to fit virtually any size phone. Even allows easy access while charging. Whatever you drive, whatever phone you have, Cup Phone is the perfect fit. Order yours today at WeatherTech.com.
NASCAR Cup Series racing on Fox is sponsored by Coca-Cola, a premier partner of the NASCAR Cup Series.
Competition caution complete, ready to go green. Every team has 9 sets of tires including the set they started on, and they've all got new ones. Here's Kevin Harvick's crew chief, Rodney Childers, talking to his driver about those tires.
All the tires look good. Steve said that he heard some others say their left fronts didn't look good.
Yeah, I would say, I believe that's Joey Logano's left front tire. You saw just a little bit of graining, maybe a slight hint of some cords there, but I think it's only going to improve from here, so nothing really to worry about. But that was only 25 laps, Mike. Now we're going to go 50 laps to be able to get to the end of this first stage if it goes green the whole way.
Lights out on the safety car. Harvick and Truex will lead them back to green, and Kevin has chosen the inside lane for the restart.
Well, he lined up at the start of this race on the inside of Martin Truex Jr. Worked really well for him to wrap the bottom and get the lead. Let's see if that works out for him again this time.
Ford Toyota up front, Chevy of Elliott, Ford of Logano. Here we go. Boy, Blaney almost put Chase Elliott down in the grass.
That's what I'm saying, Mike. They're going to use every bit of real estate they can. If you've got to run and you've got the draft, you can pop out and try to make that. He's going to do it again down the back straightaway, 3 wide with Chase Elliott in the middle. Bringing along Clint Bowyer with them. How about Ross Chastain filling in for Ryan Newman this week, 3 wide in the middle off of turn 4 in the 6 car.
Saw 3 wide in 4 different places and 4 wide as they came across.
Now remember, here, this is not Daytona. There's no double yellow line that you have to abide by. You can use every bit of real estate here. Boy, Chase Elliott didn't take off, but now he's giving a big shove to the 22 Logano.
And that may help Martin Truex through 3 and 4. He's on the outside, hunting the lead from Kevin Harvick. Harvick right back after him.
This is what I expected to see on lap 1 of this race, but Kevin Harvick was able to get ahead of Truex. Not so fast this time. Here comes Truex to the outside.
Truex with a run off turn 2, stays close to Harvick. Now moves away, and he's a half a car length ahead entering the corner. No more.
He's able to clear Truex. That bottom seems to be a little bit better down in 3 and 4. The top maybe a little bit better down in 1 and 2.
Michael McDowell is coasted into the garage as we've got a side-by-side battle for third. Logano on the outside of Chase Elliott.
Yeah, battling on that outside, trying to steal some of that air off the right side of the 9 of Chase Elliott. Makes it really hard for him to unwind the steering wheel coming off the corner. But then the advantage seems to go back the other way down here in 3 and 4.
Who slid up there was Larson, and he slid up right into the back bumper of Blaney.
Yeah, to the rear bumper of Blaney. Now here comes Keselowski to the outside of the 42. We knew these restarts were going to be wild, Mike. It looks to me like Larson's car took off much better this run, but it's still trending to go to loose. This battle's still going on here. 3rd place. Now Blaney getting the advantage on the outside for 4th. Penske car's looking pretty good here right now. 3rd with Joey Logano, 4th with Ryan Blaney, at least as they cross the line. Keselowski back there in 5th.
Ryan Blaney in 5th, just up ahead there. Here's Regan.
Well, Mike, you saw some very aggressive moves from Ryan Blaney on that restart. That was by design. Before coming here this weekend, him and spotter Josh Williams, they studied the restarts in particular to make sure they could get every spot possible on those restarts.
You saw right there, the 12 of Ryan Blaney moved down in the middle of the corner to get, you don't really call it a side draft in the corner, but it definitely changes how the air flows around that inside car. Makes it very difficult for them to carry the momentum and complete the pass.
Right behind that pair looking on is Brad Keselowski, Matt.
Mike, a host of adjustments on that stop. They shuffled the air pressures on the right side and 2 other adjustments. The car free, but his was more in the center of the corner. He feels like they've made some good headway, and he's moving up, venturing out. See if there's more grip up top.
Team Penske has won half of the last 8 races here. Michael McDowell's problem, a stuck throttle. Not sure if they'll get him back on track or not.
That is never a good thing. They don't lift the throttle much here, Mike, but you still have to be able to slow that car down when you need it. haven't talked a whole lot about. 7-time Jimmie Johnson making a pass on Dillon. He was really fast in our practice session. 1 practice 2. Felt like he had a very fast race car this weekend.
Johnson at 16. Kevin Harvick leading from Martin Truex, Joey Logano, and Chase Elliott.
USAA insurance for members like Kate, a former Army medic made of the flexibility to handle whatever Monday has in store and tackle 4 things at once. So when her car got hit, she didn't worry. She simply filed a claim on her USAA app and said,
"I've got this."
USAA insurance is made the way Kate needs it. Easy. She can even pick her payment plan, so it's easy on her budget and her life. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
It's time to get a whole new perspective on Ram trucks. Because to us, there are no small jobs, no little tasks. And when it comes to innovation, there are no modest ideas. No wonder why more people are switching to Ram than ever before. Ram trucks, back-to-back Motor Trend Truck of the Year.
Now get an average $13,047 in total values on the 2020 Ram 1500 plus these additional incentives.
That's a sound of refreshment. No question about it.
I got a question. Does camouflage actually work?
Let's see. Did not see that coming. Kind of the point.
Yes, it's the first word of any new discovery. But when allergies attack, the excitement fades. Allegra helps you say yes with the fastest non-drowsy allergy relief and turn any half-hearted yes into an all-in yes. Allegra, live your life, not your allergies.
This whole quarter-pounder operation revolves and relies on one hot and deliciously juicy hunk of quality beef. The hottest, juiciest quarter-pounder yet, made with 100% fresh beef. It's perfect, made perfecter. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Friday. You gotta be kidding me! We will finally see him again.
Hit the trumpets!
John Cena, the legend. And here we go! Joins the superstars of SmackDown as he returns home to Boston. A special Friday Night SmackDown, sponsored by Progressive. Friday at 8 Eastern on Fox.
Kevin Harvick crosses the stripe, completing lap 44 of 267. He has a half-second lead on Martin Truex, 1.5 on Chase Elliott, and 2 seconds on the Team Penske intramural battle between Logano, Keselowski, and Blaney.
Oh, what a battle it has been. We saw Ryan Blaney try to navigate through those bumps in the bottom lane in 1 and 2. The car started bouncing around. He had to check up, was corrected to the right, and then the 2 of Keselowski went to the outside of him. Here we are on board with Brad Keselowski. Starting to see a couple different grooves form. You saw right there the 2 of Keselowski just peeking to the maybe a half a car width wider than his teammate Joey Logano, but then that opens up the door to the 12 of Ryan Blaney. These guys are just searching for clean air. Look at Keselowski almost all the way up on the fence down here at 3 and 4.
All right, come on. These guys are teammates. Why can't they get with it and run on the same plan right here?
Well, I think they'd like to be, but Keselowski was behind the 12 of Ryan Blaney a couple laps ago, and Blaney had a moment and lost his momentum, and so you cannot slow your momentum down even for your teammate. Pretty heads-up driving right there for Ryan Blaney. He saw what the 2 of Keselowski was doing at the top, went to the top 1 and 2, goes to the top again down at 3 and 4.
Behind them, Kyle Larson gaining no ground. He was really quick on the restart for 3 or 4 laps. But but then fell back there in 7th place ahead of Bowman and Almirola.
One of the toughest situations, I think, for a driver is having a loose car in clean air and a tight car in traffic.
Now, Denny Hamlin, of the cars that were under penalty, has advanced the least. He's up to 24th. Christopher Bell is 21st. Kyle Busch is 18th right now.
Now, this is pretty shocking to me. I thought these guys would just work their way up through there with no problems, because Truex looks like he's got plenty of speed up there in second, their teammate. These guys, these Penske guys, can't decide who wants to be out front. They swapped a few times. Now Ryan Blaney seems to have maybe a slightly better car in the long runs here, using that outside lane.
All the Penske cars showing speed. None of the Penske crew chiefs working with the same driver that they had last season.
Yeah, the crew chiefs talked about there was plenty of chemistry before, just working together in meetings, but now they've got to learn how one another works through the details of communication. Riding on board here, roof camera, Jimmie Johnson.
And just ahead is Austin Dillon. Richard Childress's 2 cars are 13th and 25th. After 50 laps, here's Michael Waltrip atop the media center.
Yeah, I'm here at the Neon Garage beside legendary NASCAR car owner Richard Childress. You got 2 cars in the race, Austin Dillon and Tyler Reddick. What's the report on the new Chevy? How do they like things so far, Richard?
We like it so far. We're just a little bit loose right now. We've got to tighten them both up next stop.
You found a unique place to watch the race. You always go somewhere where there isn't a lot of people around, huh?
That's what I try to do, get up where I can see as much as I can.
And here I am bugging you. Sorry about that.
Way to go, Michael.
Absolutely. Michael McDowell is back on track after fixing that throttle problem, as Kevin Harvick continues to lead Martin Truex by half a second, the same margin as after things settle down from the restart. So Truex kind of holding station here as we work our way toward the end of stage 1 at 80 laps. 9th place.
Aric Almirola, another car that in practice showed a lot of speed. Staying in the top 10 right now, but doesn't seem to be moving forward like we expected him to.
Jamie, how about our 10th place car?
Well, William Byron, you see him up high there, a little bit tight into 3, but he just told his team he has a slight vibration. Chad Knaus, his crew chief on the box, told the team to get ready. They put their helmets on. They're keeping an eye on that vibration. If it gets any worse, they'll bring him in.
Well, Mike, you know, when you've got a vibration, you might have an issue. What do you want to do? Get as close to that outside wall as you possibly can. A lot further to go if you're going to hit it, but a vibration, sometimes it just happens with a new set of tires. They've got to monitor whether it continues to get worse.
Are you recounting my drive in that Gremlin last week? Yeah. I got you.
Mike, you inspire me all the time.
I don't know about that one. Was fun, though. All right, back to the Penske group. Now, you see McDowell back in the race amongst them. Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano, Brad Keselowski. Let's listen in on the man in the middle, Logano.
Are you nervous about tire wear run up there? There's not many cars running up there. We don't need to be the ones rubbering it in. I've got a few in the back here, but probably not enough to make me comfortable with it yet.
Yeah, so what they're talking about, the reason why there's some speed right now in that top groove is because the rubber started laying down the inside lane. Now, as you move up, it's a cleaner racetrack, a little more grip on a cleaner racetrack, so you can find some speed, but it will wear those tires more.
Ford, Toyota, Chevy in the first 3 spots. Harvick, Truex, Elliott after 54 laps.
Hi guys, this is the Chevy Silverado with the world's first invisible trailer.
Invisible trailer?
And it's not the trailer right next to us?
This guy? You don't believe me? Hop in.
Good looking pickup, I will say that. Wow.
Silverado offers an optional technology package with up to 15 different views, including one enhanced view that makes your trailer appear invisible.
Wow.
That's pretty
That's
sweet.
cool. There we go.
That's awesome.
Where's the trailer though?
I love it. It's magic.
Maybe Wendy should just stick to what they're good at? I'll try it, but I have a lot of doubts. My name is Mike Harris. I'm a former corporate chef for McDonald's. Holy...
We're off to a good start from left bead, but right bead is cutting him off now. Left bead is making a bit of contact. Oh, we've got a double bead going for the inside line. The left bead into first place. Wow. Beautiful.
In 1979, Jiffy Lube changed everything by providing the first convenient oil change service. Millions of satisfied customers later, we're still who you trust. Jiffy Lube. You can do more in a jiffy.
The heavyweights are back on Fox. The Polish hero and Brooklyn brawler Adam Kovnatski puts his undefeated record on the line against Robert Helenies. It's a heavyweight showdown. March 7th on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
NASCAR Cup Series Racing on Fox is sponsored by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR, perfect for race fans. And by Geico, official partner of NASCAR. 60 laps complete this time. Kevin Harvick still leading, but Chase Elliott has forged into second place, passing Martin Truex.
Yeah, the last 15 laps, one of the best averages of anybody in the field. The last 5 laps, he's been faster than our leader, Kevin Harvick. Here he goes to the outside of Martin Truex Jr. Really just not a whole lot Martin can do right now. I think he knows the 9 of Chase Elliott's a little bit better. More adjustments probably coming to the 19 car.
Jamie?
And I talked to his crew chief, Alan Gustafson, this morning, and he told me with this new tire combination, the car is naturally a little bit freer. And in final practice on Friday, they hit that limit. So they decided to tighten him up this morning, and it is paying dividends here. He's definitely not as loose as the cars around him. They're a little bit better than they expected.
Yeah, Chase Elliott second and closing. He was 0.3 of a second faster than Harvick that lap.
Yeah, his car just seems to get better and better on these longer runs as the tires start to fall off. That's where he really shines. In practice, I'm pretty surprised because I heard Chase Elliott talking about his car and wasn't real happy with it. Seemed to be pretty loose.
Yeah, guys, the thing that's impressive to me about Chase Elliott right now, and Jeff, you hit on it earlier, he's not having to use the top where the track's green. He's able to do this right on the bottom, get that left front on the white line. Lots of grip if you can get to that. His car is just good, and he's able to do it right on the bottom, which I think is going to be really important later on.
Yeah, Jamie, and here's a battle right here between teammates Alex Bowman and William Byron. These guys have been going back and forth for this 8th position in the last 5-6 laps. But I was going to say, Truex, when he was so good here last fall, he wrapped the bottom and could just go right around that white line around the bottom of turns 1 and 2, and that's exactly what Jamie was saying about Chase Elliott right now.
Well, we heard Joey Logano being told we don't want to be the first to run up there and rubber in the top groove. I wonder how many other drivers were told that by their spotters and crew chiefs.
Well, I think if your tires look good after that first 25-lap run and they looked at it and feel pretty safe about it, but as we saw, the corner edge of that 22 car's left front tire did have some extra wear on it, so I would think that they're going to be a little bit extra careful right now.
These two Chevys have caught Brad Keselowski at 7th place. You're looking back from our Ford Performance Cam.
I've been watching these two guys, these teammates, a lot. One of them is really good at one end of the racetrack. You see Bowman go to the inside because of a lap car slowing down Brad Keselowski. It just seems like one of their cars, Alex Bowman's better at one end of the racetrack. William Byron's a lot better at the other end of the racetrack. That's why they can't really decide on who's going to get out front and drive away.
Bowman has the best average finish of all drivers over the last 8 races on 1.5 mile speedways. 15 to go to the end of stage 1. Kevin Harvick, Chase Elliott, 0.2 of a second. The difference.
Yeah, it looks to me like Kevin Harvick, very similar to the last time we were here at Las Vegas. His car falls off a little bit more than his competitors on these longer runs. Big run coming from the 9 of Chase Elliott. Jamie McMurray talked about how good his car is around the bottom. It's free to do that. You can see the back moving around. That means the front tires are gripping better than the rear, but doesn't slow him down. He's able to complete that pass.
Chase Elliott becomes just the 3rd leader of today's race. We're going to take you Fox side by side.
I got room. Hop in.
Mondays, right?
You guys go!
Get in, Brian.
Thanks, Mom.
Hey.
Howdy. Again?
Go wherever they need you. The all-new Highlander. Toyota. Let's go places.
Sweetheart, do my forearms look bigger?
They look the same.
I've been spinning faster recently. I think they're getting bigger. Feel them.
Yeah, they kind of feel bigger.
Yeah, cool. Sorry.
Switch to Progressive and you can save hundreds. You know, like the sign says.
I am back. After months away, I return. I am the humble beginning for some and the triumphant return for others. I am where seasons are made and history is written. I am a year-long, furious journey. And in the end, the one name forever etched in history is anyone's guess.
He is joining elite company.
I am the 2020 NASCAR Cup Series. I am NASCAR.
In 1979, Jiffy Lube changed everything. And we're continuing to change. With Jiffy Lube Multi-Care, you can get services on oil changes, brakes, batteries, spark plugs, and more. You can do more in a jiffy.
At Outback, steak and lobster is back. Oh no, it's gone. Phew, it's back with lobster mac and cheese. It's gone again? Oh, it's back with shrimp now. Steak and lobster starting at only $16.99. Hurry in before these three are gone again. Outback Steakhouse.
I am a party, and everyone's invited. And I am going to keep going until someone drinks some champagne. I am the NASCAR Gander RV and Outdoors Truck Series.
70 laps complete. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Discover what's possible. Keep moving. Goodyear. More driven. Chase Elliott, your leader. Martin Truex. Kevin Harvick. Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano. Your top five. Jimmie Johnson just had a big run down the back straightaway to pass Aric Almirola for 9th place. Matt?
The part of the racetrack, Mike, he's in right now, turns 3 and 4. That's where Jimmie has felt the car much looser, but what a comeback for Johnson. Now he lost 8 spots on that last pit stop. His changer in the back, Calvin Teague, one of the best on pit road, had a lug hung on the left rear, cost him time, regrouping and on their way to the front.
Jimmie up to 9th. Now we've seen Brad Keselowski dropping back. He has fallen from 6th on the restart to 12th.
Probably did what you told me not to do and drove it too hard trying to pass the 22. Being important now, just really can't hold you all without the back sliding out massively.
Yeah, so when you overdrive the car like that, you heat up one tire. Maybe it sounds like the right rear. That tire will then wear more to build more air pressure and just makes the loose condition even worse. How about Ross Chastain? That is an amazing run that he has going on right now. Top 10.
Vince?
But he's been pretty happy with the car. They've been fighting a little bit of tight. Ross just radioed in and said he feels like the right front is doing all the work, but he doesn't want to give up the rear grip to correct the front. So keep an eye on that when they come to pit road at the stage break to make a change. Look for them to make a small adjustment there. And to get Ross Chastain in the car in place of Ryan Newman, very different size of drivers, about 100-pound difference. They had to really lighten up that brake spring to have Ross Chastain in that seat this week.
So Chastain in 10th. He will run the Xfinity race later today. That was rained out after one stage complete yesterday, and the Xfinity race will start about an hour after this race ends. It'll be on Fox Sports 2, and if you don't have Fox Sports 2, you can sign in under your Fox Sports 1 subscription to the Fox Sports app and watch the race there.
Or Brad Keselowski just holding on tight, waiting for this stage to get over as Kurt Busch goes to the outside. He wants to make some big adjustments and try to, and maybe an air pressure adjustment, something that's going to make those tires hold on longer at the end of this stage.
Right now, 5 Chevys in the top 10, 4 Fords, and the only Toyota is Martin Truex in 2nd place. Kyle Busch has fought his way up to 16th, but since the restart, Bell and Hamlin have not advanced. Denny Hamlin, our Toyota Cam, sounded like a long time out of the throttle there.
Yeah, that's not a happy driver right there. I mean, when he's having to get out of the throttle that much and never really even making a gain on the 95 there, Christopher Bell, using every bit of the racetrack too. Matt, you have something on the 11?
Before that competition caution, Jeff, Denny said the car felt like he was on ice. After that stop, his biggest issue is corner entry. He doesn't like a loose race car on entry. That's exactly what he's dealing with now. Too loose into turn 1 and turn 3.
I don't think we can accentuate enough how much different your car will be on a longer run when you take off in traffic versus being up front like their teammate Mark Truex Jr.
Kyle Busch up to 15th, restarted 19th after the competition yellow, lap 25. Chase Elliott has flown through this field, restarted 4th, and for quite a while, fastest car on the racetrack. 30:44, his fastest lap, and that is the fastest lap of the race.
I think Truex just continues to lurk as these runs go on. He gets better and better, but this is going to be a great opening to the season for Chase Elliott. I know he didn't have a great result last week, but he did win a stage at last week's Daytona 500, so here comes another one.
It was Chase Elliott who crashed in turn 2 of the final lap, no caution at Daytona. Chase Elliott is going to get the stage win. Second, Truex, Harvick, and Blaney fight it out for a third. Logano rounds out the top 5, while Ross Chastain picks up the 10th and final stage point in stage 1.
That's a sound of refreshment. No question about it.
I got a question. Does camouflage actually work?
Let's see.
Did not see that coming.
Kind of the point.
Only Pizza Hut gives you 16 mozzarella bites on a large pizza. See, kids, dreams do come true. The ultimate 2-for-1. The Mozzarella Poppers Pizza. Hurry and try it before it's gone. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
The XFL is the hottest trending topic in sports, and it continues this weekend as Cardell Jones leads the undefeated DC Defenders against the LA Wildcats. Tonight at 6 Eastern on FS1.
We've toiled and triumphed.
We choose to go to the moon.
Pushed mankind to new worlds. We fought for justice and freed a continent.
Tear down this wall.
But our greatest achievement is in your hands. America is watching.
Your case truly matters. When you become embroiled in a legal dispute that may involve litigation, claims by you or your business or against you, aggressive, thoughtful representation is a must. Whether it involves your business, real estate, or something personal, our legal team and business advisors will be right there to see you through it. We will give you all we've got. Your case matters. We founded Bogan Munz & Munz 40 years ago. We've been doing this a long time, and that matters. Bogan Munz & Munz.
At Toyota of Orlando and Toyota of Claremont, our payment reduction event continues. Get out of your old car loan or lease and lower your monthly payment. Drive a new 2020 Tacoma Double Cab, $169 a month. Toyota of Orlando, I-4 near Millennium Mall, and Toyota of Claremont, Highway 50 west of the Turnpike. At Toyota of Orlando and Toyota of Claremont, our payment reduction event continues. Get out of your old car loan or lease and lower your monthly payment. Drive a new 2020 Highlander L, $289 a month. Toyota of Orlando, I-4 near Millennium Mall, and Toyota of Claremont, Highway 50 west of the
Pain can weigh you down, but you're resilient. And I see how lidocaine patch fuels your resilience. Powerful, targeted pain relief. Pain will not get the best of you. It will bring out the best in you. I see hot lidocaine patch.
Las Vegas, where pit road will be open this time around for stage-ending pit stops. Caution-free so far, but for the competition caution and the lap 1 yellow for Daniel Suarez, who continues 3 laps down. Chase Elliott leads them on to pit road. Jamie.
And Chase Elliott said in that run he got a little bit loose and then he ended up a little tight, but he did notice that the track has not changed much. You'll see a tear off right there for a clear view. A 4-tire stop, air pressure adjustment for the 9. Regan.
The 4-car, Kevin Harvick, we saw him get passed by Chase Elliott. At that exact moment, he said, my race car's gone too tight. The front tires are sliding. On the left of your screen, Ryan Blaney, that race car is on the splitter firing off. It means it's bouncing too hard through the corners. Vince?
It's going to be a chassis adjustment for the 19 of Martin Truex. They just took the wrench out of the window. It's going to be a 4-tire change, just a little bit loose for Truex, but the car gets better. They also put a little bit of tape on the front. Car gets better deeper in the run as you see Chase Elliott, first one off pit road.
Elliott, Truex, Harvick. Joey Logano picks up a spot from his teammate Blaney.
We say we dial up our stage 1 winner, Chase Elliott. Hey, Chase, this is Jeff and Mike up in the Fox Sports booth. You got me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, buddy, congrats, man. That thing looked really, really strong there. You look strong on pit road. Off to a great start here today.
Yeah, we'll see. Obviously, really, really early. So, long ways to go. Try to keep up with it. See what happens.
All right, man. Well, thanks for talking to us. Looked like car's strong in the long runs, but looks like Truex is too. Should be a great battle. Thank you.
Yep, you bet. Thanks.
Stage 1 complete. Chase Elliott, our stage winner.
It's surprising how the bigger a city gets, the smaller it starts to feel. Which makes it even more surprising how big it feels in here. With sliding rear seats and more available second row legroom than, say, a Chevy Suburban. This is the completely reimagined 2020 Ford Escape.
And the wolf huffed and puffed.
Like you do sometimes, Grandpa?
Well, when you have COPD, it can be hard to breathe. So my doctor said,
Symbicort can help you breathe better, starting within 5 minutes. It doesn't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden symptoms. Symbicort helps provide significant improvement of your lung function. Symbicort is for COPD, including chronic bronchitis and emphysema. It should not be taken more than twice a day. It may increase your risk of lung infections, osteoporosis, and some eye problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it.
Symbicort could mean a day with better breathing. Watch out, piggies!
Ask your doctor if Symbicort is right for you. If you can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be able to help.
Yes, the first word to any adventure. But when allergies and congestion strike, take Allegra D, a non-drowsy antihistamine plus a powerful decongestant. So you can always say yes to putting your true colors on display. Say yes to Allegra D.
I'm going to open up 2 beers. Okay. You tell me which sounds more refreshing. Gotcha. This one? Or this one?
Busch. Definitely the one that went Busch. What beer is that?
Are you being serious?
Yes.
It's Busch.
Right.
Busch. Come see into the delicious world of KFC's $20 fill-ups. Choose from original recipe, extra crispy, or tenders. Get it with all the fixings and feed your whole family for just $20. Now hurry up and choose. You're hungry. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
NASCAR Cup Series racing on Fox is sponsored by Ford. Built Ford proud. And by Ally, proud partner of Jimmie Johnson and Team 48. This Friday, John Cena joins the superstars of SmackDown as he returns home to Boston. Don't miss a special Friday night SmackDown this week at 8. 7 Central on Fox. Michael Waltrip, who you got?
A couple of guys that were part of that beautiful Miracle on Ice hockey team 1980. And Dave Christian, you've got quite the Olympic history. Your father and uncle won gold in 60. You won it in 1980. What do you think about NASCAR here today?
This is craziness. This is exciting.
How about those pit stops?
Oh, that makes like a line change in hockey look like walking a park.
That's fun, right?
It's a lot better changing than we do in hockey.
I got to tell you something, guys. It took me 462 tries to finally win a race. How long did it take you to score your first goal in the NHL?
Took me 7 seconds.
7 seconds.
You taking notes, Mikey?
Darn it.
Wow. That's a bunch of Boston boys.
Hey, I know we're in the desert, but you know they do some ice skating out here too. You know.
Out here?
Absolutely, Mike.
Joey Logano, whose sister was a skater, so the parents built an ice rink, and of course Joey was on ice early, about the same time his racing career started. And the Logano's own an ice rink in Charlotte, North Carolina now.
I mean, look at the Joey Logano. He could have been a hockey player, not a race car driver. He's got some skills there for a young Joey Logano. Think about the comparisons of what happened in hockey versus what we're seeing on these restarts, 3 and 4 wide.
Yeah, but in hockey, you can pile into the boards and skate away. Here, not so much.
Not so lucky.
All right, stage 2. Here we go with Chase Elliott and Martin Truex. Chevy and Toyota on the front row as they approach the Geico restart zone. Harvick and Logano, Bowman and Blaney, Johnson and Byron, Chastain and Larson, the top 10. And we're back under green.
See how Chase Elliott does in that inside lane. Every time it's prevailed, but look at Kevin Harvick making a bold move to the inside, making it 3 wide. Oh, not where Chase Elliott wants to be, right in the middle of Ryan Blaney and Truex.
Oh, he's got Logano to push.
Be 2 wide in a second. 2 wide, 2-2-2 to push.
Man, these restarts are crazy.
Still 3 wide all the way back through 4 wide. For a moment there with Chastain and further back.
Yeah, that's Stenhouse to the outside 3 wide with the 6 car he drove, or Roush Fenway, who we drove for last year.
Well, Jeff, a lot easier to pass them coming up to speed than once everybody's at full speed, right?
Well, and that's why they're trying to take advantage of this. This is why they're so aggressive. You see right there's Stenhouse going to the inside, the 47 car. We've seen and talked about how aggressive he is, but yeah, Mike, you got to keep the momentum up. Every chance you get to make a position, that's a position gain that might stay there later in this race. See one of our rookies, Christopher Bell, stuck in the middle. Luckily an opening in that outside lane.
Well, Logano and Blaney right back after it, and now they've got Jimmie Johnson to contend with.
Hey, watch out. 7-time Jimmie Johnson is now in what, 6th position, 7th position?
How about 5th?
5th. How about 5th? Wow.
There's his telemetry.
Visor cam. Yeah, look at the telemetry. See the mile per hour, RPM. Most importantly, look at the green. That means 100% on throttle right now. Comes out to about 40-45%.
First half dozen single file, then it's Byron versus Larson and Bowman. Matt DiBenedetto for the Wood brothers. Battling there, Christopher Bell in the 95. John Hunter Nemechek, the rookie, in the 38.
And don't be surprised if Matt DiBenedetto gets into the top 10. That 21 car driven by Paul Menard last year, top 10 in both of these races last year.
Tell you what, guys, business is picking up. They're definitely making these cars better with adjustments on pit road. I'm looking at our top 5. 4 of them just ran the fastest lap that they had run in this race, including Kevin Harvick in that 4 car, your leader.
fastest lap of the race, coming right after the restart. He's currently slotted 4th behind Harvick, Elliott, and Truex. How about Logano, Jamie?
And Mike, remember, Joey Logano in the 22 basically has Brad Keselowski's entire team that he's had for many years, pit crew and crew chief included. And on that last pit stop, these boys went to town and showed how good they are. They had a tape on the grill, wedge, air pressure, 4 tires, and they did it in 12.6 seconds.
Wow. That's right. Each driver kept his car number, his uniforms, and his spotter. And basically, the 3 drivers all swapped teams at Team Penske. Denny Hamlin. This is probably the biggest surprise of this race so far. He is at 27th, racing Ty Dillon for the spot here.
I'm absolutely shocked by this right now. I expected them to roll out of that Daytona 500 victory and keep the momentum going here. Here's a battle for 6th place. Ryan Blaney in the 12. William Byron. These guys have been battling quite a bit today. Having a lot of fun out there.
And back here at 20th place, rookies Bell and Reddick with Bowyer and Keselowski.
There's a nice mixture that I'm seeing, Mike, with veteran drivers like the 2 of Keselowski, 14 of Bowyer, mixed in with some rookies there with Tyler Reddick.
Well, Keselowski up top now. Matt?
And Mike, you think back to last fall, Bowyer was on the pole. They had those cars trimmed out for speed, came back with an entirely different approach, looking for balance and handling. He was good in the first practice, but then he was really lack of confidence after the second until he saw the data and said, all right, you know what, we're going to be good on Sunday, but it has not been the case. Bowyer has been chasing the race car, not free like everybody else. He's just been pushing horribly.
Speaking of free, Ryan Blaney really loose off the corner there.
Oh, big moment for Jimmie Johnson. I think that was Ryan Blaney getting to the outside of him, loosening him up, and then teammate William Byron also went by.
Blaney holds on to 5th. Let's see this again.
So maybe the air is disturbing Jimmie Johnson from the 22. Here comes the 12 of Blaney to the outside. Yeah, didn't really loosen up Jimmie Johnson, just slowed down his momentum. But you could tell the 12 of Blaney was on the gas, not wanting to lift, had a little bit of a moment as he got out to the wall, and then was able to actually go up there and get to the outside of the 24 of William Byron.
Now there's 3 of the 4 Hendrick cars. All 4 are in the top 8, with Chase Elliott 2nd. They were all 11th or better here last September. Kevin Harvick on point after 98 laps in Las Vegas.
You're nervous. I get it. The truth is, they're more talented than you. But I got a better coach. But I promise you, they are not a better team. Because they haven't been through what we've been through. They don't know adversity. They don't know what it's like to get knocked down. I have to get back up again.
Academy Award winner Dan Affleck.
They don't know what it is to fight.
Way Back. Rated R. Only in theaters March 6th.
Science project.
Thanks, Dad.
Toyota, let's go places.
Where can a healthier heart lead you? For people with heart failure taking Entresto, it may lead to a world of possibilities. Entresto helps improve your heart's ability to pump blood to the body. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. Don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto.
If someone asks if you want your quarter pounder's cheese on top of the patty or right below it, your answer is yes. The hottest, juiciest quarter pounder yet. It's perfect. Made perfecter. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
In 1979, Jiffy Lube changed everything by providing the first convenient oil change service. Millions of satisfied customers later, we're still who you trust. Jiffy Lube. You can do more in a jiffy.
Dear Jimmy, my name is Ethan. I've been a fan of yours my whole life. You've won so many races. 7 championships. 5 in a row. Who does that? Forget about last year. I have. You're not done yet, are you? You're the fastest racer. The GOAT. The greatest of all time. Turn it up, Jimmy. One more lap. One final time.
Welcome back to the NASCAR Cup Series from Las Vegas on Fox, presented by Jiffy Lube. 104 laps complete. And Chase Elliott out front. Now from Martin Truex and Kevin Harvick.
Yeah, you saw again the 9 car as the run goes on. He can wrap that white line better than anybody. Gets to the inside of Kevin Harvick down here in 3 and 4 to make the pass.
Yeah, I got us in a bad direction here. We've been too loose since about lap 8.
You hear Kevin Harvick talking about being too loose. His car takes off great. It just seems like as the run goes on, it builds looser and looser. You heard him already, lap 8, the car getting loose. That's going to make for a long run here.
Joey Logano closing in. Let's have a look at how the Coca-Cola family of drivers are faring after 105 laps. Logano 4th, Austin Dillon in the top 20. Then Bubba Wallace, Denny Hamlin having an off day, loose everywhere. And Daniel Suarez had problems on lap 1 he hopes to rebound from. We've been seeing a lot of teammates battling. Logano and Blaney at Team Penske. We've seen Alex Bowman, William Byron, and Jimmie Johnson all battling at Team Hendrick.
The only thing we're not seeing, Mike, is the Truex and his teammates and Kevin Harvick and his teammates. Where are those guys at? Because you would expect, as good as the 4 in the 19 have been, that those teammates would be up there battling with them.
Good point. There are the manufacturers as they run. Let's bring Jamie McMurray in on this.
Yeah, guys, I'm just so impressed with the Chevy's new Camaro. We talked about that last week. You know, biggest race of the year, but really when these manufacturers build the cars, it's around a track like this. And Larry and I have been sitting here talking that if this is essentially the debut, I mean, Larry, what's the potential for this new Chevy Camaro for these guys in the year as they get to work on it?
Well, Jamie, you can spend countless hours in the wind tunnel. You can do all the simulation you want to do, but this is the test, and this is their first test. And sitting here as we're closing in on, you know, the middle of stage 2 to have 5 Chevrolet drivers in the top 10, I think this is a great beginning. It will only get better for them. It's like Kurt Busch said, our cars have always drove good by themselves. Where we had to get better is in traffic, and I'm seeing an improvement.
Yeah, Larry, I'm going to be really anxious to see after we come out of the West Coast swing, because these Chevrolets, especially the Hendrick Chevrolets, ran pretty good here last fall. But when they went to Fontana, when they went to Phoenix, they really struggled. So the next 2 weeks, I think, are going to be an even truer test. But I definitely agree. They're off to a good start here this weekend.
William Byron and Jimmie Johnson just lapping equal to our race leader, Chase Elliott. And here's Mr. Highside, Kyle Larson.
He's found the cushion, Mike. He's up on the wall. This car was extremely loose and clean air. Looks like they've tightened that car up a bit, and he's coming to the front. And these two continue to battle, as well as the 2 Hendrick cars behind him. But Penske and Hendrick having some great battles with one another in the beginning of this race.
Christopher Bell back at 27th place now in the 95.
When we talk about the talent of the rookies this year, Bubba Wallace. Whoa! Are you kidding me?
How did he save that?
Woo! I mean, you know, the air definitely from Bubba Wallace's front bumper forced him to get sideways, but what an incredible job by that young rookie. That dirt track experience for Christopher Bell definitely paid off right there.
He only lost 2 positions. That's hard to believe.
I can't believe that.
111 laps complete. Chase Elliott, your leader.
USAA insurance for members like Kate. A former Army medic made her the flexibility to handle whatever Monday has in store and tackle 4 things at once. So when her car got hit, she didn't worry. She simply filed a claim on her USAA app and said,
I've got this.
USAA insurance is made the way Kate needs it. Easy. She can even pick her payment plan, so it's easy on her budget and her life. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
Only Pizza Hut gives you 16 mozzarella bites on a large pizza. See, kids, dreams do come true. The ultimate 2-for-1. The Mozzarella Poppers Pizza. Hurry and try it before it's gone. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
Yes, it's the first word of any new discovery. But when allergies attack, the excitement fades. Allegra helps you say yes with the fastest non-drowsy allergy relief and turn any half-hearted yes into an all-in yes. Allegra, live your life, not your allergies.
It's time to get a whole new perspective on Ram trucks. Because to us, there are no small jobs, no little tasks. And when it comes to innovation, there are no modest ideas. No wonder why more people are switching to Ram than ever before. Ram trucks, back-to-back Motor Trend Truck of the Year.
Now get an average $13,047 in total values on the 2020 Ram 1500 plus these additional incentives.
That's the sound of refreshment. No question about it.
I got a question. Does camouflage actually work?
Let's see.
Did not see that coming.
Kind of the point.
NASCAR Cup Series racing on Fox is sponsored by Ram Trucks, Motor Trend's back-to-back Truck of the Year. And by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR, perfect for race fans. 43 laps to go in stage 2. Chase Elliott, your leader, by almost a full second. And coming to pit road was Christopher Bell and now Ross Chastain. Larry, are you looking at fuel mileage or tire wear to plan this green flag stop?
Well, I think you're looking at tire wear and you're looking at just overall grip and time on the stopwatch. Basically, the window has opened that's splitting this stage in half right here. Yeah, you could run to lap 140, which would be 20 to go in this stage, but I think this is going to start an epidemic of people starting to make their trip to pit road on the green.
I think we know why Christopher Bell came to pit road, because he smoked the right rear tire off of that car.
Vince?
Yeah, you guys talking about the 6 of Ross Chastain when he came in. He's just been battling loose the first stage and then was too tight. They just kind of needed general overall grip during that second run. They brought him in, made a chassis adjustment, a lot of chassis adjustment, a lot of wrenches and windows during these stops here the last couple of laps through, and we'll probably see more here from the 10 of Almirola.
Well, Almirola is in, Bubba Wallace is in. 1 lap from now will be halfway in stage 2. Looks like 4 tires for Almirola.
A little adjustment in the right side window.
Kurt Busch headed for pit road.
One of the toughest pit roads to get onto coming off of turn 4. It's very abrupt. The change in banking from the track onto pit roads. We see Kurt Busch rolling down pit road.
Leaders stay out this time. Going to run a few more before they come to pit road, but Alex Bowman peels off and comes to the pit lane.
Also a very slick pit stall. They're concrete, but this concrete here seems to be a little smoother than some of the other tracks we go to. Larson behind Bowman on pit road,
along with Kyle Busch and Reed Sorensen. Matt?
Very consistent day for Alex Bowman in the 88 car. Now, by himself, he was on the free side, but especially over the bumps would upset the race car and push him to the tight side. Vince on the Toyota of the 18 of Busch.
Well, and Kyle Busch had to start at the back of the pack, and he has really been dealing with that dirty air as he's come up through traffic through much of the afternoon. They made major adjustments on the last stop with air pressure, wedge, and tape. Not as significant a changes this time for the 18, Jamie.
William Byron doing a great job in that 24. They just made that chassis adjustment there, a 4-tire stop. Regan.
Kevin Harvick in the 4 car. They've been bouncing back and forth between loose to tight. They're trying to find that happy medium with the race car. He's had speed, but it hasn't been perfect yet.
Denny Hamlin gets blocked getting into his pit as Jimmie Johnson was exiting. Bowyer is in. Keselowski is done. DiBenedetto leaves as Blaney comes in.
Denny's days going from bad to worse.
Going to be a costly stop for Hamlin. Jamie.
And the 22 of Joey Logano in his box. Been running the top because he's just too loose. That's what he's been fighting all day. They wanted to fix him up. He was losing some time. Regan.
Ryan Blaney's car fires off on the splitter too hard after 15 laps, so he is very happy with that race car.
Leader Chase Elliott exits the pits. Ricky Stenhouse has taken over the lead from Austin Dillon, Tyler Reddick, John Hunter Nemechek, and Ryan Preece. Ty Dillon and Corey LaJoie, who got the free pass at the last stage break. They have yet to pit. They're our race leaders. Martin Truex back in 8th is the first of the cars that have pitted.
No signs of Stenhouse Jr. coming to pit road this time, still running that high lane.
Ryan Preece getting service while his teammate Ricky Stenhouse tries to stretch the mileage out.
This was a pretty familiar sight last week at Daytona for the Daytona 500 with Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Started from the pole, led a lot of laps. Let's look at this close call between Hamlin and Johnson. They're pitted 2 pits apart.
Denny peels off, and he sees Jimmie Johnson starting to pull out of his pit stall. Pretty heads-up driving by the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Wow, you can hear him lock up the brakes. Luckily, just keep it in gear and keep the engine running.
Well, he hit the brakes about the same time Jimmie did. And it's like, you go, no, you go, no, you go. Now we're both messed up.
And they call that on pit road. Usually the crew chief calls them out. And I thought that was a very close call, but still, you know, the 48 was ahead of them. I think that was the right call by the 48 to send them out.
For the lead, Austin Dillon, Ricky Stenhouse. Dillon wants to lead a couple of laps here before his pit stop. There are now 6 cars on track that have not pitted, including both of the Richard Childress cars. All right, 1 of 2. Tyler Reddick hits pit road.
And here comes Austin Dillon. You see hand out the window, signaling to any cars that may be behind him that he's coming to pit road this time by. Stenhouse still out on track.
Ricky Stenhouse leads another lap. It's been a rough day for Denny Hamlin, both on track and on pit road.
While the world keeps fighting for your attention, we'll keep building smarter SUVs to help keep you focused on the road ahead. And the road beside. Did we mention the road ahead? With an available best-in-class EPA estimated combined fuel economy and the technology to practically park itself, this is the reimagined 2020 Ford Escape.
At Collis Roofing, we stand behind every new roof with workmanship and a warranty you can count on. Ask about our low monthly payments with interest as low as 0%. Right now, get new gutters for free with every new roof in the color of your choice. Ask your estimator for details. Discover why more people choose to use Collis Roofing. Schedule your free estimate today. Stop in, give us a call, or visit us at collisroofing.com. collisroofing.com.
At Toyota of Orlando and Toyota of Claremont, our payment reduction event continues. Get out of your old car loan or lease and lower your monthly payment. Drive a new 2020 Corolla LE, $99 a month. Toyota of Orlando, I-4 near Millennium Mall, and Toyota of Claremont, Highway 50 west of the Turnpike. At Toyota of Orlando and Toyota of Claremont, our payment reduction event continues. Get out of your old car loan or lease and lower your monthly payment. Buy this 2019 Corolla LE, only $12,988. Call us now or go online, toyotaoforlando.com and toyotaofclaremont.com. At Toyota of Orlando and Toyota of Claremont, our payment reduction event continues. Get out of your old car loan or lease and lower your monthly payment. Drive a new 2020 Tacoma Double Cab, only $169 a month. Toyota of Orlando on I-4 near Millennium Mall and Toyota of Claremont, Highway 50 west of the Turnpike. At Toyota of Orlando and Toyota of Claremont, our payment reduction event continues. Get out of your old car loan or lease and lower your monthly payment. You can drive this 2020 Highlander L for only $289 a month. Toyota of Orlando on I-4 near Millennium Mall and Toyota of Claremont, Highway 50 west of the Turnpike.
.133 laps complete. Ricky Stenhouse stays on track and out front. Chase Elliott was the leader when pit stops began. When we cycle through, Martin Truex Jr. will pick up the lead. There's the difference on their pit stops.
Well, not only did Martin Truex Jr. come in one lap earlier, so he's been on fresher tires a little bit longer, but also they executed flawlessly on pit road all day long. Chase Elliott and his pit crew have been doing a great job, but that time just a little bit better by the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. and Joe Gibbs Racing.
Ricky Stenhouse out in front of John Hunter Nemechek by 6, but catching the eye of Jimmie Johnson when this happened. And yeah, you've done this in your street car, right? What were you thinking?
Yeah, and right now Stenhouse Jr., as long as he's been out there, he's just holding on tight with this car and these old tires, so pretty frustrated Jimmie Johnson.
And he kept that hand out there a while. He wanted to make sure Stenhouse saw it. Vince.
I'm not surprised they're on a different strategy. Crew chief Brian Patty told me before the race they didn't have a car they felt like could win. Maybe a top 10 car. They were so disappointed after all the speed they had last week at Daytona and ended up 20th. They just told Ricky he could be out there for another 20 plus laps. Matt.
It was sort of like I heard it here, but then you guys said it up there. It's exactly what Jimmie Johnson said. What was he thinking? He's not even the leader. And they said, actually, he was a leader. They're on a little bit different strategy than we are right now.
Okay. Ty Dillon is in, so that will leave just Stenhouse, Nemechek, and LaJoie on the racetrack of the drivers who have not pitted. John Hunter, second-generation driver, is in second place, 7 seconds back. While Corey LaJoie is 24 seconds back right now in 7th place.
Well, the thing that these guys that haven't pitted yet have to worry about is if this thing stays green, they're losing about a second a lap right now to Martin Truex Jr., who's the first car with fresh tires.
You want to go all in? Brian Patty's gone all in. His one shot is to leave his driver out there and catch a caution. You got to catch that last card, Jeff.
That's definitely going all in.
Yep. And you know, it's worked in the past. It's been a viable strategy.
Remember that you left out one minor detail.
What was that?
All stack of chips.
$4 million in chips. Oh my gosh. So here's the difference between Ricky Stenhouse on worn tires and Martin Truex Jr.
Yeah, there's just nothing that can beat the grip of new tires, lower air pressures versus those old hot tires on the 47 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. I mean, 5 miles per hour difference on the straightaway alone. That's how much more speed Martin Truex Jr. is carrying off the corners.
At some point, though, you just have to figure this isn't going to work.
Well, it will work if they get lucky and that caution comes out. Hey, it's Vegas. You got to gamble. Of course, you know how gambling's been working out for me lately, Mike. Not so well.
I hate you had to give all those tips back.
Even lost that fight last night. Oh, their Fury fight. It was entertaining, but didn't go so well for me.
Lower right are the pit stop lap numbers when the last 5 cars pitted. So Truex still has about 12 seconds to make up to catch John Hunter Nemechek. But of course, when those two pit, all that will change, and Truex will be the leader over Chase Elliott unless we get a caution.
And here's the big battle. Look at Chase Elliott, huge run off the top. Going to get a run on Truex Jr. Go to the inside. This could be the pass for the lead if the caution doesn't come out and Stenhouse Jr. comes to pit road and Nemechek.
Boy, Chase Elliott has had a great long run car today. Corey LaJoie is on pit road. So just Stenhouse and Nemechek are out there. Still 18 laps to go in stage 2. Now, if you are the stage 2 winner, the last 5 races we've had here at Las Vegas, you were also the race winner.
Well, that means these next 18 laps for guys like Truex and Chase Elliott, they're going to battle for, because they know how important it is, not just to get those stage points as we see Corey LaJoie on pit road, but also, you know, sending a message to your competitors by winning this stage would be big. Also, there's Nemechek, John Hunter Nemechek on pit road.
He comes into his spot, giving up second place in the process.
He almost slid through the...
Yep. And that will leave Ricky Stenhouse as the last man standing.
I think he's going to run that thing out of fuel before he comes to pit road.
He's been there at lap 83 at the end of stage 1. There's Brian Patty. He's a real contrary. What everybody does, he's headed in another direction.
This time, we're coming this time.
Oh, here we go. And you won't miss it, because we're going to take you NASCAR on Fox side by side.
Hi guys, this is the Chevy Silverado with the world's first invisible trailer.
Invisible trailer?
And it's not the trailer right next to us?
This guy? You don't believe me? Hop in.
Good looking pickup, I will say that.
Wow.
Silverado offers an optional technology package with up to 15 different views, including one enhanced view that makes your trailer appear invisible.
Wow.
That's pretty sweet.
That's cool.
Oh,
That's awesome.
where's the trailer though?
I love it. It's magic.
Things sure were different when I raced here. The names, the cars, the track, but for the past 60 years, the thrilling excitement of Georgia's only NASCAR race has remained the same.
Now with a new spring date, the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500 weekend is March 13th through 15th. Tickets start at just $39, and kids are only $10. Online at AtlantaMotorSpeedway.com.
Where will you be when history is made?
Honey, where's our limo?
We're not getting a limo.
Well, I thought you were going to get a car that was classy and elegant.
Oh, we are.
And this one's got over 700 horsepower.
Great, because I'm driving.
You're fanatical about NASCAR. Geico's fanatical about saving you money on car insurance. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more. Proud partner of NASCAR.
I am back. After months away, I return. I am the 2020 NASCAR Cup Series. I am NASCAR.
Friday.
You gotta be kidding me!
We will finally see him again.
Hit the trumpets! And here we go!
John Cena.
Chaos on SmackDown! There it is!
The man, the myth, the legend. Joins the superstars of SmackDown as he returns home to Boston.
The power of Cena! This is awesome!
A special Friday Night SmackDown. Friday at 8 Eastern on Fox.
Chase Elliott, Martin Truex, just a couple car lengths apart for the lead with 13 to go in stage 2.
And unbelievable, but they're coming up to Denny Hamlin to lap him.
Been a horrible day for Hamlin. Car has been super loose The back end wants to turn around and pass the front, going into the corner, coming off the corner, and then they had the trouble on pit road as Hamlin tried to get in his pit while Jimmie Johnson was leaving. Now Ricky Stenhouse has made his pit stop, but Brian Patty put only right side tires on the car. With just 13 laps then to go in stage 2, he was trying to keep Stenhouse on the lead lap, and he's done it.
He has so far. We've still got 12 laps to go, or 10 laps to go in this stage, and he's definitely not liking the grip with those 2 tires on the right side, but he might just make it over this next 10. Here's a battle for 5th between the 22 of Joey Logano, the 4 on the inside of Kevin Harvick.
Now Logano's teammate Blaney is up ahead of them in 3rd. So that little intramural Penske battle has kind of separated for a while now. Jamie.
Just a little update on the 22. They've been decent today, but definitely going in the right direction. Crew chief Paul Wolf told me this morning this is going to be a great test of their communication, how well the offseason has gone since they've gotten to know each other, and what Joey needs and what kind of adjustments really give him what he needs. And they have adjusted the heck out of this 22, and Joey said, we're going in the right direction. The car is good.
All right, he is in 5th. Meanwhile, his teammate Brad Keselowski is back in 14th place. Now that's 4 spots higher than he was at the last restart.
Where do they go to pass? They get a run on the top at 3 and 4 and hopefully get by them on the front straightaway, but it's mostly setting it up at 3 and 4 and hoping to clear it early into 1.
Yeah, once you get that far back in traffic, you got to figure out where you can make your moves. That's great information. Here we go back up front with top 4 positions. There's William Byron in the 24 running a really solid 4th place today. And Denny Hamlin up there is doing a nice job. I think they've made some improvements to that 11 car because he's been able to fight off these leaders and stay on the lead lap.
And Hamlin needs to do that for 7 more laps to get to the end of stage 2.
Whoa, 3 wide as they go around a lap car.
And that was Quin Houff.
Remember, we've shown where the 9 of Chase Elliott really likes the inside line, and that's what Denny Hamlin's doing, taking that line away from him, making it really challenging for Chase Elliott to make this pass.
Oh, and Truex gets right to the bumper of the number 9 as he goes back to the bottom of the racetrack. Hamlin trying to stay on the lead lap.
That time Denny Hamlin went to the top side. He knows that Chase Elliott runs that top side down in 3 and 4, the bottom in 1 and 2. I mean, he's just trying to block every move he can to try to stay in the lead lap so they can make more adjustments. That's allowed Ryan Blaney to close up on these 2, getting to the rear bumper of Mark Truex Jr.
Ask anybody out there, who's the hardest driver to pass? Most everybody will say Ryan Newman. We know he's watching. He's recuperating. We're so glad that he is out of the hospital and on the mend. No timetable for his return, but he wears that as a badge of pride. He's going to race you hard. We can't wait to see him back at the racetrack. Ross Chastain doing a great job filling in, currently in 14th place.
Yeah, definitely thinking about you, Ryan. Sending our best. Hope you're watching. Here's Chase Elliott finally getting that run to the inside of the 11. Denny Hamlin. Now Denny Hamlin, just a few laps to go in this stage, is hoping he can be that first car 1 lap down. Oh, Denny not done yet. Now Chase Elliott has that preferred inside lane. And, oh, he bobbled a little bit through the bumps right there. Had to check up. That's going to allow the 11 and maybe even Truex to get a run.
Jeff, let him go, because right now with 2 to go in this stage, he's either going to be the last car on the lead lap or the first car 1 lap down, get the free pass. I don't see anything to be gained by pinning Hamlin a lap down right now.
Well, the only thing you can gain is just trying to win this stage, and I feel like you have to pass the 11 of Denny Hamlin in order to win this stage.
We'll find out in 2 laps. Truex, Blaney, Byron all closing in.
Blaney hanging the back end out, loose off of turn 2 on the inside of Mark Truex Jr.
Only the stage winner gets a playoff
Nice
point.
pass for the 12. Oh, we got an incident. Christopher Bell in the back straightaway.
And caution is out.
Loose on the bottom, got the right front. Can't tell anything else from here. Yeah, it's killed. I killed it. Sorry.
So this will take us to the stage break, as this caution is out for Christopher Bell.
Christopher Bell was in 25th position before that incident.
Look who's rolled up into the top 10.
Don't count this guy out. Never count out Kyle Busch.
So here's Christopher Bell.
Yeah, just on the inside there, I believe that's Jimmie Johnson on his outside. We talk about getting loose through those bumps around that bottom lane. I mean, he does a heck of a job of keeping it from going around, but then it catches. He locks down the brakes. It makes pretty heavy. Oh, wow. You heard him say, I think I killed it. Well, that was a hard hit. Doesn't look like the damage is as bad as it really is.
So the stage ends with Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, Martin Truex, Byron and Logano, the first 5. Stage racing in Las Vegas as they close to the end of stage 2. And yes, Denny Hamlin will get back on the lead lap in Las Vegas.
And Doug.
Give me your hand! I can save you! Lots of money with Liberty Mutual. We customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Look closely at the perfection that is the quarter pounder, and you'll see it's actually made of countless imperfections. Those randomly and impulsively placed sesame seeds, that one slice of melty cheese at the bottom, and another draped haphazardly over the 100% fresh beef patty cooked right when you order. True, the hottest, juiciest quarter pounder yet is not perfect, but when you put it all together, it's perfect. Made perfecter. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
When you lead from within, you can reimagine, redesign, and rewrite the rules. But then when you outwork, out-hustle, and outthink everyone else, that's when you truly redefine what a truck can be. Ram Trucks. Motor Trend's back-to-back Truck of the Year.
Now get an average $13,047 in total values on the 2020 Ram 1500 plus these additional incentives.
5-Hour Energy gets you through your on-the-go life. Now it comes in 2 delicious tropical flavors that can take you to a whole new on-the-go experience. Try them both. Vote for your favorite. You could be on the go to someplace you actually want to go.
Somebody make sure medical's standing by for the bull.
For us.
911 Lone Star, all new tomorrow on Fox.
Saturday, Big East Titans clash in a star-studded doubleheader on Fox. First, number 12 Villanova takes on Providence. Then number 19 Marquette and Marcus Howard battle number 16 Seton Hall and Miles Powell. A Big East doubleheader tips off Saturday at 11:30 Eastern on Fox.
Coke Energy, the energy you want, the taste you love. You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
Thanks, Bubba. Thursday on FS1, buckle up for one of the most intense rivalries in college hoops as Indiana take on the Boilermakers at 7 Eastern. This classic Big Ten matchup is also available on the Fox Sports app. Stage 2 in the books here in Las Vegas. Chase Elliott has won them both. The first from Martin Truex, and this one from Ryan Blaney, with Truex a second and a third in the 2 stages so far. Ricky Stenhouse's strategy paid off. He is still on the lead lap. And Denny Hamlin will get the free pass and get back on the lead lap.
Yeah, Mike, no matter how your day's going, good or bad, you have to battle. You have to fight. You can't give up, and that's why the 11 team at Denny Hamlin's is so strong, and don't count them out of this yet, just like we were talking about their teammate Kyle Busch. These guys on pit road getting ready to go after it. Pit road's been kind of the decider on who comes off pit road this so far today.
Here they come, Jamie.
24-year-old Chase Elliott having a heck of a day, a heck of a race. Car is good, said it's okay. He's running the right front off of it, so 4 tires will be helpful. Fuel, no adjustments this time. Meanwhile, the 22 of Joey Logano said he really likes the direction they've gone with the change. His car's getting better, and the 24's in as well, Regan.
Well, the normally very fired up Ryan Blaney has been calm, cool, and collected on the radio all day long. Needs a little bit more help firing off still with that race car. Good otherwise. Vince?
19 of Martin Truex, the winner here last fall. He just can't get off the bottom. If he gets off the bottom, the car just gets too loose. They don't want to make big changes, but they know if he's going to win, he's going to have to be able to get off the bottom.
Here's the race off pit road, sponsored by Ram. Martin Truex up 2. Chase Elliott loses 2 spots. Joey Logano and Kyle Busch gain positions on pit road. That puts Busch, the series champion, as high up as he's been all day. First time he's been up into the top 10.
Well, let's dial that. Martin Truex Jr. won the last race here in September, finished 3rd in that stage, but he's leading off pit road. Hey, Martin, this is Jeff and Mike up in the booth. You got us?
Yeah, I got you, Jeff.
Well, man, what a battle you guys are putting on out there. It's been fun to watch. Your car looks really strong on the long runs. You guys have been really strong on pit road. Tell us about how your day's going.
Yeah, hang on a minute there, Jeff. I got to pit again.
Ooh.
Yeah, pitting this time, please. Pitting this time. Sorry.
Oh, man,
that's right.
Not good news.
Well,
for
we'll
Martin
get back
Truex
with him.
Jr. there.
So we'll let him go. That voice you heard was James Smalls, his new crew chief this year. We'll update the Truex story when we come back. Here is your Stage 2 winner.
Getting to know you, getting to know
And the wolf huffed and puffed.
Like you do sometimes, Grandpa?
Well, when you have COPD, it can be hard to breathe. So my doctor said,
Symbicort can help you breathe better, starting within 5 minutes. It doesn't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden symptoms. Symbicort helps provide significant improvement of your lung function. Symbicort is for COPD, including chronic bronchitis and emphysema. It should not be taken more than twice a day. It may increase your risk of lung infections, and some eye problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or if you can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be able to help.
That's the sound of refreshment. No question about it.
I got a question. Does camouflage actually work?
Let's see.
Did not see that coming.
Kind of the point.
KFC's original recipe is made from a secret blend of 11 herbs and spices. And now you can get 2 pieces of my world-famous chicken as a $5 fill-up. A secret you can eat for just $5. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Dear Jimmie, my name is Ethan. I've been a fan of yours my whole life.
You've won so many races.
7 championships.
5 in a row?
Who does that?
Forget about last year. I have.
You're not done yet, are you?
You're the fastest racer. The GOAT. The greatest of all time. Turn it up, Jimmie! 1 more lap. 1 final time.
In 1979, Jiffy Lube changed everything by providing the first convenient oil change service.
Millions of satisfied customers later, they're changing everything again. Jiffy Lube Multi-Care. Brakes, batteries, spark plugs, and more. You can do more in a Jiffy.
Welcome back to Las Vegas. Martin Truex had to come back to tighten left side lug nuts. They weren't sure they were all tight. And the crew worked fast because on their stop they were really busy. Look at the front of the car where it says Las Vegas, and a crewman has to touch a tire. He can't go over that wall or it'd be a penalty, and they save him. Yeah, that's why you wear a belt.
Absolutely. But obviously that pit stop a little too fast for Mark Truex Jr. because they had to come back down and tighten those left side lug nuts and lose some valuable track position.
Here they come to the Geico restart zone to begin stage number 3. We're back under green.
Oh, the Penske cars are gone. Whoa! They're gone, but now they're racing one another, and I thought that was going to turn around the 12 of Blaney as Logano went to the inside. Here comes Chase Elliott to the rear bumper. Going to go maybe 3 wide.
Wow, what a pounding he gave Logano there. Byron up the outside, 5 wide. Whoa.
I think that caught Blaney off guard. His teammate pushing him to the lead and then taking to the inside as they went into 1 and 2 to get the lead. And here comes Harvick.
That is a wad of cars.
And the Hendrick teammates 3 wide with Jimmie in the middle.
Oh, trouble, turn 2. John Hunter Nemechek sliding down to the apron. No, and cautions out. Catch your breath just for a second here.
You're talking to me, right?
Yes, I am. Now, he had just taken the wave around to get back on the lead lap, which means he did not pit during the stage break. Now, he'll be in the middle of your picture.
Oh, here he is right here in the middle. And you can see there's just tremendous amount of dirty air as those cars are stacked on either side of him. His car gets very loose, long slide, stays in the throttle, keeps it out of the wall. Maybe a little damage to that splitter and those tires.
Boy, these restarts are equal or more thrilling than last week at Daytona.
It's time to get a whole new perspective on Ram trucks. Because to us, there are no small jobs, no little tasks. And when it comes to innovation, there are no modest ideas. No wonder why more people are switching to Ram than ever before. Ram trucks, back-to-back Motor Trend Truck of the Year.
Now get an average $13,047 in total values on the 2020 Ram 1500 Eco Diesel, plus these additional incentives.
This just in. Is Jonah Hill going to flake out on Martin Scorsese? The world wants to know.
Come on, Jonah, come on.
Where can a healthier heart lead you? For people with heart failure taking Entresto, it may lead to a world of possibilities. Entresto helps improve your heart's ability to pump blood to the body. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. Don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto.
We made USAA insurance for members like Kate. A former Army medic made it the flexibility to handle whatever Monday has in store and tackle 4 things at once. So when her car got hit, she didn't worry. She simply filed a claim on her USAA app and said,
I've got this.
USAA insurance is made the way Kate needs it. Easy. She can even pick her payment plan, so it's easy on her budget and her life. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
USAA. In 1979, Jiffy Lube changed everything. And we're continuing to change. With Jiffy Lube Multi-Care, you can get services on oil changes, brakes, batteries, spark plugs, and more. You can do more in a jiffy.
I am back after months away. I return. I am the humble beginning for some and the triumphant return for others. I am where seasons are made and history is written. I am a year-long, furious journey. And in the end, the one name forever etched in history is anyone's guess.
He is joining elite company.
I am the 2020 NASCAR Cup Series. I am NASCAR.
Under caution here in Las Vegas. Monday night in Daytona, Ryan Newman trying to get pushed to a Daytona 500 win by Ryan Blaney. Goes up in the air and then hit by Corey LaJoie. But thanks to NASCAR's ongoing safety improvements in these cars, Newman is out of the hospital and recovering. Here's Larry Mack.
You know, Mike, one of the integral parts of these cars as far as safety is the roll cage. And the basic structure has been about the same for a number of years. But a couple of changes been made over time is the halo bar, the bar at the top of the car. It has been actually widened out, especially on the left side to get away from the driver's head. But back in 2009, Ryan Newman had Carl Edwards come down on the top of his car at the finish of the Talladega race, and they added this bar, and guess what they named it? The Newman bar.
Certainly that was a contributing factor. Newman is the only college engineering graduate who went to Purdue in the driver corps of the Cup Series. And so when it comes to vehicle dynamics, well, that was his major. He knows what he's talking about. Ross Chastain in that car in 20th place.
And I love that the team kept Ryan Newman's name on the door and on that back window.
Logano, Blaney up front, take the green flag, and Elliott pokes out right away. That didn't work so well for Chase.
I was going to say, that didn't work out well at all. Larson got a pretty nice run.
Here we go again.
Now look at Truex already up there, but they're 5 wide, a little bit further back. Harvick's been really strong on these short runs. Curious if he can get to the right rear quarter panel of Logano, and he does. See Jimmie Johnson side drafted with Ryan Blaney. And these restarts, they're just getting more and more intense on every one of them.
Still a lot of 3 wide mid-pack. Jimmie Johnson up for third. Jamie Mack, what are you seeing in these restarts?
Guys, it's the craziest thing. It's the guy in third place has actually been the leader when we got back to the start-finish line on the last 2 restarts. I'm keeping track of that because we've talked about how wild these restarts are, and if you want the inside lane or the outside lane, I got to be honest, I don't think anybody before the race started would have said, I want to line up in third.
No.
Jimmie Johnson outside Chase Elliott, teammates fighting for fourth.
You know, Mike, we talk about the implications when you have an incident on pit road like the 19 of Truex, and you get further back in traffic, and it's things like this that happen. You see, he gets wide off, I believe that's turn 4. And we've seen when you touch the wall like that, doesn't take much, and boy, he got it pretty good. That's going to be a tire rub. He's going to have to get to pit road before that tire goes down.
Second place, Harvick and Blaney. And all because 1, maybe 2 lug nuts were not tightened on the pit stop.
It's all, you know, it's so orchestrated of what these teams have to do. Is these two are, oh, we got a little bit of contact between Harvick and Blaney. I don't know if Blaney was just not in control right there, or he tried to slide in right to the rear bumper of the 4 Kevin Harvick, not to lose any spots there, but boy, that was almost big.
Now, you're the expert, but I don't know if Harvick would have called that a little bit of contact right then, right there.
I can tell you one thing about racing with Kevin Harvick. He'll race you the way you race him. And when something like that happens, he's not going to forget it easily.
Car in the wall, turn 4, and it is Truex. Caution.
Hold it up, bro. Hold it up, bro. I still got them coming. I got one more right here. One more. All right, now you go down. You go down.
That's what I was saying, Mike. It's just all it takes is one tiny little mistake like that, puts you further back, get you back on your heels. I learned that, by the way, at the fight last night. And and then, you know, you get in traffic, dirtier air, and you get into the wall.
Truex was 14th. and ride with Denny Hamlin.
We've just seen over the last couple of years with these flared fenders on the body styles these days, when you make contact either with another car or the wall like that, you have no choice. You can't ride it out. You have to get to pit road right away and get those tires changed and get those fenders pulled out.
Cole Custer will get the free pass. And that will give us 28 cars on the lead lap, provided Truex is able to continue.
Get the rights on it, get back out there and catch up, right?
He's really coming down pit road slow.
Just do rights, clearance the tires, and we'll go.
So that right front tire doesn't do any more damage if it were to flail apart. Now he's still on the lead lap. He'll have to restart at the back for pitting before pit road was open.
And that right front's really causing a lot of damage to the top of that fender. Hard to get the car on that jack. Look at them struggling just to get the car up to get it on the jack right now.
So guys, we've got 26, 27 drivers on the lead lap. We've only run about 5 or 6 laps. I would say if you're at the back, come on and get 4 more tires. Adjustments, if you're up front, stay out.
Well, a few of them fainted at pit road, but only William Byron came among those front runners, and he was 7th. Jamie?
24 was far enough back. They decided, well, let's roll the dice and pit here, while the leaders ahead of him all decided to save a set of tires for later on, Matt.
Brad Keselowski in the 2 car already over to the left side. The past 2 runs, the car has been on the free side, an air pressure adjustment on that deuce, Vince.
Well, the 10 of Aric Almirola getting a chassis adjustment as well. They just haven't been able to find the sweet spot in that balance today. Remember, new crew chief Mike Bugaravich working with Almirola. Bugaravich, the former crew chief for Clint Bowyer. A little tight in the box there, but Almirola is able to get it out.
William Byron leads that group off pit road. However, 12 of the first 14 cars did not stop. Safety interliner does its job for Truex.
Done yet?
Yeah, sorry.
You sure?
Mm-hmm.
If you ride, you get it. Geico Motorcycles. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Little Caesars delivery is the best thing since sliced bread. Sorry, sliced bread. Save $5 or more over other national chains on delivered pizza.
Pizza. 5 Hour Energy gets you through your on-the-go life. Now it comes in 2 delicious tropical flavors that can take you to a whole new on-the-go experience. Try them both for your favorite. You could be on the go to someplace you actually want to go.
You don't have to go to another planet to be an explorer. You can be an explorer right here on Earth with the completely redesigned Ford Explorer. Redesigned for any terrain. Redesigned for any mission. Like picking up the kids or a rotisserie chicken because you just can't bring yourself to cook time. The all-new 2020 Ford Explorer. It's the greatest exploration vehicle of all time.
I am back. After months away, I return. I am the humble beginning for some and the triumphant return for others. I am where seasons are made and history is written. I am a year-long, furious journey. And in the end, the one name forever etched in history is anyone's guess.
He is joining elite company.
I am the 2020 NASCAR Cup Series. I am NASCAR.
The heavyweights are back on Fox. The Polish hero and Brooklyn brawler Adam Kovnatski puts his undefeated record on the line against Robert Helenies. It's a heavyweight showdown. March 7th on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
88 laps to go, under caution for Martin Truex, who banged the wall in turn number 4. Time for today's Credit One Bank ones to watch, Jeff.
Well, Mike, I've got my eyes on Kevin Harvick in that 4 car. Really strong on the short runs. We've seen how important it is to be fast on these restarts and maneuver through traffic. He's got 2 wins here at Las Vegas already. I think number 3's coming.
Jeff, 7-time Jimmie Johnson, 4 wins here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, but the last one, 2010. But you know what? That old 48, he's looked racy ever since he unloaded it on Friday.
Larry, I got my eyes on the 12 car of Ryan Blaney. Crew chief Todd Gordon won this race 1 year ago. Ryan has been so calm, cool, and collected on the radio. It's been smooth sailing for these guys.
Guys, mine had to start in the back. It's been a slow climb to the front, but he's in the top 10 now. It's Kyle Busch, and clearly he's always one to watch.
Boys, you don't have to win every hand, just the last one. Who's had the best long run speed all day? Chase Elliott. And those are your Credit One Bank ones to watch. And Jamie, next week you have a 15-minute hold for practice for failing to take a count. Here's William Byron's radio.
I gave up a few there. Sorry about that. Howdy. I guess there were a couple more out there that I didn't see. Sorry. Important thing's going to be smart here, William. Copy.
I think that's just Chad Knaus thinking he wasn't going to lose that much track position. Thought more would come with him onto pit road.
Well, if you're starting 24th, you don't want to just be smart. You need to be lucky. Yes. Here we go. And again, the Penske teammates out front, Logano and Blaney.
Austin Dillon to the outside. I believe that's Kyle Busch. Thought there's a little bit of contact there. Jimmie Johnson pushing the rear bumper of Ryan Blaney down the back straightaway. Here comes the 4, Kevin Harvick to the inside.
Bold move by Harvick.
Now his car's just shown great short run speed all day long, and I like what I'm seeing with him on these restarts, and I like what I'm seeing further back, 3, 4, even 5 wide at times.
Kurt Busch in 19th, Hamlin just ahead of him.
Well, I thought
and
Kurt Busch
Chastain
looked so good in practice yesterday. I expected a little bit more out of that team today.
Ford, Chevy. See,
Joey Logano was able to get to the outside of Jimmie Johnson going into turn 3. Here comes Kyle Busch. Do not count this guy out.
Vince.
The issue with Kyle, the car hasn't been horrible, but he's been back in the traffic and the dirty air, and he said, I think if we could get to clean air, we might find out exactly what we've got. Well, he's getting closer to clean air, and it's getting better the further up he goes.
We've got a new leader, Kevin Harvick.
Can see how good his car works around the bottom of turns 3 and 4.
Jeff, the question's going to be not how good does his car work, but how good for how long.
Exactly, Mike. It just seems like, especially as we get to this stage, this final stage, you're going to have some long green flag runs. There's a battle for third place with Joey Logano and Chase Elliott going to the outside. But we've talked, you mentioned it, the 9 of Chase Elliott's been so good on the long runs. That 4 car, but don't count out Rodney Childers and Kevin Harvick making that car better for the longer runs.
Hendrick Chevys 3rd, 5th, and 6th.
We documented here last fall at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, those Hendrick Chevrolets, all of the top 11. So they like this racetrack. Never heard the throttle crack one time on board with Jimmie Johnson. Oh! Contact between Logano and the 9 of Chase Elliott.
There has been a lot of incidental contact today.
Well, you're just threading the needle, because if you can side draft off of another car, that's what helped you clear the pass. So right here, Joey Logano's coming up. We saw this similar thing happen with the 4 car on the rear bumper of the 22 Logano at the beginning of this race. I don't know if he was trying to touch him, but he definitely was trying to pull him back by dumping that air on the rear spoiler.
Timmy Hill has gone to the garage. He'll be the first car out of the race. 80 laps to go. Kevin Harvick 30-50 last time by, and that was class of the field. So Harvick has shown short run speed all day, but this, from what we've seen, could be a long green flag run here.
See Byron with those fresh 4 tires trying to catch his teammates that are further up front.
William Byron is in the best position of those that came to pit road under the caution for Truex.
If this goes long green flag, but you know, at this stage of the race, this is going to pay off big for that 24 team and those others that came in and got tires.
Well, they have 15 lap fresher tires than the drivers who are in the top, mostly top 14.
And I got to say this about Goodyear. I like the tire they brought here. We saw some wear on those left fronts earlier in this race, but now the rubber's laid down, not seeing that as much, but it has fall off, making it a fun race and fun for strategy of whether you come and get tires or stay out.
Denny Hamlin now 16th behind Chris Buescher. So certainly that car is better than it's been most of the day.
You can see right there, I mean, this is something we didn't see out of Denny Hamlin earlier in this race. He wasn't able to run up top and carry the momentum as you saw him do right there on outside of the 17 of Chris Buescher.
This has been a good race for the Richard Childress cars. Rookie Tyler Reddick is 13th, and Austin Dillon is up into the top 10. Regan.
Well, all day long, Austin Dillon's been pleased with that race car. His biggest Achilles was turns 3 and 4. That car's coming to him in 3 and 4, and they felt like they had top 10 lap times all day. Now we see him up front in the top 10. Everything is good down here with the 3.
And we heard when Michael talked to Richard Childress earlier, he just said he's been really loose. So I guess the track's come to him a little bit, and that adjustment's tightened that car up.
Tyler Reddick, the rookie, lead lap, 12th place, having a good run. Last time by, let's take a look at the Xfinity fastest laps. Kevin Harvick remains quickest. Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, Brad Kay, and Jimmy J.
Yeah, almost throw a blanket over those guys. I mean, other than Kevin Harvick being out there in clean air, putting together a really strong lap. Now, we're just going to keep watching this 4-car. He's stretching his lead right now. Earlier in this race, he talked about lap 8, 10, maybe 12, where that car started to get loose and start to fall off.
Hamlin's on the move. He's 14th. He is running 31.17. That's only about 3/10 off of Kevin Harvick's pace at the moment.
Yeah, and he's still back in traffic too, Mike. I really think that battle he had with our leaders when he tried to stay in the lead lap, I think they made some adjustments. Car was better, but I think that gave him some confidence that we're seeing show up in some speed right now.
So Kyle Busch has become our Toyota top performer after starting this race on the last row. Unapproved body modifications for Hamlin, Busch, and Christopher Bell. And there's where they run right now with those 4 cars all on the lead lap. And now it looks like Kyle Busch losing pace just a bit, Vince.
Well, they just don't have any grip. That's been the issue for Kyle during this stretch of the racing. They just don't have the grip that he needs to be able to lean on to make the passes, as you see him work up on the 3 and look to the outside of Austin Dillon, but just don't have the car that he needs to be able to take to the front.
Yeah, and Vince talks about losing grip. What does that mean? Those tires and that body create all that force into the racetrack, the banking, and it gives you a sensation in the wheel and in the seat of the car planted and stuck to the racetrack. But as you start to lose grip, the right front or the right rear starts to slide, and you just can't maintain the same amount of corner speed as you could when the grip is better.
Matt DiBenedetto, Jeff, is trying to shed the underdog role now that he's with the Wood brothers. He's never had a top 10 on a 1.5-mile speedway, but he could get one today in his first 1.5-mile speedway drive for the Wood brothers. 71 laps to go in Las Vegas. You'll see it all as we go Fox side by side.
As a caricature artist, I appreciate what makes each person unique. That's why I like Liberty Mutual. They get that no two people are alike. And customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. Almost done? What do you think?
I don't see it. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
There's a company that's talked to even more real people than me. J.D. Power, 448,134 to be exact. They answered 410 questions in 8 categories about vehicle quality. And when they were done, Chevy earned more J.D. Power quality awards across cars, trucks, and SUVs than any other brand over the last 4 years.
So on behalf of Chevrolet, I want to say thank you, real people.
We're going to need a bigger room.
In 1979, Jiffy Lube changed everything by providing the first convenient oil change service. Millions of satisfied customers later, we're still who you trust. Jiffy Lube. You can do more in a jiffy.
At Outback, steak and lobster is back. Oh, no, it's gone. Phew, it's back with lobster mac and cheese. It's gone again? Oh, it's back with shrimp now. Steak and lobster starting at only $16.99. Hurry in before these 3 are gone again. Outback Steakhouse.
Oh, this is brilliant.
Millions of fans agree. Duncanville is a hit.
I'm the new kid on the block. Cool, yeah, I want to see that.
Fox Animation domination strikes again.
Hang on, Dunky. Mama's gonna Days of Thunder it. When was the last time you saw a movie?
Amy Poehler, Ty Burrell, Rashida Jones, and Wiz Khalifa.
You're not here to see a magician, but the school board is making our budget disappear. That's clever.
That boy a word magician.
Duncanville, all new tonight on Fox.
I am a party, and everyone's invited. And I am going to keep going until someone drinks some champagne. I am the NASCAR Gander RV and Outdoors Truck Series.
From our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Chase the possibilities. Unlock discovery at every turn. Goodyear. More driven. You saw the pass for the lead, and all day, Kevin Harvick has had the best short run car in the field. But as the laps run along under the green flag, other cars have more pace.
Just like that 9 of Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney up front goes by Kevin. It's like they just hit a cliff, Mike, and fall off of it. I mean, it just, that 4 car of Kevin Harvick is so good for about 10, 12, maybe 15 laps.
So, Larry, could that be part of Rodney Childers' strategy, hoping for a caution in the last 20 laps?
Well, it could be, Mike, and I just was actually looking at strategy. In all the teams and drivers that pitted back at lap 163, we went racing with 101 laps to go. So I think what they'll do, Mike, they'll split this stage in half, which means somewhere around lap 215, that opens that window. Now, those that just pitted a few laps ago, they may go 10, 15 laps further, but definitely I think they're going to split the stage in half if you did not pit that last time.
Thanks, Larry. So the first 5 cars pitted on lap 163. Keselowski and Byron at lap 178 among the top 10. And for the lead, here comes...
Whoa! Man, that was so close. See Ryan Blaney trying to close the door on Chase Elliott. Chase Elliott not lifting one bit. And remember, guys, off the racetrack, these guys are buddies. I mean, on the track, they're fierce competitors.
Boy, they'll have something to talk about tonight.
As long as it doesn't get any worse than what we almost saw there, yes, they will. Boy, that 9 car is just so good on the long runs.
From the Goodyear blimp.
See the big run, momentum off of turn 4. Chase Elliott turns down to the bottom. Just looked like Ryan Blaney at the last second was... Chase Elliott already there. Well, that could have been. Maybe they didn't. They didn't even touch. That's just pretty wild. That was just the bumps, the air coming off the nose of the 9. pretty impressed with that the 12 of Blaney was able to hold on to it right there.
Meanwhile, Kevin Harvick has slipped to 1.3 seconds off the lead. Regan?
Well, Mike, much like earlier in the race, as soon as he got past from Ryan Blaney, came on the radio, the front tires of that race car are absolutely gone. He said it's plowing again right now. Ryan Blaney up front, he actually got held up by the lap car there. That's what allowed Chase Elliott to get the run on him. Very, very frustrated with the lap cars right now.
And that's why he was probably fighting as hard as he was. He knew that he could maybe maintain that lead on Chase Elliott, but that lap car cost him some time, cost him some momentum, and allowed the 9 to close up on him with Chase Elliott. And I misspoke earlier, Mike, talking about the 4 car getting loose. Sounds like they're really struggling with that front grip after they get about 15 or 20 laps on the tires.
All 3 of the Penske Fords in the top 6. Brad Keselowski up 11 spots since the restart into the top half dozen. Here's Aric Almirola to pit road. Well, with 59 laps to go, they could make it from here, but pit window's open. He's the only taker so far.
Well, and we've seen where if it's going to go green for a long ways, pitting early can definitely help you out. Vince?
Well, it is a 4-tire change, 4 tires and enough gas to get them to the end. As you said, Mike, they can make it from here, but it's a little bit earlier than what you might have thought we would have seen Almirola come to pit road. But that's the gamble they're going to take and see if it pays off, having some trouble on the left front.
7th place. Now, William Byron, remember, has 15-lap newer tires than his teammate Alex Bowman in the 88, and it shows right there.
Yeah, you see Brad Keselowski, one of those others that also pitted at the same lap as William Byron, both of them coming forward. Here's Kyle Larson on pit road.
And he's in that same boat of having older tires. I guess this is the reverse of the Ricky Stenhouse strategy in stage 2, where he stayed out as long as he possibly could.
And again, it goes back to like Larry Mack's trends, and they see long green flag runs typically happen in this final stage in the closing laps of this race. So I think short pitting is going to benefit you. See the 22, Logano going to the outside of Harvick for third position.
Kurt Busch is in, same strategy as his teammate Kyle Larson. As we continue under green with 56 to go.
I thought Harvick was going to be able to get back by Logano.
And here's the older of the Busch brothers in for his stop. Kurt Busch, Kyle Busch, and Riley Herbst, the Xfinity Series driver who is also from Las Vegas, each donated 100 tickets for military and veterans for this race. Great gesture.
Absolutely. And William Byron now closing. Now that he's gotten in some clean air, those older tires starting to really become a factor and slow these guys down. And those newer, fresher tires on the 24, Byron, he's making up some good time, as well as Brad Keselowski right ahead of him as he goes by Kevin Harvick.
Keselowski and Byron are the 2 cars in the top 10 with the fresher tires.
Yeah, there are some guys, as you point out there, Mike, that did come in and take fresher tires, but have not really been able to make much out of it, as we see Chris Buescher on pit road in his pit box.
Setting up for 4 tires for Buescher. So let's review with our top 10 and show you when they were last on pit road. Only Keselowski and Byron came in when Martin Truex brought out the caution at lap 177.
Now, the one thing I'm seeing that's a little bit different than some of these other guys on older tires, Chase Elliott and maybe even Ryan Blaney's in this category, they're able to maintain some really good lap times right now, close to what those guys have further back on fresh tires.
And here's Byron and Keselowski even on tires, 4th and 5th. You know, no driver has ever scored his first Cup win at this racetrack.
This is a tough track, Mike. I mean, we've seen where, and here comes Kevin Harvick to pit road. This track really seems to lend itself to the highest, quality drivers that have won championships. Those teams, I think it's a team effort, a pit road effort, a driver effort. It's just the combination of those championship caliber teams and drivers seem to be the ones that win here.
Well, let's just not tell that to William Byron just yet. Britain.
Poor Carl Kevin Harvick has been back and forth on adjustments all day long. Still not able to find what they need to make this car have long run speed. Obviously short pitting right here with the hopes that maybe they can make up a little ground here. Jamie?
22, Joey Logano, youngest driver to hit 400 Cup starts last week. Impressive run for him. A 4-tire stop. He's just been 1.5 loose all race long. They've made a little headway, but just not where they need to be to compete with the 9, who is your leader.
A lot of activity on pit road.
And the 24, William Byron, wanted to go ahead and come in also and get those fresh tires. Matt?
And Jimmie Johnson's in. Those guys just finishing up service on that 48. Depending on whether he had a car in front or clean air, he was mostly talking about being tight. Jamie.
Chase Elliott's led 69 laps today, an impressive run, better than they even anticipated the car would be. A 4-tire stop for him, a touch free, Regan.
Ryan Blaney's been happy with this car this run, other than when he got behind Chase Elliott. All of a sudden, he lost the nose of the race car. That meant it stopped turning for him as good as he wanted.
Guys, I like what Chad Knaus did with William Byron right there. Even though he had an advantage with fresher tires, he made sure he didn't let the rest of the field get the jump on him with fresher tires. So he bought a lot by pitting a while ago after everyone stayed out, but I think he kept tempo by pitting with them right there. I think that's a great move right there.
Yeah, you're going to lose so much time if you let those other guys come out on fresh tires. I agree, Larry.
Brian Patty's going to make a believer out of us. He's got Ricky Stenhouse out there, and his teammate Ryan Preece is in second. Truex, Nemechek, Dillon, and LaJoie who come to pit road now. LaJoie and Dillon do, so there's 4 cars out there in front on old tires. There's Ryan Preece. And we're under caution. Chase Elliott has a flat. Left rear. Let's watch from the Goodyear blimp.
Think about how the cars that have been the strongest in this race have had trouble. Here's Chase Elliott, knows he has an issue, trying to hold on to it. Oh, a little bit of damage to that right rear. Goes around. Don't know if it's a left rear or right rear tire.
No, the left rear ended up flat. Not sure if it was the cause.
Boy, it's just been so tough for these guys that have been so strong today. Jamie?
They were so strong all day long. Alan Gustafson, crew chief, said, man, I saw it flat on the left rear. Did you hear me say it? And then he felt it, and you saw what happened. He tried to save it, but that pit crew was pumped up right before the last stop. They all fist pumped around like, this is it, guys. This is our win today. And unfortunately, he's back in the pits.
Well, it was, Jamie. He was on the way to a win. And there's the tire. A little damage from the wall on the right rear corner. And with pit road closed, we'll remind you another huge weekend of XFL football gets started Saturday. The Seattle Dragons face off with the St. Louis Battlehawks. Saturday at 5 Eastern on Fox and on the Fox Sports app. 46 laps to go here in Las Vegas. And then about an hour after our race ends, yesterday's rained out Xfinity Series race will resume with the start of Stage 2. And you can watch that on FS2. If you don't have FS2, you can use your FS1 sign-in to watch on the Fox Sports app. Let's have a look at the Progressive race summary with 45 laps to go. In the 400-miler today, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is your leader. 21 lead changes among 6 drivers. 7 caution flags for 30 laps. And we listened in on Kevin Harvick.
So it seems like to me every time I have a caution it picks the rubber up, and then when it picks the rubber up it wears our left front tire too much. Don't take rubber like it did last time we were here as well. So what little rubber gets put down it takes it right back up. 10-4.
Now the pits are open, but there may be few takers because the timing of the caution, just as Brian Patty and Ricky Stenhouse hoped for, leaves only 3 cars on the lead lap. If you pit here, you cannot take the wave around. Ryan Blaney will get the free pass, but if you want to get back on the lead lap, you've got to stay out here.
I mean, I'm just, this fell right into Brian Patty's hopeful strategy. He knew something we didn't know. Going to lock down these cars. They're going to have to take this wave around.
So JTG Doherty Racing is on pit road. Left of your screen, Ricky Stenhouse on the right. In that very brightly colored car is Ryan Preece. And John Hunter Nemechek is on pit road as well. Chase Elliott returns to pit road for damage repair. So that means only 3 lead lap cars are going to have new tires for what's bound to be a wild restart. They've been so wild all day long. How about a little restart 101 with Jamie McMurray from the Charlotte studio.
When leading on a restart, it is crucial to put yourself in the best position to protect your spot. But how do you know which lane to choose? Well, much like real estate, it's all about location. Are you on a short track or road course? It's pretty easy. Take whichever line is preferred in turns 1 and 2. If you want to be low, take the inside. If you want to be high, take the outside. Simple as that. On super speedways, you need to keep an eye on your neighbors. Which drivers will be lining up behind you? A driver that's willing to work with you or one that can push you will help determine this choice. Having a teammate in your rearview mirror makes this decision very easy. Tracks between 1.5 and 2 miles present a whole new set of problems. The rules changes last season meant it became a combination of both the preferred line and the cars in the second row. These variables could change from week to week or even restart to restart, meaning it's harder than ever to find the correct answer. So, you have your line. What's next? On super speedways and some of the intermediates, you give the driver behind you a little wave out the window. They lock onto your bumper and you both take off together. Everywhere else, it becomes a strategic mind game. As the leader, you can take off at any point in the restart zone. Early, late, that's up to you. You're just trying to catch everyone else napping. But if they figure out your strategy, they could beat you at your own game.
I just don't know how he colors that fast and stays inside the line.
Great job, Jamie McMurray. That was awesome. And I mean, that illustrated and really explained it perfectly. The only factor I would say that we've seen today is we've seen where your teammate is your friend and then they're your foe as they get to turn 1.
Oh, Ryan Preece. Something happened on that pit stop, and the second place car is headed for the garage. Regan.
Well, we saw Ryan Blaney coming off pit road right there. Nothing to lose for these guys. They got the wave around. That's going to allow him to start back up with the leaders after he took these tires. They used that opportunity to put a little tape on the nose of that race car. Should give him some downforce, maybe a little more speed. Jamie?
Well, we found the culprit for Chase Elliott's cut left rear or flat tire. This is what a valve stem is supposed to look like. This is the one that just came off of his car. Many factors can lead to this being knocked in. This one was actually knocked off. The pit crew found it. It snapped in half, and that was the difference between winning and losing this race today.
Yeah, a lot of times what happens is you're changing those tires. If that car takes off or the gun hits that valve stem, it can break it in half, and then all the air is going to leak out of it.
I'm not even going to count. I'm just going to tell you 25 cars took the wave around because that's how many are left that are not on the lead lap. Nope, more than 25. We had Stenhouse, John Hunter Nemechek, and Ryan Blaney, who was the free pass car. And sadly, Ryan Preece, who was in second place, is now in the garage and out with 42 laps to go. Everybody else will come around and line up on the tail end of the lead lap behind those 3 or 4 cars, but without the advantage of fresh tires that they have.
Well, and give some credit, you know, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. And Brian Patty, as well as John Hunter Nemechek and his crew chief Seth Barber. They've been playing this strategy all day long, hoping it would pay off and get some track position. It finally just did. Now let's see what they can do with it.
So we will restart with 25 lead lap cars and about 5 of them at the back and 3 of them at the front. 3 of them at the front have fresh tires.
Now, Mike, I'm just wondering, you got a bunch of veterans right behind these guys. They're looking at that yellow stripe on that rear bumper. John Hunter Nemechek, he has his work cut out for him to keep those guys behind him, especially Joey Logano, who's on his rear bumper. We've seen how aggressive he can be and has been already today on restarts.
But John Hunter has fresh tires. Joey does not. Will that make a difference?
Well, I mean, I think it's a good, I don't know if there's a big enough discrepancy in those fresh tires for these other guys.
We're about to find out. Stenhouse, Nemechek, here we go, green flag.
Oh, Ryan Blaney getting to the outside of the 47 of Stenhouse Jr.
Middle, still middle, still middle, still middle.
Is there enough room for Ryan Blaney to thread the needle as Stenhouse goes 4 wide?
And Blaney has to breathe it. There just wasn't enough room for everybody right there.
Took Stenhouse a little while to get up to speed down the back straightaway, but boy, once he got that shove and that hole opened up, he shot out there.
Logano and Harvick at the front. Stenhouse and Nemechek holding even with the rest of this group. Byron with a run on the bottom and Keselowski going to the top.
Boy, try to find clean air any which way you can. We've seen how out of control these cars can be when you're tucked in right behind somebody and that spoiler's punching a huge hole in the air.
Kurt Busch has pitted, and so is Ross Chastain at the tail end of the lead lap.
Somebody pokes out to make it 3 wide down the back straightaway.
Byron still charging on the outside.
With Keselowski and Byron. Just no give on these restarts, Mike.
Now the 3rd place car is Ryan Blaney. Is there an issue there, Regan?
Well, he thinks he's got a tire rub on that race car right now, Mike. They looked at it, the tire, the Goodyear's rubbed off of the tire, and there is a little bit of left rear fender damage on that race car from the restart.
Yeah, Regan, that's one of the big fears that all these drivers have on these restarts is they're 3 and 4 wide, and it's getting so intense that all it takes is the slightest bit of movement in a 3 or 4 wide battle to cut down one of those tires. Crossover move on his teammate Denny Hamlin by Kyle Busch.
Fighting for 13th. And up front, Harvick with a run.
You can see the damage right behind the left rear. That's going to affect the aerodynamics, but did they make contact with somebody else and cut that left rear tire down? So far, so good.
6th place, Byron and Nemechek.
Really nice job, John Hunter Nemechek, just learning so much right here. I mean, start up front with all those guys barreling down behind you. That's a tough thing for a rookie to deal with. 2nd race of the year. DiBenedetto having a really solid race today.
So Nemechek and Stenhouse started up front. Nemechek has settled here in 7th behind DiBenedetto. Stenhouse has settled in 4th place.
Yeah, he's doing an excellent job. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. maintaining in that 4th position, taking advantage of that strategy and that caution that paid off, that worked out for him. Pretty impressed also with Brad Keselowski that he's been able to improve his race car throughout this day, because he was not a top 5 car earlier.
Watch for Jimmie Johnson on this replay as he gets up and into the yellow paint.
And we saw similar thing happen to the 19 of Mark Truex Jr. earlier. Is this something that could cause too much damage and cut that right side down on Jimmie Johnson? Boy, that looks very similar to what we saw earlier with Mark Truex Jr. Matt?
And Jeff, as soon as that happened, his pit crew put fresh tires up on the wall just in case he had to dive down pit road so they wouldn't cut a tire down and have a day like Truex has had.
Jimmy racing Kyle Busch here for 11th place. Going back to Kurt Busch and Ross Chastain. The reason they both pitted was they bounced off each other on the restart. A lot of contact. They each felt it out for a lap. Neither car working well. They came to pit road. They're both 1 lap down.
And that's a smart call. You hate to do that, but that would end your race in a hurry. Boy, I just wonder what's going to happen here with Jimmie Johnson. It doesn't always take smoke inside the car for you to think that that tire's cutting down. I mean, we saw how quickly it happened with the 19 of Mark Truex Jr. earlier. Remember how tight things got on the back straightaway on that restart. Here's the 47. Maybe made a little bit of contact there with the 12 of Ryan Blaney. Yeah, you can see that fender's folded in. Boy, it didn't take much, Mike, for that right front fender to just do a little bit of that damage. But I don't think that's enough to cut the left rear tire.
You had Truex there 15th and Tyler Reddick 16th. Blaney 3rd. We're going to take you Fox side by side.
If you build a truck tough enough to pull this much forward, you better make sure it's smart enough to back it all up.
Only Pizza Hut gives you 16 mozzarella bites on a large pizza. See, kids, dreams do come true. The ultimate 2-for-1. The Mozzarella Poppers Pizza. Hurry and try it before it's gone. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
I've got new Mountain Dew Zero Sugar with the same refreshing taste as the original.
But without any of the sugar. Here's Mountain Dew Zero.
I am thirsty.
Friday.
Gotta be kidding me!
We will finally see him again.
Hit the trumpets! And here we go!
John Cena.
Chaos on SmackDown! There it is!
The man, the myth, the legend joins the superstars of SmackDown as he returns home to Boston.
The power of Cena! This is awesome!
A special Friday night SmackDown, sponsored by Progressive. Friday at 8 Eastern on Fox.
You know what's good about this? Your sign's pointing at my sign, so people are going to look at my sign.
Switch to Progressive and you can save hundreds. You know, like the sign says.
I am back. After months away, I return. I am the 2020 NASCAR Cup Series. I am NASCAR.
Welcome back to the NASCAR Cup Series from Las Vegas on Fox, presented by Jiffy Lube. Mike Joy with Jeff Gordon watching Joey Logano and Kevin Harvick. 3 Fords actually out front, counting Ryan Blaney, with 26 laps to go. And the question will be for Kevin Harvick, does he have enough speed to make it to the distance? Let's first hear about the race leader, Joey Logano. Jamie.
And I talked to his new crew chief, Paul Wolf, about Joey this morning, and Paul just smiles ear to ear and says, having Joey as my driver is so refreshing. He's so great with all of our team, with the guys. He's around all the time. And when it came to setups for this track, he said, Joey said, do whatever works for you. Paul Wolf on the right won this race with Brad Keselowski 3 times in the past. So Joey was open to trying something new. So together they have 4 wins, but today they're trying to win their first race together.
And Jamie, I got to think that right now the guy that's smiling the biggest is Roger Penske, because he's looking like a genius. If you look at first and third with Blaney, his other his teammate, and Keselowski in 6th with all those crew chief and team changes.
The captain turned 83 Thursday. Brad Keselowski in 6th, chasing William Byron. He's about half a second ahead of Alex Bowman, who just had a pretty fierce battle with Matt DiBenedetto to take 7th place behind Brad K.
Jimmie Johnson still going strong, even though he made contact with the outside wall. So far, so good on no tire rubs or issues with those right side tires. I got to kind of laugh. Oh, here's a great battle between Keselowski and Bowman. Bowman trying to get to that left rear quarter panel, try to side draft Keselowski to get positioned into turns 1 and 2.
Bowman was the fastest car on the racetrack last lap.
I was going to go back to Jimmie Johnson and laughing a little bit, because after he hit the wall or brushed the wall, a veteran driver knows what that may lead to, and he started running right up against the wall. Ooh, a little contact here with the 38 of John Hunter Nemechek. I don't know if he wants to do any more damage to that right side there, but as a veteran driver, he's running right up next to the wall. He knows if those right sides go down, he's going to be as close to that wall as possible. But now everything seems to be good. He's going back down to the bottom of the racetrack. This race has flown by.
It has.
Coming to 20 laps to go.
Rookie Tyler Reddick we saw there, and here is Stenhouse trying to get JTG Doherty's first ever top 5 at Las Vegas. They have one top 10 finish here. To do it, he's going to have to hold off Alex Bowman and his fast closing teammate William Byron. Vince.
Such a big year for this team. They brought over Ricky Stenhouse as their driver, Brian Patty as the engineer. Mike Kelly came over from Roush as well. They believe they have all the pieces in place to be competitive, even though they have less than 100 employees, a third or a fourth of some of the big teams like Gibbs and Penske and Stewart-Haas. But they still believe they can be competitive, and they're showing it again here today.
Thanks, Vince. Battle for second. Harvick trying to hold on to second. And Blaney, knowing what we know, that Harvick fires off quickly at the start of a run, but has not yet shown the speed at the end of a run that he's had at the beginning.
Well, and I was just getting ready to say it. I thought Harvick was holding on a little bit better, and then all of a sudden, and that's all it seems like it takes, just one lap. And the next thing you know, Harvick's car just starts to fall off. So obviously Blaney, trying to take advantage of that right now, is going to go by and take over second place.
Team Penske's Fords 1-2 now. And Alex Bowman working on Ricky Stenhouse for 4th.
Thought Bowman looked like one of the best cars. You look at average lap times in practice on Friday, doing a great job hanging in there and making it all work, making some adjustments to get back up there, possibly into that top 5 before this thing's all over, or ends in the top 5, sorry.
So Ford's 1, 2, 3, Chevy's 4, 5, 6. The first Toyota would be Kyle Busch back in 11th place. 8.5 seconds off the lead. And Denny Hamlin back at 14th. Truex has rebounded to 15th after bringing out the caution at lap 177.
Byron getting to the outside of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. for 5th place. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. just never goes down without a fight. Still maintaining as he stays to the left rear quarter panel of William Byron. Remember, these two got together in the early laps of the Daytona 500.
That's right. Stenhouse got into the back of Byron, sent him into the infield wall in the back straightaway, and first car out of the race was Byron.
Looking at this battle up front for the lead, I think Ryan Blaney is the guy to beat here as we come to 15 to go. His car looks a little bit better than Joey Logano. He's been able to watch Joey Logano, see where he's strong, see where he's weak, see if he can take advantage of it.
Team Penske finished 1-2 in 2 of the last 6 races here. And the driver who had the best long run speed, Chase Elliott, he had a problem, ended up in the pits and 1 lap down after a flat tire.
I love how Blaney's using that high lane. You've got Joey Logano working the low line.
Guys, we've been watching the SMT data on the 12 and the 22, and because Ryan Blaney is running up high, like you see right there, his miles per hour is so much greater at the end of every straightaway. Look how much he runs down the 22 down that back straightaway.
Yeah, but is Joey Logano going to move to the top and block it as he does? You know, Joey's so good at watching his mirror, and Blaney, this is his shot, and he makes it happen, slides up in front of him. Great job to take the lead.
Logano looking low. Blaney to hold him off, at least for the moment. Woo! That's close. What a great tonic this is for Ryan Blaney. Remember, it was his push to try to help Ryan Newman win the 500 in the last 500 feet that sent Newman airborne and to the hospital. It's been an extremely tough week for Blaney of all the drivers here. Glad that Ryan is on the mend, but winning can be the best medicine. Fastest car on the racetrack is Alex Bowman, and he has taken 3rd from Harvick. Only 11 laps to go, but he is less than a second behind the leaders. Here's his pass of Kevin Harvick for 3rd.
Boy, whatever Alex Bowman has found, he is like a rocket ship. Already caught the 22 of Joey Logano. Ryan Blaney's hoping these guys run side by side for a while so he can get away.
10 to go.
I see Logano goes to the bottom. Tries to disturb the air behind him to slow down the momentum of the 88 of Bowman.
And Joey's got to be on defense now. 10 to go, 2 Penske Fords up front, and a Chevy Camaro filling his mirror.
Well, and he ran the high line, got past for the lead. Now he's got Alex Bowman. He's trying to figure out what can he do to keep Alex Bowman behind him. And even in this situation, he feels like maybe I don't have a shot at winning. Now his role goes to a different mindset. How can I make sure my teammate at Team Penske wins this race?
7th place, right of your screen, Matt DiBenedetto. Getting past Ricky Stenhouse after they ran side by side for a lap or 2. Here we go for 2nd.
Saw Bowman got a great run off the top. Goes to the bottom, clears Joey Logano easily. He's going to slide up in front of him. Now, what can he do? 9 laps to go. 8 laps to go. Got to put a big block on Joey Logano.
Bowman is 8/10ths back with 8 to go, and that gap is staying pretty constant. 4th place, William Byron passing Kevin Harvick.
And Chevrolet's looking really strong here at the end of this race. We saw how strong Chase Elliott was earlier in this race on those long runs. Now his teammates, Alex Bowman, William Byron coming on strong. What every lap car, every decision you make, low, high, middle, getting the car over the bumps, it could come down to that absolute final lap or final corner of this race.
Bowman 6/10ths behind. Jeff, that has got to be agonizingly close to look at that car out in front, so close and yet so far.
Well, I don't know what's more agonizing, being in second, looking how close you are to the leader.
Turn 2, car around, back straightaway, big slide, caution.
Chastain. Oh, he was having such a great day.
Straight right there, straight.
Luckily, just flat tires.
You can, the leader's 10 back.
Now he's got to try to stay on the lead lap with those flat tires, not tear up any fenders. Boy, now things get interesting, Mike.
Well, you talk about a race playing into somebody's hands. Has this race just fallen right into the 4 cars lap?
You mean the guy that I picked?
Yeah, the
right?
guy that,
because of those short runs.
Yeah, the guy that you picked.
But here's where I want to go to our crew chief, Larry McReynolds, because 5 to go. Yes, these tires are older. I would imagine these guys are going to come down pit road, but just somebody risk it.
Well, Jeff, we got 23 drivers on the lead lap, and there's 35 laps on these tires. I think you're going to see some stay out here because you're only going to go back racing with 3 or 4 laps to go.
I agree. It's, what do you call it, Larry? A mixed bag we're going to see. But boy, you saw Ross Chastain, just car gets loose right in the middle, turns 1 and 2, and goes for a big slide.
Remember what I said? When to hold them, when to fold them.
Ryan Newman's name on that number 6. Steve Newmark said earlier today, no timetable for Ryan Newman's return. We know he's watching and glad that he is out of the hospital and on the mend. With Ross Chastain filling in, thanks to Chip Ganassi Racing and Chevrolet. The approval for Chastain to drive that Ford came very quickly. Everybody in this sport helps out everybody else.
Decision time, Mike.
Some do,
boy.
some don't.
Oh, boy.
Logano stays out. Byron stays out. Here's Matt.
And hearing the conversation back and forth between Bowman and Ives, there was never really much debate about whether to stay out or pit. The car, it gotten tighter, but it was not tight enough. He didn't have enough stability to run the high side, Regan.
No debate on the 12 car. Ryan Blaney, crew chief Todd Gordon said, come on, get on pit road. It's going to be 4 tires for him for the end of the race.
Okay, I have 6 lead lap cars staying on track, including Logano and Byron, Jamie.
Mike, Paul Wolfe clearly told Joey Logano, pit if everyone else pits. And Joey said, what was that? Do I pit or not? And then he stayed out and he said, I don't know what you were trying to tell me there. And they said, you have 35 lap tires under you right now.
Ooh. All right, well, let me update. 7 drivers did not pit. You see the first 7 on your screen down to Bubba Wallace did not stop. Brad Keselowski and Jimmie Johnson will be the first drivers with fresh tires for this restart. Let's hear from Chad Knaus, William Byron's crew chief.
All right, homie. Starting on the front row with a couple to go. It's on you.
I've done all I can for you. It's in your hands now. We've seen some wild restarts today, Mike.
Oh.
We're getting ready to see it go to a whole nother stratosphere.
What's Larry Mack says, my work here is done. It's all in the driver's hands now.
Well, I just think of these tires. We heard Rodney Childers talk earlier about how they pick up rubber, these hot old tires under caution. There's going to be a lot of debris and rubber on these tires. Got to get them cleaned up. And then can you get up through the gears, not spin the tires, and get up and get going and keep those cars behind you, not to mention those with fresh tires. Wow, this is going to be wild.
Was there ever a doubt Brian Patty was going to leave Stenhouse out?
Regan.
Well, you could hear the disappointment in Todd Gordon's voice when he came on the radio, told his driver, Ryan Blaney, I thought more cars were going to come.
It's so hard, as you know, Larry, when you're the leader, you know everybody's going to do the exact opposite of what you do. If he stayed out, they come in. If he comes in, they're staying out.
No question.
We're only 7 drivers who did not come in. Lower right, you're going to see the last pit stop by the top 10 drivers. And you see Stenhouse had a little fresher tires than those others back to Austin Dillon and Bubba Wallace.
To me, one of the toughest places to be on this, Mike, is that those first 2 cars lined up without new tires, because you're just a sitting duck.
Watch Keselowski, Johnson, and Truex fire out from the middle of the pack because they are the first cars on brand new tires.
Yeah, they just got to get past that start-finish line. Then you're going to see them fan out 4 or 5 wide for sure.
Now, we are not in overtime, even though they will restart with 2 laps to go. We are still within the scheduled distance. How about about that big stack of chips you got? Where do you want to put them now?
Oh, my goodness. But the fans are standing up. They know this is about to be one heck of a show.
2 laps to go. Is this the final restart of the day? Green flag. Logano. Big push from Stenhouse. Byron. A little bit of help from DiBenedetto.
3 wide. DiBenedetto goes inside of William Byron. Oh, tire rub. They made contact. Oh, Jimmie Johnson all the way down the apron underneath Tyler Reddick.
Wow, what a move. Austin Dillon dives it into turn 3. He is 4th. Stenhouse 3rd. Stenhouse. DiBenedetto battling behind Logano. Here they come for the white flag from Credit One Bank.
Oh, tons of contact.
Trouble. William Byron backing up through the field. There was contact among several drivers, and we are under caution. The race is not over.
I think that tire blew on the 12 of Blaney with heavy contact and damage. I think maybe the leader had seen the white flag.
And race control has confirmed that since the leader saw the white flag under green, the next flag ends the race. That caution flag will do just that.
And repeats what he did a year ago here, Joey Logano, but with that new crew chief, Paul Wolfe.
And what a move by DiBenedetto and Stenhouse, battling for second behind them. Great finishes for them. Austin Dillon 4th, Jimmie Johnson 5th.
Some happy Joey Logano fans in the stands today. And what a crowd we've got here to see that awesome race.
"22 races since his last win at Michigan in June. 24th career win for Logano. He's now won a race in every one of the last 9 seasons.
Keeps that trend going, Mike. Past champions winning here in Las Vegas.
So true.
And nobody does a burnout or donuts or whatever you call it this like Joey Logano.
Now William Byron, we know, had a tire rub. And we'll show you where that came from.
So you see DiBenedetto goes to the inside of William Byron. William Byron already committed to the inside lane. They make contact. That fender rub now is cutting the left rear tire down on William Byron.
So let's pick this up coming off turn 4.
See Tyler Reddick sliding back. Oh, more contact. As you see Erik Jones, just, you know, everybody's just going for it there. Boy, that was wild and crazy coming off of turn 4. They knew they were coming to the white flag. So Blaney gets to the outside. They're 3-4 wide here. Erik Jones comes up, squeezes William Byron into the 12 of Ryan Blaney.
Coming to the white flag. Under green.
Yeah, no doubt that was before the caution came out. So Joey Logano, our winner.
Well, I count about 6 drivers who are going to be happy leaving Las Vegas, and they're in positions 1 through 6. Everybody else not happy.
I saw a lot of drivers going to be angry with the other drivers when we leave Las Vegas.
Yes. Vince Welch.
Well, how about that? Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication there coming to that last stop, kept you out there and it paid off. What were your thoughts as that restart was about to begin?
Not really sure if we were supposed to stay out or come in. I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do, but boy, we fought hard for this one today. You know, man, what a battle between Blaney and I and Chase Elliott, the 19 earlier in the race, and then to see this finish with Matt finishing second is a great day for Wood Brothers and for Team Penske. So, man, nothing like winning the Pennzoil 400 in front of this amazing crowd with this awesome yellow car right here in the front. Oh, man, this is a huge win, and nice to kick off the season with a W.
You got a huge push from Stenhouse on the restart. Was that the difference?
Yeah, it really was. You know, you get you know, a good start like that, and I watched him. He pushed me, and then he shoved me ahead, which was great. And then the block on the 24, that was the winning move. I was able to get down in front of him. and then be able to separate myself a little bit from the field. Clean air was going to be key with old tires. If I got swallowed up by a couple cars, I was just going to fall backwards really quick. So being able to get that clean air, secure that, and man, this is great. Get back in victory lane.
And your first win with Paul Wolfe, one to remember.
Yeah, it is. It really is. I mean, he's done such a great job, and it's been fun getting to know each other. And boy, with the whole team, you know, the pit crew was amazing today. I think we gained a spot at every time, at least. So I'm proud of the effort that everyone's put in over the offseason to come out here and the start of the West Coast swing and get one of those cool stickers right next to my name on top of this car.
Well done.
Thank you.
Joey Logano has won in Las Vegas, beating Matt DiBenedetto and Ricky Stenhouse to the finish line.
With over 75 years of savings and service, Geico is the easy choice. We can even help you with homeowners. Oh, not again. Oh, thanks.
You know, automated lights are just the beginning. Pretty soon they're going to have eyes everywhere. Well, good night.
Geico, over 75 years of savings and service.
In 1979, Jiffy Lube changed everything by providing the first convenient oil change service. Millions of satisfied customers later, we're still who you trust. Jiffy Lube, you can do more in a jiffy.
Pain can weigh you down, but you're resilient. And I see how lidocaine patch fuels your resilience. Powerful, targeted pain relief. Pain will not get the best of you. It will bring out the best in you. Icy Hot Lidocaine Patch.
I was so embarrassed about paying too much for a used car, I went into hiding in this undisclosed location.
Only Carfax.com can give you the most accurate price based on the Carfax report. Stop the shame of overpaying and start your used car search today at Carfax.com.
In 1979, Jiffy Lube changed everything by providing the first convenient oil change service. Millions of satisfied customers later, they're changing everything again. Jiffy Lube Multicare. Brakes, batteries, spark plugs, and more. You can do more in a jiffy.
Seats now for the Fan Shield 500 Speed Fest, March 6th through the 8th at Phoenix Raceway.
Every superhero has their kryptonite.
Gentlemen.
Girls.
Hey guys, I just got the most amazing news.
Mothers.
Mommy needs a football.
Of course. The common cold.
Rub Vicks on my chest.
You can rub your own chest.
Rub every other man on the planet, but draw the line with me.
The Big Bang Theory, 5 nights a week.
Now also on Fox 35, weeknights at 7:30.
I feel empowered.
I'm native Floridian, I know Florida, and I know Florida weather. I mean, this is it. We live in paradise. On my free time, I'm either out surfing with the kids, we're boating, we're fishing. One of the main things that really stoked my interest in weather was in 1992 when Hurricane Andrew plowed South Florida. We had gusts to 120 in our home. Forecasting, I cover all the bases, tide times, our marine forecast. Being out here helps me with what I do in here.
Be prepared for your day. Watch meteorologist Jamie King on Good Day Orlando. Fox 35, your weather authority. Government spending, increasing debt. The news station wants to know who's spending your tax dollars and why. We find the facts. You decide. Is it worth it or wasted? Only on Fox 35, the news station. Wake up and get caught up with Bob Fryer and Amy Caulfield. Weekday mornings on Good Day Orlando.
Welcome back to Las Vegas. Joey Logano is your race winner. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. For those that push the limits of possibilities, Goodyear, more driven. Well, let's hear from the runner-up. Here's Matt Yoakum.
one spot away from that magical 100th Wood Brothers win, but this is the type of day that you dreamed of when you took over the iconic 21.
It was, man. This was all just too surreal. Tough to be that close, but hey, this is only the second race of the season, so it just shows the strength of this team. It's so cool to have the backing of all the people that allowed me to drive this thing. It took so many people. I mean, Motorcraft, Quick Lane, to be driving this iconic car is so cool. And Menards, you know, and Paul, I know you're watching at home and proud, and can't thank him enough and that whole family for this opportunity. Ford, power under the hood is always good. I'm glad to be having that Roush Yates power under the hood. But man, this whole team, Greg Irwin, all of them, we recovered. It wasn't pretty at the start, but man, they did an excellent job. I'm so happy to be working with this team, the fans. Thank you all so much. The journey's been pretty cool.
Thanks, Matty.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. with a brand new team this year. Last week at Daytona, it's the pole. This week, you lead 31 laps. Mix it up, you finished third. But tell me about when you guys stayed out, that option to stay there. What were you thinking?
You know, Brian's just really good at calling races, and he apologized for that one. That one backfired on us, that second run. We got good track position, and then we stayed out a little too long and gave up that track position. So then we were fighting kind of all race to get it back up, and he went long again, and it paid off with the caution. And our Kroger Camaro was good. It wasn't perfect by any means, but we know what we need to work on now, and it was cool to get a good solid run in this Camaro for everybody at JTG Doherty Racing. I got to thank Hungry Jack, NOS Energy Drink, and everybody that works hard on this car. So far, so good. 2 weeks. We've been fast last week. We weren't bad this week, and we know what we need to work on, and I know Brian and the boys will tune it up.
Came in with a strategy. It worked out. It brought it home third.
It did. Best Las Vegas finish there for Ricky Stenhouse. Matt D matches his best Cup finish, and Joey Logano celebrates in victory lane with the headset on. Joey, they say in Las Vegas you'd rather be lucky than good. I'd say today you were both.
Maybe a little bit. That caution at the end was something we needed to have, and being able to, eventually, stay out there, get the clean air, take that clean air is a huge deal for this whole team. And being able to win the race that your sponsor is sponsoring is such a big deal, and obviously with Pennzoil and Auto Trader and Ford, the Roush Yates engines that built this thing, unbelievable car. I want to say hey to my wife and son at home. They're not able to come all the way out here to the West Coast Swing. It's a little long flight for them, but man, I wish you guys were here and celebrating with us. But we're still going to have some fun, drinking some Coca-Cola and having a good time here.
Hey, Joey, we saw an incredible race today where there was long run speed from some cars, short runs from others, and then these wild restarts, 3 and 4 wide. How concerned were you on that final restart, not only from getting a push from Stenhouse, but these guys that took fresher tires, or what all chaos was going to break out?
Yeah, like I said on the start-finish line, I needed clean air. I needed to get to the front. If you have clean air, that's enough to overcome the tires. And, that's what we were able to do, get a good push from Ricky, and it kind of pushed me out a little bit. And then I saw, I didn't see. TJ told me up in the booth, or in the spotter stand, to protect the bottom. 24 was coming, made that block. That was key. And then Matt made a move on him to get to second. So once they did that, I was able to separate myself from the pack to where they couldn't draft me as much down the straightaway. And then just be able to run a couple smooth laps until you get to the checker flag.
All right, go celebrate. Congratulations.
We will. Thank you, guys.
Joey Logano probably raced his teammate Ryan Blaney hardest of anybody he battled all day. More to come from Las Vegas.
It's time to get a whole new perspective on Ram trucks. Because to us, there are no small jobs, no little tasks. And when it comes to innovation, there are no modest ideas. No wonder why more people are switching to Ram than ever before. Ram trucks, back-to-back Motor Trend Truck of the Year.
Now get an average $13,047 in total values on the 2020 Ram 1500 plus these additional incentives.
It's a familiar story. Allergies ruining your sleep and next day too. Taking Zysol at night relieves allergies while you sleep, so you wake refreshed. Plus, it works faster than Claritin and on first dose provides the same relief as Zyrtec at nearly half the size. Be wise all. Take Zysol at night.
Done yet?
Yeah, sorry.
You sure?
Mm-hmm.
If you ride, you get it. Geico Motorcycles. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Yes, the first word to any adventure. But when allergies and congestion strike, take Allegra D, a non-drowsy antihistamine plus a powerful decongestant. So you can always say yes to putting your true colors on display. Say yes to Allegra D.
Saturday, Big East Titans clash in a star-studded doubleheader on Fox. First, number 12 Villanova face a crucial showdown with Providence. Then, number 19 Marquette battles number 16 Seton Hall as the nation's leading scorer Marcus Howard goes one-on-one with Wooden contender Miles Powell. A Big East doubleheader tips off Saturday at 11:30 Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
Congratulations to Coca-Cola Racing family driver Joey Logano for his big win today in Las Vegas. Well, about half a dozen drivers leave happy. We mentioned Logano battling his teammate Ryan Blaney, who unofficially ends up 11th. Here's Regan.
Well, a tough position for Ryan Blaney to be in at the end of the race there. The leader seems like it's so difficult to make the right decision to pit or not pit. What was the view from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, you said it best. It's a lot of people are just going to do the opposite of what you do. And, you know, some guys stayed out, some guys took two, and that's the way it goes. So that's the crappy part. Didn't want to see the caution, obviously, with 8 or 9 or whatever else to go, 6 to go. Thought we had the race won. The 88 was coming, but I felt like we could have held him off pretty easy. But just the figures. But can't thank Pennzoil and Menards enough and Ford for what they do. And I was really proud of the effort we made today on getting our car better and having a pretty good car at the end of the race. Hopefully we can carry that forward.
Thanks for talking to us, Ryan.
Lots of Ryan Blaney, who unofficially is 11th. The Xfinity race rolling to the grid to resume where they left off after one stage yesterday in the rain. A thriller here in Las Vegas. Joey Logano, the winner. Let's send it to Charlotte.
Thank you so much, Mike. Yes, what a thriller it was, especially in those closing laps out there at Las Vegas. Hi, everyone. I'm Shannon Spake, Larry McReynolds, and Jamie McMurray. And, you know, coming into this race today, guys, we used the word unknown, right? You guys have used that since last season, but one of the words that we used was unknown. We know now one thing. We know that the pairing of the new Penske crew chief and drivers, Joey Logano and Paul Wolfe, getting it done for the first time. Congratulations to those guys, by the way. 24th career win, snapping a 22-race winless streak, which dates back to June. And then, as I mentioned, Paul Wolfe on top of that pit box. So one of the unknowns is answered, Larry.
Well, the other unknown would be, when I look at these top 10 finishers, is this even remotely close to what we would have picked as top 10 finishers? But I think some of the front-running cars having some issues, especially on restarts. And then, obviously, the strategy when that next to the last caution came out all over the place. Those 7 drivers that stayed out, it prevailed for at least 5 or 6 of them.
Yeah, I mean, what a big decision to make at the end. And when I think back through Joey Logano's career, he is always the guy that stays out on old tires. And I kind of thought maybe that was Todd Gordon. But now I'm not so sure, because he did the same thing with Paul Wolfe, and they kind of played dumb. I'm curious to see if that was planned or if that was kind of their code of whether they would pit or not. But clearly staying out was the right decision there, and Joey was able to hold those guys off.
What did you think you would see on that final restart with all of the strategy all over the place?
Yeah, I mean, I felt like once I saw 6 or 7 drivers staying out, and in the other caveat I was telling Jamie, we had 3 drivers that did only 2 tires, Martin Truex Jr., Jimmie Johnson, and Brad Keselowski. So that means the first car with 4 fresh tires barely started inside the top 10, and I just felt like 2 laps, an opportunity we may never get to the 2 laps, which we didn't, that was just not going to be enough time.
I'm so glad that you brought up Jimmie Johnson, because we did catch up with him post-race. First top 5 since last July at Daytona. He's with Matt Yoakum.
And you can certainly feel the momentum building for Jimmie Johnson and Cliff Daniels and the entire 48 team. It was pretty wild on that last restart.
Man, every restart, you just have to get everything you can. Once your momentum's broke and guys fall in line, it's so hard to generate enough of a run and energy to pass somebody. So we're just driving like fools getting started, and I hope the fans enjoy it. It's pretty wild from inside the seat, but our Ally Chevrolet was really strong today. I want to say hi to my family back at home. Can't wait to get home and see my girls. But scored points in both stages and a nice top 5. I think maybe 4th. From where I was sitting, I thought we were 4th, and looking good.
You can definitely feel the change, though, and how the productivity is improving. And you guys feel like you got your mojo back.
Yeah, we're rolling in the right way, and I think this year's Monte Carlo gives us a bigger kind of window to work within, and to see 4 or 5 Chevys up front mixed in with those Fords today was really nice, and I think a telling sign of what we needed to get us up front. And I look forward to us refining this new Camaro body and making this car even faster yet.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Okay, Jimmie Johnson, one of those guys finishing in the top 10. We're going to put up the top 10 right now because this just stood out to me. So many great stories listed right here. Matt DiBenedetto, one of the guys that we asked pre-race if we thought he would get his first top 10. He gets his second place finish in his career.
Yeah, I mean, never had a top 10 on a 1.5 mile track, and he was kind of out of the picture most of the day, but they just kept making that 21 car better.
Yeah, Jimmie Johnson had a lucky day, I'm going to say. He was fast. All those HMS
the horseshoes back.
But look, he got into the wall, and Jeff said it. He's like, I don't think he's going to be able to make it with that tire rub, but fortunately it clearanced itself, and he was able to come home with the top 5. I think Bubba Wallace really stands out there. He needed a good run. We know that's kind of an underfunded team, so to be able to put that all together on the last restart, get top 6 finish, that's big for that team.
What do you think about Ricky Stenhouse Jr., right? Because you
what
have...
do I think about Brian
Patty?
Yeah,
right,
that's what I think about.
Where I was going to
no
go.
question at the end of the race, Brian Patty is going to leave Ricky Stenhouse Jr. out there, and it ended up getting them a top 5 finish. Brian Patty, he is the Mad Hatter on pit road.
See, we're right here. I knew where you were going.
We also got to say great job to Dillon, top 10 finish. Yeah. Another small team that's almost like a victory for those guys.
Absolutely. We will be back next week as we get you ready for Auto Club Speedway. Coming up next on Fox is Lego Masters. My kids are so excited about this. Followed by The Simpsons, and of course the Xfinity Series race is coming up at 7:30. You can catch that on FS2 or on the Fox Sports app. Plus Race Hub every day, Monday through Thursday at 6 p.m. right here on FS1. We'll recap the entire weekend and continue to look ahead to Auto Club Speedway. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations to Joey Logano. We'll see you next week.
I am back. After months away, I return. I am the humble beginning for some and the triumphant return for others. I am where seasons are made and history is written. I am a year-long, furious journey. And in the end, the one name forever etched in history is anyone's guess.
He is joining elite company.
Proud of you, buddy. I am the 2020 NASCAR Cup Series. I am NASCAR.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our fans for your support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
Fox Animation Domination will have you rolling. Again! Including the new hit show, Duncanville.
This thing was taking up a ton of room.
You mean my wedding dress?
You're married, we get it. Quit living in the past.
Tonight, starting at 8/7 Central on Fox.
Planning an I'm native Floridian, I know Florida, and I know Florida weather. I mean, this is it. We live in paradise. On my free time, I'm either out surfing with the kids, we're boating, we're fishing. One of the main things that really stoked my interest in weather was in 1992 when Hurricane Andrew plowed South Florida. We had gusts to 120 in our home. Forecasting, I cover all the bases. Tide times, our marine forecast. Being out here helps me with what I do in here.
Be prepared for your day. Watch meteorologist Jamie King on Good Day Orlando, Fox 35, your weather authority.
I'm native Floridian, I know Florida, and I know Florida weather. I mean, this is it. We live in paradise. On my free time, I'm either out surfing with the kids, we're boating, we're fishing. One of the main things that really stoked my interest in weather was in 1992 when Hurricane Andrew plowed South Florida. We had gusts to 120 in our home. Forecasting, I cover all the bases. Tide times, our marine forecast. Being out here helps me with what I do in here.
Be prepared for your day. Watch meteorologist Jimmie King on Good Day Orlando, Fox 35, your weather authority.
When it comes to choosing the right firm for you, knowledge matters. At Bowman, Munz & Munz, we have created a team of attorneys with knowledge in all types of personal injury cases. We litigate against big insurance companies and understand their decision-making process. With that knowledge, we can advise our clients in very important ways to make a real difference in their cases. We founded Bowman, Munz & Munz 40 years ago. We've been doing this a long time, and that matters. When it comes to your legal matters, you have a choice. Bowman, Munz & Munz.
Wake up and get caught up with Bob Fryer and Amy Caulfield. Weekday mornings on Good Day Orlando.
Due to the length of this Fox Sports presentation, we now join your regularly scheduled programming already in progress.
Build something that big, are you actually going to be able to deliver on that?
Yes. With this particular build, we want to go bigger, more ambitious in order to make our project stand out. We are charging full speed ahead. We got this.
What if we had a character?
Oh, that's good. So, all right, what if we build the different things that he's going to do with his laptop?
I love it.
We're going to build a story about Argyle Lyle who uses his laptop for different things. He'll go to the bank, he'll go to the doctor, we'll see what other things we can connect him to. We are really feeling the tension of the time that we wasted.
That's way too high, right?
Yeah.
Definitely want to give this guy a big beak if I can afford to.
Is it coming off again?
It's just my big sausage fingers.
I was thinking about doing what we drew, like the classroom tech, and then a classroom of growth.
Crystal and I met through the cosplay community. So storytelling is everything for us. I mean, we're both huge fans of so many things, and we want to combine everything we love in one build. And Crystal...
It's gonna be epic!
Yeah, we're gonna win this challenge.
Hey, Crystal, Amy.
Hello. You've got the globe. Yeah, so we've got the globe, and we decided to incorporate kind of our biggest passions. So we've got the bottom, which is focusing on science and tech to kind of represent what Amy teaches. And then on the upper level, I used to teach adult special needs. So we're gonna have growth and plants kind of grow around the planet.
Remember, you're not gonna be able to explain this.
You definitely need to think, how can you communicate that to anybody? Okay.
Really try to keep it clean.
Okay.
And just get one story that makes sense rather than several stories that we get lost on.
All our planning just seems like it was for nothing and a waste of time, and now we're 2 hours down. What the heck do we do now?
Cold and harsh conditions can make your winters brutal. So we traveled to a test facility in Baudette, Minnesota, and pushed the Honda CR-V LX with available all-wheel drive to the absolute limit, challenging the available real-time all-wheel drive with intelligent control system, and proving why the CR-V can push you through those cold winter months. Visit your local Honda dealer to find a great deal on the CR-V, a 2019 KBB.com Best Buy.
I just feel stuck, Doc, and I'm hearing voices.
You feel stuck because you are stuck in a giant chocolate bar.
Huh. What about the voices?
That's me.
There it is again.
Hey, Mama, what's up?
Did you switch my service from Verizon to T-Mobile?
Yep. T-Mobile has the only nationwide 5G.
Let's see if you're right about that.
Mama?
It works at the aquarium, in the parking garage, at the beach. It works in the movie theater, too. Oh, shush yourself. I'm talking to my baby.
Mama?
5G, it works in the club.
Who are you in a club with?
Hell, Mama. All about it. Hell, Mama.
Oh, hi, Samantha. You look more like a Heather. Do you ever get that? It's nice to finally meet you in person.
You're Pete Nokia?
Oh, the pic? That was actually a professional headshot? Oh.
I'm sure that's it. Yeah.
I think I lost a few pounds recently, too. I'm actually doing a juice cleanse. Wait, you don't...
With Geico, the savings keep on going, just like this sequel. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
I really wanted to see how I could help the inequality in our education system.
One of the first things he did was send our kids to a writing workshop.
I'm proud of what he's doing in the community that he loves. It's extreme pride to represent where you're from and make people proud.
You're the new sheriff of Los Angeles County.
This department has lost its way. Ready, partner?
Yes, Sheriff.
All new Deputy. Thursdays on Fox, or watch anytime on Fox Now or Hulu.
Oh, this is brilliant.
Millions of fans agree.